V-17, Chapter 201. The United States Army has finished transferring administration duties to the British Army. It is a region known as the Old Amosi Land. This land was once part of an elvish kingdom that long since disappeared. The land is located between the north of the Kingdom of Algona and the south of the U.S. territory. Currently, the 79th Infantry Brigade, 40th Infantry Division, was responsible for occupying this area. The 79th has been engaging a counterinsurgency campaign in the area, mainly around the town of Jaimail. The Empire and the Elba Resistance have been hiding in the Tasis Mountains to conduct raids and support slave owners who are upset about paying their slaves. The list of towns in Amosi consists of the Amosi Ruin Town, a town which was built inside the ruins; Jaimail, a farming town; Verit, a trading and farming town that borders Algona; and lastly, on the west side of the Rose Stream are the towns of Beiros and Ironin. The British are taking over security, economic, and political administration leadership. The podcast of the Lotus Eaters. Keelberry Woodland. Date: June 2nd, 2026. The Joint Light Tactical Vehicle slides on the trail. A convoy of 5 JLTVs moving down a path behind enemy lines. Vanguard 7 is assaulting an enemy position by outflanking the Empire through a forest trail. Specialist Harvey Frost has his new M5 rifle out the window, looking for targets. In the bushes, 2 targets appear. Scott, 2 targets right, 2 o'clock. Private First Class Marvin Scott adjusts the JLTV M2 Browning .50 caliber to the right and opens fire. The 2 targets are torn apart. Target down, Frost reports as they pass. Contact, tactical left, Sophia calls over NW. The sound of weapons fire echoes the convoy. An explosion from the team's new MK-47 Striker grenade launcher, destroying the target. Vanguard lead, this is Vanguard Actual. IRS shows Imperialist due west, platoon strength, 2nd Lieutenant Jenny Green said. Permission to engage? Roger that Actual, Sharpe said. The entire area is hostile, so engage. Frost sees another target standing by a tree. He aims and fires, hitting the target after a couple of shots. Vanguard lead, Andrew said. Boulder up ahead, blocking the road. Roger that, Andrew, Sharpe said. Actual, why didn't the IRS detect that? There is a short silence from Vanguard Actual before Green responds. I am sorry, sir. Here is a new path. All drivers, I have updated your BFT, Blue Force Tracker, Sharpe said. We are redirecting right off-road. Lelei will use her magic to cut any objects in our path. You have got to be kidding, Owen said. Are we really off-reading? Isn't there stories of patrols going outside the planned route and getting swarmed? Frost heard of stories like that. Usually, squads who made a wrong turn or GPS are glitchy because the bandwidth was over capacity that day. A simple patrol turns into a fight for their lives. Vanguard 1 ran into a situation like that in Elise. Surrounded for 3 hours before reinforcements were able to break free. Yup, but the difference is we are the best, Frost replied. Now stay focused and ram anyone who gets in the way. Looking out, Frost sees the first 2 JLTVs firing at some brush. An explosion happens, engulfing the brush. In the brush was a loaded ballista. Let's assume that was for us? Scott asked. Not anymore, Sophia replied. As the unit moves through the forest, Frost spots someone in a tree. He aims but misses. An arrow hits it. Better luck next time, Frosty. Tuke said. It is these damn new rifles, Frost responded. He sees a ballista with 2 soldiers next to it. He takes his M320 and fires a grenade, destroying the target. That worked, though. The Vanguard 7 convoy leaves the forest and sees their objective, the enemy camp. There is a tower, fortifications, and tents. All the vehicles form a line. The heavy weapons begin providing suppressive fire as everyone dismount. Randy starts ordering where he wants the runners and 4 Rose Knights. Taking cover by a log, Frost aims his M5 and fires at the defenders. Be advised, Sergeant Marvin has been hit, Ginebra said over NW. She being Pina radio operator. Enemy patrol behind us engaging. Coordinates confirmed, Green said. 155mm artillery inbound. Frost sees Jerry leave his position and rush to Scott. Alicia takes his place, holding a radio. Bringing in the rain? Fuck the rain, Alicia said. I am bringing real destruction on these bastards. But hey, based on how you guys smell, they could use a shower. Moments later, artillery comes raining down and wiping the enemy camp clear. Frost watches tears into the fortifications. Sharpe walks over. Focus on that tower. Probably an enemy magic tower like last time. Alicia provides the new coordinates, and 155mm artillery begins raining down on the tower, destroying it. Seeing that the enemy has been defeated, Frost gets up from his position and rushes over to Scott. Jerry stands up and looks at Randy and Sharpe. Sorry, sir, he is gone. Specialist Harvey Frost, Lelei La Lelina. Specialist Alicia Moore. Sergeant Andrew Steele looked down at Private First Class Marvin Scott, dead body. The two new Rangers, Private First Class Grayson Owen and Specialist Daniel Chapman, walk up. Owen lightly kicks Scott's foot. Damn, that sucks. I wonder if his hot Nico is available now. She only chases mice, not dicks, Alicia points out. The Rangers laugh. Lelei looks around. Shouldn't you all be more respectful? Nah, Andrew said. It's Scott, so who cares? You all are dicks, Scott said. Chuckling, Frost helps Scott up. How was the afterlife? Is it as cool as the good book says it is? It was cool. There was a lack of towels, though, Scott said. Still, you all are assholes. As everyone laughs, he gets in the middle of everyone. Listen up, today was practice, but what if he really was killed? When behind enemy lines, always keep your eyes on your flanks. Now form up. Now that the training simulation ended, Humvees appear to evaluate the mission. As the brass meet, Frost heads to the other Rangers. What do you think of the M5 guys? It is definitely lighter, Sophia comments. Feels like a lighter M4. Forget about the weight. The SIG has some power behind it, Andrew states. No kidding, I still am struggling with aiming, Frost said. For a simple design, it is powerful. First Sergeant Jacob Waltz, VRTF 2-head training NCO, walks up. You need to forget what you know about rifles. The M5 is not an upgrade. It is a whole new game. It's designed to the gun, and more importantly, the new 6.8 by 51mm bullet. The scope and all the new features are another beast. And don't forget the extra recoil, because of the larger caliber. Waltz began lecturing Vanguard 7 on the new features and differences of the rifle. He states the same information the Rangers have heard 100 times the past few weeks. What makes the M5, or nicknamed Spear, is about how light it is and how similar it is to the M4. For a soldier, weight is everything. The less weight the weapon, gear, ammo is, the more cargo a soldier could carry. Less weight also means the physical body does not wear and tear as quickly. SIG Sauer Spear rifle was picked over the General Dynamics RM277 NGSW platform because it was of European design for the Army. An AI/Textron rifle, while promising, ended up being too ambitious for the Army. Both companies' 6.8 ammunition would have required an industry overhaul for their ammo, while SIG needed almost no overhaul for the industry. The SIG 6.8 hybrid ammunition merges brass with other materials like steel to reduce the case's weight and size. The new materials allow each bullet to weigh 20% less than the 5.56 by 45mm NATO. This boasts a SAMI maximum average pressure of 80,000 psi, driving a 135-grain bullet to 3000 plus FPS, way higher than almost all other cartridge types. While the training transition is vastly shorter than the other two choices, there still is a learning curve for the new rifle. The Ranger needs to adjust what he has learned to the new dimensions of the M5 Spear. You have to unlearn what you know about the M4, and then you can fully utilize the M5 Spear, Waltz finishes. As the Rangers reload the Joint Light Tactical Vehicle, Sergeant Andrew Steele walks over to the new Rangers. How are you all settling in? Private First Class Grayson Owen sets down a box in the back of the JLTV, panting. Are you okay, Grayson? Andrew asked. Do you need the doc? No, I'm still getting used to this extra gravity, Grayson said. The base said I should have gotten used to it in no time, but here I am. Andrew remembers the first time he arrived. He felt something different, and it was determined it was gravity. This ended up not being a concern, as the human body quickly adapted to the small increase in gravity. Most soldiers barely even notice the differences, but once in a while it affects someone worse. No one ever been deeply harmed by it, though. The gravity isn't that much different than Earth, but I guess everybody is different, but you will get used to it. Not the post I wanted, But this will do, Grayson said. Really? Andrew asked. Most Rangers seem to want to join V7. Want to be in the thick of it. Don't need to be in V7 to be in the thick of it, Sarge, Grayson said. But glad to be here. It's just the aliens scare me, especially Rory and Lelei. What they are is not natural. Andrew remembers that feeling when he first met Lelei and Rory. While it was easier for him because of his hobbies, it was still strange seeing Lelei's magic and Rory's supernatural abilities too. After some battles, everyone started to see each other as friends. It is fascinating that war can be seen as the greatest divide for mankind. At the same time, Andrew finds it interesting that war can also be the biggest unifier for mankind. Life is always interesting and confusing. You will get used to it. They are harmless while Lelei harmless. Rory loves to play war for domination. So if you show weakness, she will attack you. Both Rangers stop and look at each other, nervous. Seeing their reaction, Andrew chuckles. He pulls out a Kit Kat bar from his vest pouch. Just have one of these on you at all times, and you will be safe. The Kit Kat bar suddenly disappears. Next to Andrew is Rory walking away, eating the candy. After eating her candy bar, Rory glances over at the new Rangers. She gives off an evil smirk. Fresh meat. Keep your zippers up, boys. She then walks and starts singing Shoot to Thrill by AC/DC. She is batshit crazy, Grayson said. Chapman laughs, and that is why I asked for this assignment. This unit is batshit crazy. He then points to Andrew. Speaking of bats hit, is it true you were banging one of the natives' girls? The princess servant, was it? She must be fun for a servant girl, doing whatever you want when you want. How the hell did you get that arrangement, lucky dog? Grayson laughs, elbowing Chapman. Rumor is she is cute for a knight. I bet she knows how to use a sword, Chapman said. Cannot wait to get my own? Hearing that pissed Andrew off. Soldiers talk like this all the time, to relieve stress. He has done that many times, however this felt personal. He glances over and sees Pina and Ginebra standing by their vehicle, overhearing the two Rangers. Knock it off, you two. Maybe she was a servant, but she has done more for the team than either of you. So besides talking about getting laid, make sure you can pull the trigger. And besides, she is my wife. Mrs. Steele, mind you, the two Rangers get a reality check. They stand at attention, apologizing for their comments. That they meant nothing and were just goofing around. Now about that batshit crazy stuff, get used to it, Andrew said. If you want to look down at people, then watch your own six. This unit has a great habit of getting into the thick of things. And if you are not on your A game, you will be dead. Rory, Lelei, and even Tuke have saved this unit many times because we work together. Now, Chapman, your file says you saw action early in the war? Andrew asked. What is your story? Sarge, Chapman said. I serve in the Trough Hills campaign with the 101st 1st BCT 3rd Battalion. I was part of a motor team. We were responsible for motoring out the Imperialists, but our position was ambushed. We easily defeated them, but I got an arrow in the leg. Must have been before the Empire started dipping poison on the arrowhead, Andrew said. You're lucky. A lot of soldiers go out like that. Yes, Sarge, Chapman said. Once my leg was patched up, I heard about what the Rangers were doing, so I went to Ranger school. I didn't want to be assigned to another desk jockey unit, so I picked the Rangers because I had to say, fucking officers. Hearing that last part reminded Andrew of Sophia. Chapman will fit in with her. Private, you are a demolition expert, correct? Yes, Sarge, Grayson said. Tell me what to blow up, and I will bring the fireworks. Good, Andrew said. We cannot rely on Lelei for support all the time, and Rory can only tank in one position. I expect you two to carry your weight. You wouldn't want the ladies of this world to think you cannot perform. Now get to work. As they leave, Pina walks over. Thank you for standing up for Hamilton. I didn't stick up for her because she is your servant princess, Andrew said. I did because she is going to be my wife. I get a lot of crap because you guys train her to be this submissive servant. She is sweet, but I get the sexist look all the time because she picks up after me. Let's be honest, the only reason she is still not your slave is that Alicia helped her beat me in a card game in Italica. 3. Now let's get ready, princess. We have a lot of work to do. Sharpe looks out at the destroyed tower. This was the Imperial fort that the U.S. first attacked on February 28, 2025. The battle was a significant learning experience for the U.S. Army. While the battle was won, it did come at a cost. Tactics had to be re-examining. That old tower housed a powerful mage and was using some devices to amplify his magic. When the U.S. Army arrived, Vanguard 7 took out the tower with artillery. However, that was after magical attacks destroyed a few strikers and Bradleys. It showed while the US had advanced technology, blindly relying on it would not win the war. On Sharpe's left, Lelei appears. She stops by his side. In front of a small stick floats up, being controlled by Lelei telekinesis. The stick moves forward and pokes Sharpe's helmet. Both look at each other and laugh. I want to say, congratulations, sir. So congratulations, Lelei said. Thank you, Lelei, Sharpe replied. How are you holding up? Are you excited to go back to Rondell? Lelei hesitates to respond, placing her hand on her arm. Feels unreal after this long. Cato took me away for special training, but now it feels strange that people there hate me. What if I don't get my diploma? I've already worked so hard for it. And I'm afraid they will reject my work and expel me out of their hatred toward my affiliation with NATO. I cannot believe there is so much jealousness over my newfound knowledge and power. I think you will get that diploma, so no point in worrying, Sharpe said. Besides, even if they denied you the diploma, you still have a recommendation from Sword Inn to be part of the high-rank position within the North American Coven. Of course you would say that, Lelei said. How can you be so sure, though? And how can I abandon Rondell to the rotten hands of the League? I grew up and trained my magic there in the first place. I cannot let Rondell be dragged down with the League, even if the Coven offers me a high-rank position. I need to get the diploma to become the Archmage, so I can change Rondell forever. Sharpe chuckles, enjoying that sense of loyalty. That is easy. As he speaks, he adjusts his rifle. Just always remember this, we have rifles. They don't. Lelei looks at Sharpe. She then covers her mouth and laughs. It wasn't that funny. Lelei laughing. There must be a god, Randy said as he approached. Yeah, as expected, Sharpe replied. But they need to be faster at calling out targets. Plus, Vanguard Actual should have caught that boulder. That boulder blocking the road could have ended badly if this was a real encounter. The new logistic officer seems to be a bit green, Randy said. She passed Ranger School, impressive for a woman, so I will give her the benefit of the doubt. Still, she is definitely not Sarah. Didn't have to think about small things like a boulder. With Sarah settling in her command position in Vanguard Logistical 2, Sharpe realizes how much he relied on her. Maybe too much. Pina rushes up. You called, sir? Yes, good job keeping up, Sharpe said. Whoever your driver is, she is caught up quickly. Thank you, sir, Pina said. My driver is Private First Class Balalaika ID Latoria, and she has been practicing every chance she got. For this mission, the brass thought it would be a good idea to use Pina royalty to influence Rondell to the NATO side. All right, get them on the firing line, and then let's head back. Sharpe orders. Alnus Community, Columna Lactaria. Date, June 3rd, 2026. Another busy day at the Columna Lactaria, a Merida temple approved by the federal government to help manage orphans' children, provide welfare to the townsfolk, and rehab to ex-slaves. While the government was hesitant, Meritla Apostle insisted that a facility would be beneficial. After discovering that the Hario tribe kidnapped children and brainwashed them to act like spies, having Carlin protecting these orphans has been a blessing. Kids without parents or poor mothers come here to help with nursing or childbirthing, a safe place for mothers and children. That is good, Jerry said after giving a shot. Next, Selena, dressed in a nurse outfit, walks over, escorting a pregnant monarch wing with blue wings. The monarch shows that she is 9 months pregnant. Unlike a siren like Muti and Baluti, a monarch has wings and can fly. To Jerry's shock, this monarch wings are broken. Here you go, Doc, Selena said. Thank you, Princess, Jerry said. What is going on here? She's about to have a baby, but is scared to go to the hospital, Selena said. She heard stories that it is like a dungeon and that the food is poison. Jerry responded with a chuckle. This is not the first time he has heard this story. Many natives are afraid of advanced technology and methods, still prefer the old ways because it is comfortable. While this viewpoint is on the decline, it will take time. Well, she is right about the food. It is hospital food after all. Jerry grabs his gloves and prep to give birth. Can you get Carlin and keep this area clear? Selena salutes. Yes, sir. I will keep the boys out. I'm not an officer, Selena. I'm a specialist, so don't call me sir, Jerry said jokingly. After school, Selena usually helps out at the temple to study, train, or help out until she is picked up. With people after her, This is probably the safest place for her. Plus, many of Selena's friends live here, like Namintu and Lars. She talks about this place a lot. And if you're going to keep the boys out, then are you going to kick me out? Selena blinks, unable to respond. I'm going to get Carlin. Watching Selena leave, Jerry chuckles. Princess for the people. He then looks at the monarch and instructs her to get into a robe. What happened to your wing? Have they been checked out? When you people conquered Lurder, your people said you were going to free us, slaves, the monarch said. So my master broke my wings. He said I don't deserve freedom, and he did it so I could never fly free. I am sorry to hear that, Jerry said. He had no idea how to respond. He has seen enough barbarism to the point it has become normalized. Plus, nothing he says can change it. Carlin walks in, and she assists Jerry in helping with a successful delivery. He walks out of the room and heads into the temple's main chamber to wash up. The temple is divided into 6 areas. Chamber 1 is an orphanage. Chamber 2 is the mother nursing clinic to help poor mothers get nutrition for their babies. Chamber 3 is the medical clinic to help with the birth. The last chamber is a shrine of Merida. The temple has to be apolitical. However, the shrine casts protection for everyone from the other gods, regardless of who they follow. A mass washing facility to maintain hygiene, and a small soup kitchen. Today seems to be an average day. Not that many people coming through. The people who usually take advantage of these services are new Alnus residents who have yet established roots. Good job, specialist, Carlin said. At this rate, you will be expecting baby delivery. I hope not. I just wanted the experience. It surprises Jerry how calm Carlin is after delivering a baby. He feels exhausted, this only being the 2nd time. To Jerry's surprise, he learned a lot. While most races give live births, the monarch birthed a large egg. He heard stories from Mute that the siren races lay eggs after 4 to 5 months. If you say so, Jerry replied. Over the past few months, his medical skills have been tested, having to treat other races, treat wounds that are beyond his professional scope, and so on. That is when he decides to volunteer at the temple to gain experience with other races. After a short chat, Jerry heads into the main chamber. After finding a spot, he begins treating others. During this, Jerry notices this woman scrubbing the floor. The woman is complaining, mumbling about how unfair life is. Close by is a female MP sitting. Keep an eye on this woman. Can you stop complaining? You are scaring my clients, Jerry said. The woman leans up, glaring at him. Watch it. I am an adventurer and should be respected. An adventurer. So you're the ones who tried to rape a brothel girl and got their ass kicked while fighting my boss, Jerry points out. No one likes you people. The woman glares but then takes a deep breath. I know. We really made a mess of things. I cannot believe it is this hard. It never was before. I don't understand what happened to the world. The world is changing, Jerry said. I don't know much about you guys, but it sounds like you adventurers abuse your positions. I know how the world works. Money usually dictates everything, but there are red lines. Mute explained that you guys use people's problems to enrich yourselves for fame and glory. I don't know about all that, but the world is changing, the woman said. Our trip to Earth proved that we once were brave warriors, celebrated by the common folk. When bandits or goblin hordes attack villages, we come to their aid. We were once heroes, and here I am now, scrubbing a floor like a slave. Just like my mother. This situation confuses Jerry. Volunteers from Alnus and from the US often do this kind of work, but it looks like this woman is being forced to be here. Why don't you just leave and go back to your job? Why stay here? Because I actually like this place, the woman said. While some things are strange, I like it. And besides, the future is here. There is nothing to go back to. The guild will fall. What is the point of the guild if you defeat everything? Everything was peaceful in your country. Well, don't think we are perfect, Jerry said. We have a ton of problems too. Otherwise, we wouldn't have soldiers and police. I bet there always will be crime, but that is not what I meant, the woman said. We are trying to join those PMC, but G4S said we had to do our community service before they would hire us. These PMCs seem to be like a guild, but the pay is more stable. If they're going to kill bandits and goblins, then I am on board. I just hope the rest of my party will follow suit. The woman holds out her hand. I see you people like to do greetings like this. My name is Lily Horath, Sapphire rank. For a moment, Jerry considered not giving Lily his name, but he finds something genuine about this woman, so he takes her hand. Specialist Jerry William. Nice to meet you, Lelei said. I did not know you other-worlders worship our gods. What made you change gods? I'm not a follower of Merida. I'm just volunteering here, Jerry said. When I am on the field, I have to help natives. Never know when I need this experience. Plus, my boss has connections in this temple, so it's a good place to learn. I see, Lelei replied. I guess that makes sense, a healer like you. What made you become a healer, if you don't mind me asking? It doesn't seem like you get a lot of reward from it. My foster parents own a clinic in Virginia, Jerry said. I was supposed to go to school so one day I could take it over. During the pandemic, we lost most of our money, so I no longer could. That is why I enlisted into the Army, to get a medical background. You said foster? I don't know what that word means, Lelei said. It means I was adopted, Jerry said as he works on a Medusi. He finds it hard to deal with all the snakes. I was adopted by a Japanese family when I was a baby. They say my parents died in a car accident. My aunt was babysitting me, but didn't want to take me in, so she was going to abandon me. So her neighbors took me in. Lelei sits there. I am sorry. Don't be. I am not, Jerry said. My aunt missed out, and that is her problem. Okay, Lelei said. I see why you became a soldier, though. It is why I became an adventurer, not wanting to be stuck at one place. Not my case, Jerry said. My adopted father ran a practice, but when the COVID-19 virus hit the world, we lost most of our savings. So I enlisted and became a medic. As the kid leaves, Jerry looks at Lelei. So you're going to be a PMC? Good money. But if you guys want to make it, you need to get your shit together. I know, Lelei said. I just cannot see how we work within your ways. Carther has struggled so much. He is a great man, but very stubborn. My party doesn't like to be bossed around, and they like their freedom. Your version of freedom sounds like anarchy to us, Jerry said. As he watches her scrub the floor, he wonders why she is opening up. It looks like the stress of the situation has gotten to her, and she doesn't know what to do. While it sounds like she respects her party leader Carther, he will never understand why. Look, Lelei, you seem nice. You guys just need to calm down, do your dues. Get that job. I know PMCs want adventurers for their knowledge of the region. Just do what you were told and stop starting fights. We are not the Empire. Lelei takes a deep breath. You're right. Thank you for letting me vent. I will try. Fort Minnick Dojo, Fort Minnick. Delilah is kicking the wooden pillar as of her martial art practice. Despite being in the trimester of pregnancy for her race, shown by a big bump on her belly, she still continues rigorous training and honing her fighting skill, and she does that without any strain on her body, unlike most human females. Deli, Bailey yells angrily. I told you to stop doing heavy physical exercise. It is not good for you and the twins. Knock it off, Bailey. Delilah spat back, and I told you many times. I am a bunny. I don't get exhausted or having morning sickness like pregnant human women. Leave me alone and go do your thing so I can concentrate on my Muay Thai kicking exercise. Bailey rubs his face annoyed. Look, I just worry about you. Seeing you keep working and doing strenuous exercise like that with a heavy tummy worries me. I am your husband. I care about you. Delilah stopped her kicking and put her hands around Bailey's shoulder. Honey, as much I find your caring for me and our baby sweet and adorable, but you must remember, I am a warrior and I am doing this not just for me, but for our daughters too. They must learn how to fight even if they are still in my belly. This is why I relent of the fact that I have to take maternity leave now instead of going with you to the battlefield. I want our daughters to be tough warriors, but most of all, I want to protect my man and my daughters to protect their father in the future of all time. Delilah gently and lovingly states, Enough! You are my wife, and I should be the one actually in charge of protecting you and our daughters. That is what men are for. I don't want you or our daughters to risk their life for me all the time. That's right. Daddy doesn't want my baby girls to protect him since I will protect you, Bailey states as he hugs and kisses Delilah's bumping belly. That is enough with your macho. Do not say that to our babies. Let me do my training or else no dinner or sex for you tonight. Delilah threatens her husband as she slaps him in the shoulders. For a moment, Bailey hesitates. You realize I pay most of the bills, right? Delilah glares at him. You were on the couch tonight. In the distance, Grin and Tayul seeing the drama between Delilah and Bailey. Never thought a human male could be so sweet like that. Grin giggles while she lifts some dumbbells. Looks like Captain Bailey tries his best not to be a simp to Delilah, judging by the fact that Delilah has the threat to withhold sex, Taiyul sarcastically said while she practices Wing Chun on a wooden dummy. During a warm evening in Alness Hill, Pina is sitting at a newly established restaurant called Alness Exotaste. It was set up by a famous British chef, Gordon Ramsay. Apparently, he paid the US government a lot of money to set up a restaurant here. While operating at a loss, the goal of the restaurant is to experiment with new foods and import them to other restaurants on Earth. While enjoying a beef Wellington dish with some Scotch eggs, Pina is reading an article from the free Alness News website on a tablet. Independent journalist Jessica Moore has been reporting engagements with the 101st in the Dumas Mountain Campaign, a major victory against the dwarves, clearing out a major underground fortress. The removal of this fortress opens up a clear path for the construction of the highway. Another engagement led by the French secured a valley north of the Cone Forest. With this valley, NATO will be able to construct a forward operating base, FOB, to strike from. In addition, the insurgency is dying down in Elis as most of the population is starting to accept the Falmart Economic Trade Agreement, FETA, and Falmart Investment Fund, FIF. They had also learned about the fact that Duke Medius Flagonix was supporting the insurgents and plotted the assassination of Ambassador Nader de Akilu. People had enough. Nader recently gave a speech stating that there must be unity for Elis to rebuild, and these reforms will enrich everyone, both nobility and peasants. According to the article, many of the counts support Nader becoming the next duke of the region. However, news from both southern fronts seems to be less motivating. The Milud Valley, between Elba and Electris, and the Swestual Arm, south of Elis, have been struggling. The Swestual Arm is very mountainous and the homes of many evil darklings. Plenty of places to hide and strike. To Pina's confusion, it seems like the Empire refuses to surrender the Milud Valley. She wonders if the Empire is trying to contest the valley out of pride or some greater plan. Your Highness, putting down her tablet, Pina looks up. She sees Marquis Oiloyat Dussy, the son of Senator Neas Dussy. Just like her, he is wearing a high-quality, multicolored nobility robe. He was one of the nobles that were used from Sadera during the Purge. What do you want? To ask questions, Oiloyat said. Taking a breath, Pina lets him sit down. There goes my last quiet night. I was surprised to see you here, Oiloyat said. I thought you surrendered our ways. You are so thick-headed like Eidos, I never gave up who I am, Pina corrects. I just grew up. I still enjoy the high life. The night clothes, nice home, nice food. I miss the royalty lifestyle. I'm just not a self-entitled snob about it anymore. Pina can see her last statement annoyed Oiloyat. The truth is that she enjoys the noble life. Even now. The only difference is that she no longer has elitist viewpoints like slavery or treating servants as beneath her. Look, I do dream about being back at Sadera, Pina added. I dream about sleeping on my bed, wearing my collection of robes. I miss the marble halls. It is just I am willing to give all that up right now to do what is best. That is what I want to talk to you about, Oiloyat said. I recently learned you're going to Rondel to help influence them to switch sides. If they leave the Empire, it will cripple it forever. I know. How can you be so willing to hand over one of our jewel cities? Oiloyat asked. You claim to be fighting for a new empire, but if you have not noticed, they are slicing up the empire. If you let them annex Rondel, there won't be an empire for you to go back to. I know, Pina said. I'm the one that signed away Alness Hill 5. NATO is going to take what they want regardless of what we want. They are too powerful, and can you blame them? If the roles were reversed, we would do the same. We started the war, remember? Don't tell me how the war started. I was in the invasion dash. Pina leans forward, getting into Oiloyat face. And I was the one who got you out of that damn prison, remember? You have yet to thank me, by the way. I don't like this situation myself, but you men left me no choice. This arrogance is starting to annoy Pina. Now she knows how Sharpe felt when they first met. Look, I initially didn't want the Empire to fall, but as long as my brother is the Emperor and the current backwards ideologies and norms still stand, I have no choice but to demolish the Empire to reborn it into a better one. The Americans need Rondel to counter the Empire's magic, since their own mages are not enough. It is that, or they're going to level Rondel to dust from the skies. Maybe that might be for the best, Oiloyat said. I understand opposing your brother, but at this rate, the Empire will be cut in half. Oiloyat has always been an eager boy. Pina remembers him always practicing at the armories. Just like most of the noble boys, practicing swordsmanship was always a requirement. He always wanted to prove to his father and got his chance when the call to invade Earth came. Oiloyat, let me ask you this. Why are you here? Pina asked. What do you want? The impression I got from your father and other senators is that they no longer know what to do. Why did you come to talk to me? The question took Oiloyat off guard. I have no idea what to do. Part of me wishes I just stayed at Sadera and died. The country I grew up and pledged my allegiance to has changed so much. Coming back from Earth, and right now, all I see are women doing men's work. I don't understand. That was me for a while, Pina said. She then tells the story of how she went to Algana, League Principality, and Western Elba. How she traded her crown to a dwarf for a small chance to get direction to the American slaves. Then fought Hario agents, lost a knight in combat, nearly got caught in the NATO invasion of Algana. That is the adventure I thought I was going to get, Oiloyat said. But no, I ended up in a prisoner for 6 months. Freed, but only to find that our war for glory became a joke. There is a silence as he collects his thoughts. When I joined the call to invade Earth, I thought I would have what you gained, but I didn't, and I am angry because of that. It is not fair. Hearing not fair pisses Pina off, but sets aside that emotion. Look, Oiloyat, since we were kids, you and I always wanted the same thing. I respect and understand how you feel, but we both were tricked into going to this war. Our hubris is what caused all this, Oiloyat. One way or another, the Empire is finished, Pina said. I hate to say this because I love the Empire. It is just my father and my brother have driven the Empire to the brink, and its current decadence keeps dragging the Empire down from any better advancement and progress. The Empire needs to install Caesar L. Tiberius principles about republicanism. We need to end the racial hierarchy in the Empire and stop extreme militarism. If there is a future for the Empire, then it must become like the NATO nations. We need industry. We need science and technology. And the truth is that the Empire will collapse when this war ends, regardless of who wins. To end the lingering and prolonged Second Dark Age and bring better prosperity to Falmart, we need the Americans. We need NATO here. Pina stands up. That is why I am helping them. I know you asked about territory being lost, but that is our fault. The only way to save what is left of the Empire is to end the war and build a new empire, a republic. Besides Oiloyat, Pina said, how many mages have died in this pointless war? Let alone how many Imperial sons have died. I just hope I can save as many as I can before it is too late, and if I can use Rondel to end the war. If we don't sacrifice now, then there's nothing to fight for. Oiloyat looks up. It sounds like you are punishing the Empire a bit. You were talking about sacrifice? We have to sacrifice our crown jewel city for their help? Correct, Pina said. My brother taught me the meaning of sacrificing now for a bigger cause, a bigger reasoning. That statement confused Oiloyat. Your brother? Zorzel is a low-life, and Diabo always played with his scrolls. Pina shook her head. No, I'm talking about my brother Chrysis. He put everything on the line for hope, for the opportunity to surrender, then to use that to force the Empire to end the war. I think 40,000 men died for his mission while you and I were playing politics and soul-searching. He was willing to sacrifice so much so there could be a future. This is what I have to do then. She then walks off, leaving Oiloyat to think about her words. V17, Chapter 202, Wedding Day. Sescafe Ballroom, Philadelphia, United States. Date, June 6th, 2026. The day has finally come. While this moment came far quicker than she expected, she is still happy that she was getting married. While the situation is not to her liking, she decided to put on what is best. You look lovely, Mom, Selena said, admiring her about-to-be new mother. Sarah's wedding dress is all white, shoulderless, with decorative flower patterns on the drapes alongside. White long-sleeve gloves and a bride crown. I know, right? I'm shocked that I was able to get this so quickly, she exclaims. For propaganda purposes, it should help push an expansion of the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the Interspecies Marriage Act. The White House wants to film the wedding and use it to help keep support for the war high. so show a human element to it so people do not lose investment. So, the government is willing to pay for it. On the surface, this sounds like the government doing something nice for everything the Rangers has done, especially Sharpe. However, Sarah understands the true motives behind all this. The United States has conquered much new territory with native residents, about 40% of the non-human. Showing your population that these new residents are Americanized helps with the war of moral calling. Also, this helps Americanize the new residents. Sarah knows the other nations are beginning their process of nationalizing natives. An agreement with the U.S. in terms of granting dual or multiple citizenships to the natives. Besides automatically having U.S. citizenship, Mute was given Czech citizenship during her trip there. And Ailey sold, the warrior bunny, will have British citizenship. Based on other reports, other nations have recruited other natives. It is only a matter of time the countries within NATO begin dividing up territory if they have not started already. Should you poof up your breasts? Selena asks, to look more attractive? Hearing that, Sarah glares at Selena. You spend way too much time with Rory and Alicia, but maybe a little wouldn't hurt. It is a special day after all. Selena giggled. How do I look? I look cute, don't I? She then spins around. Giggling, Sarah finds Selena's flower girl dress cute. After putting the finishing touches, Sarah puts on her Christian cross necklace over herself. Let me fix that bow of yours. As Sarah fixes Selena's bow, Selena looks up. Will I ever get married, Mom? Oh, Selena, you will one day, but don't feel the pressure, Sarah said. Just wait until you fall in love, sweetheart. The real problem is those she falls in love with must pass through Sharpe first. Rory teases. Sarah shakes her head, seeing Sharpe as the protective dad he is. She then looks into the mirror to see how she looks. For the wedding, she is wearing a shoulderless white wedding dress. Today is the day. How in Hardy's Pit do you people walk in these? Delilah asked, trying to walk in with high heels. If I knew I had to wear this, I would have said no. Human fashion is sometimes really annoying. Why can't we just use our warrior sandals? It's more comfortable. Tayo complains as she also struggles to walk alongside Delia as her maid of honor. It just makes you more beautiful, Sarah said. And consider yourself lucky. Hamilton and I have to deal with it for 9 months, not 5. Hamilton giggles. I like it. It looks good on you. It makes you more gentle and more ladylike than usual, especially toward your husband, to be a proper wife. Delilah laughs. Very funny. I might not be gentle or ladylike like you, but at least Sarah and I, including Rory here, know how to discipline our men if they fall out of line and be strong mothers to my children. Unlike you, who are often too soft and sissy to stop Andrew wasting his money on gambling. And you act like a servant to him, not a wife. Your attitude makes you not a strong role model to your child. She sarcastically mocks Hamilton. Hey, I am not soft or sissy, and Andrew does not treat me like servants. Your kind didn't even believe in marriage until a few weeks ago, too. Hamilton spat back. I just like to serve him as a loyal wife should. But he has been nice and loyal. She then plays with her thumbs. I don't like him gambling, though. I saw so many noblemen gamble their wealth away with my time with Princess Pina. I just don't want that to happen to Andrew. Calm down, ladies, Miet said. I know Delia is a little bit harsh, but I think you should listen to her about this, Hamilton. You need to be stricter with Andrew, since you cannot be his servant like with Pina. You are his wife, and a wife must always be there to correct a husband when they are being astray from the right paths. That is how a happy marriage is built from. Besides, you're going to be a mother just like them. You also should learn how to discipline your child. She is right. You really need to treat your husband differently than with me, Pina added on. Ignore Pina, Rory said. She knows nothing about men. Her flirting skills are below 0. Be careful about correcting, Sarah said. Men don't like to be controlled. This is what my mother told me about Hamilton. While men act like they don't want to listen, what we say has a big influence on their egos. As I tell Selena, what we need to do is make sure our men stay on the good side of masculinity, like now blowing all your money away over a game. Seeing Mute take control of the situation surprises Sarah, seeing how Mute crowd control training coming into effect, seeing Delia and Taiyul struggle. She and Yao walk over and help them. You look beautiful with your pregnant belly, Sarah states. Thank you, Sarah. Bailey states that I am much more attractive than usual after my bump starts showing. In the few months, You and Hamilton are going to be as sexy and glowing as me with your babies growing bigger, Delilah states as she puts her pregnant belly on Sarah's belly and touches it. So, we just walk down the carpet and persist. Hamilton asked, "Do we have to show our union in the consummation chamber?" It took a moment for Sarah to register that question. As she pictures the idea, she shakes her head. No, there is no way any of them would strip in public for some backward custom, especially that this is going to be viewed by the public on Earth. As Hamilton looks at Pina, Pina shrugs her shoulders in confusion. I have no idea, Hamilton. Seeing their confusion, Sarah realizes about their different customs. She wonders what is going on in Hamilton's head. What is a wedding like in Sad Era? For the nobility, there is this temple called the Temple of Evlia, where all the related family nobles meet. Both fathers come together and give their blessing to the union. Then there are the romantic oaths, and the husband takes his new wife to the consummation chamber of the temple. For 5 days, the newlyweds stay there and are served by people like me. This is meant to solidify their new union and to have the wife conceive a child, Hamilton explained in detail. Customs like that were typical in ancient times. Sarah remembers reading about some of them, like the French had this consummation in front of their family after a wedding. 5 days alone, being waited on, I wouldn't mind that. At least it is not public. Sarah also noticed how Hamilton explained the story. She excluded herself because her upbringing is from the servant class. If it were not for the Rose Knights joining NATO, Hamilton probably would have never fallen in love or be allowed to marry a man. She would have stayed limited to that one role for life. 5 days? That seems like a long time, Delilah said. It still blows me away how much fluff you humans put in things. Hamilton glares. At least you get to stay with Bailey. Andrew is leaving tomorrow. I always wondered what it would be like to have the 5-day ritual, even though I thought I never would get a chance because of my station. When nobles don't do the ritual, it usually is a sign that the marriage is doomed. Sarah hugs Hamilton. It is okay, Hamilton. We call it a honeymoon. I'm missing out too. 5 days of just love and sex sounds great, but that is war. But we can wait together. I wish I could do some fighting with Bailey as our honeymoon, Delilah complains. Frost walks in and addresses the 4 brides, telling them that they are about to begin. They all move up and see the main chamber. Most of the attendees are the president herself, some high-ranking officials, especially from the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs, military officials and personnel from Vanguard 7, 5, and 2, as well as Countess Mui herself. Surprisingly, Sordin and some of her council members from the Coven also attend. Some on both ends of the chamber are camera crews from the State Department and the Office of Public Liaison. The Office of Public Liaison laid out a script on how this wedding would go. First Hamilton, then Mute, Delilah is after, and Sarah is the last. Hamilton is meant to start the event safely because she is a human and because she is innocent. Then the 2 beast races now that the future viewers warmed up to the wedding. The final shows 2 respectable American soldiers. A public liaison official walks in and directs Hamilton to begin. Hamilton walks while holding her bok while wearing a hybrid wedding dress and classic noble robbing to head to the aisle. Gray appears in his rose order of knight armor. He leads Hamilton down the aisle. Up front is Pina, who is her maid of honor, and beefeater, Boses, panache Suissesse as her bridesmaids standing in hybrid dresses and nobility robbing. One of Sarah's female students leads the way, tossing out flowers. Up front, Andrew is standing there in his dress military uniform with Frost as his best man. Behind him are Young, Sharpe, and Randy. As part of military tradition, Alicia, Jerry, Scott is on the right side of the aisle, and Balalaika, Jalen, Nicolasha, Ginebra on the other side. They pull out their swords and hold them up. Gray and Hamilton walk through the sword ceremony, and Hamilton walks up to the podium. The persist begins giving his speech and makes both her and Andrew make their vows as husband and wife. After each of them saying their acceptance of each other in their life, Hamilton Uno Roar is declared Hamilton Uno Steel. Once done, he tells Andrew to kiss the bride. The public liaison official enters and points to Mute to get ready. Another American man appears, dressed in the Army dress uniform. Colonel Brian Stewart, head of the Alness Hill Military Police. 8 Alness military police hold out swords as they pass through. Up front is the Czech Republic soldier, First Sergeant Miloslav Sukanek, standing there in his Czech military dress uniform with his friend as his best man and Beluti as Mute's maid of honor. Behind him are many Alnus military police, other Czech soldiers, and other friends from Alnus. After the church priest gives a speech, the couple makes their marriage vow. He declares Mute Luna Sires to Mute Luna Suckanek. When given the order by the priests, Mute and Miloslav kiss, and everyone celebrates. Sarah cannot help but cry. While she knows Mute through Rory, she does not know Miloslav. However, she heard what happened to him and how they ended up as a couple three, and understands how important this is for him and his people. Everyone knows he was brainwashed by the enemy and broke through it because of love. With this war, it is easy to expect the major players to be in the headlines and making history. The US, UK, France, Italy, and Japan will determine the outcome of the war and will be remembered in the history books. However, this moment belongs to a small landlocked country in Central Europe. European history will remember the first marriage interspecies marriage will belong to the Czech Republic of Eastern Europe. The next is Delilah. 8 rangers from Vanguard, 5 hold up their swords as Delilah walks through the aisle. In front of them is one of the little bunnies tossing out flowers. Tayul, her maid of honor, and other bunnies like Mamina and Grin are up there with Sharpe, Bailey, and Yang. Bailey is standing there waiting for his wife and his twin's mother to embrace him with Adam as his best man. As Bailey and Delia make their vows together to be with each other for the rest of their life, the priest declares them husband and wife as they kiss passionately while at the same time touching the bumping belly of Delia that carries their twins. Then the moment finally came. The public liaison official directs Sarah and Selena where to stand. Colonel John Young walks up in his dress uniform. "Are you sure you don't want to call this off?" Young sarcastically asked. "Once you say I do, you're stuck with them." "I think I can handle it, sir," Sarah replied. "If he pisses me off, I can give him wrong directions into an enemy camp, then all my problems would be solved. Besides, I think it is more torture if I make him live and pay for this baby. Not to mention, I also have with me the lowly Grim Reaper that will always keep him in check all the time." Young chuckles. "Hey, that child and Rory are my insurance that Jackson will never retire from the army." Sarah found the joke humorous, making her giggle. The joke is that the father would rather be in combat rather than changing diapers. "Let's do this." Sarah watches Selena moves down the aisle, spreading flowers. Young takes Sarah's arm, and they walk down the aisle. Along the aisle are rangers and knights from all his commands. Up ahead, she sees the girls in beautiful dresses in a row. Tuke and Yao stand there in elvish clothing. Lelei in a cute blue dress and Rory, Sarah's maid of honor and godmother of their child, in an exotic gothic black dress. In front of them is Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Sharpe standing at the podium with Randy as his best man. He is in his dress uniform, all his medals and ribbons. Sarah finds him very handsome. "You look beautiful," Sharpe said. "Why, thank you," Sarah replied. Her eye picks up a flash from a camera from the government crew, annoyed by their presence. The priest looks to Sharpe. "Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Sharpe, do you take Captain Sarah Rose to be your wedded wife, to live together in marriage? Do you promise to love her, comfort her, to honor and keep her for better or worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness and health, and forsaking all others, be faithful only to her, for as long as you both shall live?" "I do." The priest then looks to Sarah. "Do you, Captain Sarah Rose, take Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Sharpe to be your husband, to cherish in friendship and love today, tomorrow, and for as long as the two of you live, to trust and honor him, to love him faithfully through the best and the worst, whatever may come, and if you should ever doubt, to remember your love for each other and the reason why you came together with him this day?" "I do." "Captain Sarah Rose, you are now Captain Sarah Sharpe," the priest said. "I pronounce you two husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride." A moment later, Sharpe wraps his arm around Sarah and pulls her in, giving her a deep and long kiss as everyone cheers. All the newlywed couples and their friends and family with the president then take a group picture together to commemorate the event. Sarah, Mute, Hamilton, and Delia then announce the tossing of the bouquets as single ladies of the wedding. Sarah's bouquet is caught by Mentiv, who flies to gain the upper hand from other ladies. Delilah's bouquet is caught by Persia. Mute's bouquet is caught by Maya, and Hamilton's bouquet is caught by Boses. As Persia, Mentiv, and Boses have the bouquet in their hands, They look at their lovers, Scott, Frost, and Charles, lovingly, knowing that someday they will walk down the aisle toward their future husbands. Banquet Hall, Sescafe Ballroom. As Sharpe and Sarah walk toward the banquet table, an old man in a military dress uniform walk up. She sees a chest full of medals and ribbons, a general rank with the SOCOM identification tag. That is when she realizes who he is, General Holland. "Hello, Lieutenant Colonel and Captain Sharpe. Congratulations on the wedding," Holland said. Sharpe quickly snapped to attention, followed by Sarah. She can feel the tension coming from Sharpe, scaring her a little. Not because she fears Holland, but because of his reputation. The scare on his left cheek, the dead cold gray eyes telling thousands of war stories at once. Just like Major Harper, Holland had a role in Sharpe's career path. "Thank you, sir," Sharpe said. Being addressed as Captain Sharpe caught her off guard. It is what she wanted to hear, just not used to it. "Remember what I have taught you, son?" Holland asked. "Self-control, always expect, always be prepared, and 1 in the head and 2 in the chest, sir," Sharpe states. Holland nods, standing there like a brick. "Good son. Always remember that. I am glad you finally learned serving the flag is more than a textbook history lesson, but has a personal state and value. Now, you can become a true warrior." He then looks directly at Sarah. "So, you are the one I was in communication with." For a moment, Sarah had no idea what he was talking about. Then she remembers when Sharpe was first transferred to Vanguard 7 that he was a wreck. She did her own private investigation to figure out why, and discovered a chain of emails from his old Delta and Green Berets buddies. She talked to a few of them, and that was how she realized Sharpe was a different man than what he was showing at the time. She was reassuring them that she watches over, and protects him. "I was emailing you?" Sarah states, shocked. I am sorry, sir. I was just dash dot." "Calm down, Captain," Holland said. "If I didn't want that conversation to happen, then it never would have happened. That was a bloody mess, and there was a lot of politics involved. We do not abandon our own, so I was thrilled to find someone I can rely on." Holland then looks at Sharpe. "This one is a keeper, son, in more ways than one. Don't screw it up." He then walks away. "What did the general mean by that saying?" Sarah asked. "It is simple. While everything he said has a military application, it is also related to me being a father and husband," Sharpe answered. "Having self-control, not letting my anger take control. Always expect, meaning don't let surprises appear. As a man, I need to be prepared about future challenges to my unit, or in this case, my family." "What about the last part?" Sarah asked. "That was odd. 1 in the head, 2 in the chest doesn't always mean with bullets," Sharpe explains. "Think smart, but you need heart and will. All plans come from the mind, however you need heart and will to carry out the mission. The same applies to marriage, I suppose." Sarah giggles. "I agree." She cannot believe she was talking to Sharpe's superior all this time, having no idea Holland was keeping an eye on Sharpe through her. Now, all she wants is to take her new husband to their condo and have him rip her clothes off before the Rondell mission. Just one night alone. However, the last thing Holland said is now bothering her. "Jackson," Sarah said. "What did Holland mean by this one as a keeper? Was he saying there were others?" She then gives a flirtish but serious look, teasing him. Sharpe takes a long drink, seeing everyone staring at him. His fucking sense of humor. As Holland leaves, the couple gets to the banquet table where all the other couples and their friends are there to have a fine wedding dinner celebrating their union. Let toast for the reunion of the couples that through many challenges, hardship, and even differences from their place of origins in the universe, social status, ideology, and even races come together to cherish each other for the rest of their life and grow a family. President Emily makes a toast as everyone raises their glasses of red wine to make a toast, except for Sarah, Delilah, and Hamilton with a glass of juice due to their pregnancy. Potts then looks to Sharpe. To Sharpe's left is Selena, and to the right is Lelei, holding onto his dress uniform or arm as they struggle with their cute high heels. "And I am glad you are not the jealous type of Captain Sharpe." Everyone chuckles at the joke. "So Delia and Bailey. Have you thought of the name of your twins yet?" Mui asks. "Of course, we will name our twins Donna and Dora," Bailey states as he touches Delia's belly. "What about you, Hamilton and Andrew?" Bailey asks. "We still do not know the baby's gender yet, so we still not think about that yet," Andrew states. "Well, I think if it is a boy, we can call him Andrew II, and if it's a girl, we can call her Pina," Hamilton states. Hearing that, Andrew facepalms. Hamilton, I said don't name your baby after me. You need to think something more unique and special to your child. Just wait until we know the gender and decide, Pina states. Yes, Princess, Hamilton said. I think naming a child after the father, mother, or someone special is lovely since it gives the child the scene of purpose to follow the footsteps of their parents. I already think of the name for my baby. If it is a boy, it is going to be Jackson Sharpe Jr. And if it is a girl, it should be Rory Sharpe, Rory cheerfully states. Not going to happen, Rory. I have one crazy older sister, and I don't want another 1-inch, Selena spatbacks. Sarah shakes her head. You are the godmother, Rory. Jackson, and I will pick the name. Besides, I don't think her can handle 2 Jackson Sharpes. She is right, Sharpe states, siding with Sarah. 1, Rory already gives me enough headache already. 2, Rory would make my head explode. I also want a child to be unique as an individual, so he or she should be named differently. Having 2 Sharpes is too boring, and having 2 Rorys is too crazy. You need to take into consideration the physical and mental health the Colonel must put off with you until now. Besides, we are the child's aunties, so we all have the stakes in naming the child. Lelei wittily add on, and both Tuke and Yao nod. I hate all of you. Rory childishly sulks as she drinks her wine. What about you, Miet and Miloslav? When are you two going to think about having kids? Mintiv asked. Well, we're thinking about it. Maybe in the next few months, I will think of laying my egg. However, right now we are thinking of finding a place to raise a family first, Miet states. Since there are going to be tons of real estate projects going on soon on Alnus and other NATO-controlled territories, I hope I can get an apartment or a nice house for us to stay due to the low price it's going to be, Miloslav states. Speaking of the devil, me and Delia and you too, Andrew and Hamilton. We all should be looking for a place for our growing families, Bailey states. I can give estates for you 2 couples in Italica if you like. You did serve me well all this year, Delia and Hamilton. You did try hard to fight to defend my city from the bandits, Mui generously offers. Thank you so much, Countess. My husband and I thank you for your generousness, Delilah smiles. I have not forgotten my time in Italica. Your father allowed me to stay there, free from becoming a slave. I have not forgotten. Thank you, Mui said. We are too, Hamilton states. Everyone, let's enjoy ourselves tonight because tomorrow we're going to be really busy, Sharpe orders. Sarah taps him to stop his commanding tone. Speaking of which, I would like to summarize our plans again with the Rondel mission, especially with you, Colonel, Lelei, Princess Pina, and Selena, Potts states. Don't forget about me, Madam President. A voice echoes near Sharpe and Sarah from a woman who suddenly appears with another woman, who is a gypsy behind Sharpe and Sarah without anyone noticing, which startled everyone. Potts takes an uncomfortable breath. And of course you too, Swordin. I did not forget our agreement. Holy Emroy, how did you get here without me noticing? I can even notice if a sniper is sniping at me from the far distance, but in your case, I cannot, Rory asks. Me too. I cannot even hear your footsteps or smell your stench, Delia states. Centuries and decades of hiding make us Earth mages very adept in the art of stealth, Swordin proudly states. Who is this? Tuke points at the gypsy woman with Swordin. The wedding gifts from the coven to the couples today. This is Mrs. Esmeralda Clorin, our expert in the art of clairvoyance, Swordin states. Oh, so is she going to give us some fortune prediction? Andrew exciting states. Yes, but first, we need to take care of the Rondel planning first, Swordin states as she and Esmeralda take a seat near Sharpe and Sarah. President Potts politely orders everyone that is not authorized to be in this conversation away, to have a serious conversation. Once alone, the president then summarizes the entire plan for the Rondel operation. There are 2 primary objectives for this mission. Sway the Rondel Magic Council while securing the backing of influential mages like Sage Cato and Mimosa to vote for seceding from the League and join NATO, and contacting the Edra's rebel leader to prepare for the planning of the future liberation of Edra's kingdom. There are also 3 secondary objectives. Dismantling the Adventurers Guild HQ, eliminating Oprichnina elements in the city, and taking down any Imperial Loyalist mages in the Rondel Magic Council and outside the councils if necessary. Besides Lelei and Pina, Swordin will also play an important role in persuading the council to join NATO by being NATO's mage representatives to establish the common ground between them as a whole. Are you sure you can protect Lelei and the rest of our group during the mission, Mrs. Sordin? Sarah asks. Of course I can. I have a trust to build, and Lelei is my protege. I will be damned if anything happens to her in the end, Sordin assures Sarah. She then looks at Lelei in her cute dress. So Lelei, how is your arcane training going? I expect you to do well with all my recent lessons from the email I sent you for my upcoming mission. Yes, teacher, Lelei replied. It has been hard adopting, but Fryen has been helping me. I think I can easily handle myself, even against modern enemies with guns. No, you are not, Sordin loudly states. Why not? She did very well against gun-wielding enemies before, and not to mention many threats in Uros, Rory points out. Oh, really? Sordin states. The chair Lelei is sitting on breaks down, causing Lelei to fall butt first on the ground. This causes Sharpe and Rory to try to get her up. Sordin crosses her arms, shaking her head. You might be able to handle some enemy armed with guns, but your encounter with the Chinese MSS agents back in the day still, one pale in comparison to the combat situations in modern warfare, plus the fact that the majority of combat situations you have been through so far are against primitive enemies. You need to learn a lot more before you even think of properly going against enemies in modern warfare. Your current magic is only primarily effective against the League backward enemies, but against any kinds of modern armies. You are mostly dead meat. Sordin is right, girls, Sharpe said. Because you created advanced spells, it is never enough. Always remember, the enemy has a vote too. You are only as good as yesterday, and someone somewhere will figure out a counter to your spells. A major war and quick covert operations are vastly different, and you caught them off guard. How did you break my chair? I didn't even see you moving your hands, Lelei asks as she gets up. Sordin then points at her feet. You can cast spells with your feet? Lelei shockingly asks as she tries to sit in a new chair. We can cast spells at any part of our bodies. You see, Lelei, ever since the advancement in technology, especially weaponry, as well as military tactics, our magic also needs to adapt to the trend to stand a chance against the ever-growing hostile elements with more and more advanced guns and means to dispatch their enemies. As a result, our magic must be improved to be as effective and swift as firearms and any other advanced armaments along with modern tactics. Esmeralda lectures. Okay, but you don't need to hurt her like that to get your point, Sarah scolds Sordin. She is my protege. I can do whatever I want to train her to prepare for the future. Besides, you let your daughter undergo painful martial art training to strengthen herself. So it is a fair game, Sordin states as she slips her wine. Only because Jackson allows it. Remember that, Sarah states. She understands the need to be strict and extreme in training. That was her experience at Ranger School. That is why she allows Alicia and Shino to train Selena in self-defense. However, she is hard redlined and will not be shy about it. I will allow it, but never cross the line, or I will send my husband after you. Sordin chuckles. She sees that she still needs to gain the trust of the Sharpe family, surprised by how loyal they are to Lelei. Understood. Anyway, let's come to my wedding gift for you newlywed couples. Esmeralda. She then waves over the other married couple, saying it is safe to come back. Esmeralda then summons a swarm of tarot cards from her sleeves, which hover in the air in front of everyone. All right. Before I begin, I want you all to know that the clairvoyance ability is not absolute since no one can see exactly how the future is going to be, whether it is magical or scientific. The clairvoyance we gypsies practiced, as well as other clairvoyance abilities used by other mages from different regions on Earth, can only see what the possible futures might be, and one action can lead to the butterfly effect that can completely change the outcome of the predictions, much like all the scientific predicting technique using maths. For this session, I will only predict near-future events, not far-future events, since the further the future, the more mana I need to consume, and I only have the reserve to use it on all 4 couples. Also, after depleting my mana reserve to do the clairvoyance today, I cannot use this ability for 4 weeks due to long mana recovering for using this spell. Now I want the brides and the grooms of each couple to hold my hands, so I can predict their fortune. Esmeralda states as the couple starting with Hamilton and Andrews start to hold her hands. Every time Esmeralda casts her spells, her eyes glow with mana energy, and when she is done, a tarot card will fly at her, giving her certain fortunes of the people she is predicting. All right, Esmeralda states. For the cute couple, Andrew and Hamilton, you have a good fortune that involves Steele and Hamilton to know the gender of their baby. I predict it will be a girl. For the couple Mute and Miloslav, you two will likely have a child sooner or later. Esmeralda then looks up at the others. However, for the other couples, I am afraid I sense an upcoming bad fortune. Go figure, Sharpe said. This is fun and all, but I don't believe in this stuff. You control your destiny. It is not set in stone. Sarah elbows him, warning him to be respectful. I am making predictions, not making absolutes, Esmeralda said. Delilah, being the first Terran Bunny marriage, your kind will be tested and brings great strain on your relationship and your husband. What is that even supposed to mean? Bailey asked, not happy. Delilah grabs his arm to calm him down. Esmeralda remains quiet, looking at Sharpe. You will have to make a harsh decision regarding a loved one. Their life will be in your hand. How far will you go? This is dumb, Rory said. We fight challenging opponents all the time. Calm down, Esmeralda said. I told you before the prediction is not 100% correct, and it might not even happen at all. As Sharpe said, personal decisions do have a factor. These tarot cards only show the fortune of the future, not the details of how the future might play out. The cards could make a moment time sound so big and important, and you might never even notice it. Even if I bring with me the crystal ball that can give me a glimpse into the future I see in the crystal ball might not even be correct at all, and I can only see small details of it without knowing the cause and effect of the prediction. I am a mage, not a god, so I can be wrong with my predictions. If it were perfect, the mages would dominate Earth, not you. Also, I made it clear that if mathematics cannot predict a clear future, then neither does my magic. Furthermore, mathematics always has a clearer percentage of correction in predicting future events, even though it is quite small, while clairvoyance magic fluctuates in the percentage of accuracy erratically. Therefore, the government and businesses rarely use magical forecasting services regularly due to uncertainty. However, some people will mostly prefer magic, since it is less complicated. Esmeralda added, Look, I know the prediction might be bad for you, Sharpe, Sarah, Bailey, and Delilah, but all of you have gone through a lot to define fate to become the people you are today. Men who boldly push the boundaries of life. Life always throws more back at you. So, instead of worrying, why not go through the potential challenges together? Sordin states, She's right. We have been through a lot without depending on fate, so all of us can get through it together. Sharpe encourages everyone, making them feel calm again. All right then, let's put all this aside and let's enjoy our lovely dinners for tonight. The dinners will be special for tonight, since it is going to be prepared by a special chef tonight. There he is. Potts orders. Hello, everyone. Dinners are served for our special guest tonight. A blonde British chef brings in the special dishes for the banquet. Whoa, never expected him to be the one who made our dinners. Scott amazes. The chef from the kitchen of hell himself, Lelei, excitingly states. As he put on the dishes on the table, Rory then looks at the dish and states, Oh, chef, where's my lamb sauce? Rory loudly asks. Oh my, she is savvier than I thought. The chef then hands Rory the sauce. I'm also your fan too. I never see someone so dedicated to cooking like you. Despite your cursing, Tuke states. Thank you. Cooking is an art, so I need to be strict about it to give the best dishes to customers. It is an honor for me to personally serve the people from another world today, including royalties and our magical denizen of Earth, the chief proudly states. Fort Minnick. Date, June 7th, 2026. In front of Sharpe is Sarah, standing there. Sucks I have to leave so soon. I knew this was coming. It comes with the job, Sarah replied. Once the war is over, we can catch up on lost time. Sharpe smirks. There's a lot we can catch up on. He then slaps her on the butt. I am on duty, and that is sexual harassment, Sarah states, blushing. Sharpe shrugs. Not the first, won't be the last. After getting a light slap from his new wife, Sharpe sees the giggling glow coming from her. Well, wish us luck, Captain Sharpe. Sarah enjoyed being called Captain Sharpe. That is not going to get confusing, and you broke your own rule. Isn't luck one of your curse words? Chuckling from that, Sharpe does not like to rely on luck. If you are relying on luck, that means you did not do enough in advance. The ones who win battles because they went in knowing they already won and prepared for everything. We have to go, Colonel, Randy said as he passed by. After shooting a glare at Randy, Sharpe looks at his new wife. He pulls her close and gives her a goodbye kiss on the cheek and the belly. Daddy needs to go now, Sharpe whispers to his unborn child. Sarah giggles. Never thought to hear those words from you. Sharpe then looks on his convoy. 4 joint light tactical vehicles and 1 M1131 fire support vehicle Striker for temporary support. Because the mission is going deep behind enemy lines, Colonel Kaysen determined it would be good if the unit had 1 IFV for protection, and the M1131 brings additional communications, targeting, and surveillance support. When the 8th Alnus Division was reactivated, the 1st Striker Brigade was formed to support the division operations. Colonel Jordan Harris, head of the brigade, assigned a Striker to Vanguard 7 for this important operation. Rangers, load up, and let's roll out. Everyone loads up into their vehicles. In front of Sharpe, he sees Selena standing there in her combat vest and books. He snaps his fingers. Remember our rules, Selena. You always stay close to one of the girls and sword in. Always wear protective gear and the rest. This isn't a vacation. I understand, sir. Selena salutes. She then gets in with Lelei. Sharpe gets into his seat. In the driver's seat is Andrew, looking nervous. He can tell that Andrew is still shocked that he is married positively. It is okay, son. You will get over the shock feeling. How do you know, sir? Andrew asked. Because the colonel is a pimp, Alicia said. Rory laughs in the back. After glaring at the 2 women down, he gets comfortable and looks at his BFT-3. I know this because if it doesn't go away, then this will be a long-ass mission. Now, next stop Valtris, and then Rondell. Lelei exactly states. Yes, Lelei, then Rondell, Sharpe states. The convoy then starts rolling on the road. V-17, Chapter 203 Valtris. A new defense industry has emerged over the past 4 months, with the need to resupply native allies with better and new equipment. Equipment like swords, armor, bows, and miniature crossbows. To save time, the military wants off-the-shelf options. 3 leading companies have emerged to meet this new demand. Sword Amerigo, a new subsidiary of Colt, and a new company called 10 Defense, a subsidiary of 10 Point, and an independent company, Whitney Armory. Each of these companies is covering critical manufacturing and development for these ancient weapons. What these companies bring to the table is taking these weapons and modernizing them with modern materials like lightweight composites and refined and high-quality steel. This allows native knights to have their knight armor, however, 3x lighter than what they currently wear. While no modern military uses swords and bows, many of the native allies do. There was a debate at Capitol Hill and the Pentagon on equipping M4A1 carbines and other infantry equipment. However, both decided that there was no time or resources to retrain our allies on modern weapons and tactics. When asked by Task and Purpose, the Pentagon said that based on their experience training the Afghanistan and Iraq Army and King Duran rejecting the Army's weapons package. After 20 years, the military said that teaching third world nations has been difficult. Training a classical-era military would be far more complex. It would push the already strained logistical network past its limits. King Duran said that he did not want to prioritize retraining his army on how to use firearms at this time. To do so, he would have to pull the bulk of his army and spend at least a year retraining them in a completely different weapon system, which is entirely foreign to them, and he sees that as unacceptable. He prefers to focus on modernization on logistics and support equipment like the current light transport competition and the light tactical aircraft competition, which an outcome is expected within the coming days to weeks. The Elba fiefdom won't have to pull as many soldiers from the front lines to be trained on these programs and boost capacity. After the war, Duran said he then would consider other modernization efforts. Many of the other city-states and the Kingdom of Algana expect to announce some modernization winners soon. While smaller equipment like radio vests, first aid, and other small-scale equipment for the Knights have been placed. Many of these cities are expected to name a winner of the Light Terrain Vehicle Competition, LTVC, in the next few days to weeks also. The goal of the LTVC is to provide logistics for each city for city security and military support. Most of these sales are going through the Foreign Military Sales, FMS, program to help fund sales to smaller economies on Falmart. Task and Purpose. Marketplace, Valtris, Alcatraz. Date, June 9th, 2026. How long are we going to be stuck here? Alicia complains. For the last time, we will be allowed to cross in 2 days, Andrew frustratedly replied. Yeah, Alicia replied. After a 2-day hard drive from Alness Hill, Vanguard 7 got stuck at Valtris behind a considerable backlog. The massive kilometer bridge was destroyed by moon elves and is currently being reconstructed. This has caused a gigantic logistical backlog, as alternative routes cannot keep up with demand. Now, Vanguard 7 is waiting for their turn to use the portable ferry bridge, as the improved ribbon bridge is strictly used for constant logistics to Ely's. At least we don't have to wait the 5 days, Ellison said. True, but it is still 2 full days. Right now, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe is addressing the issue to the man in charge, Army Engineer Colonel Aoife Carlson. Because of the backlog, on average, the wait is 5 to 8 days before being allowed to cross the Rose Stream into Ely's. Because of the importance of the mission, Vanguard 7 was able to bypass the traffic. Because of the wait, some of Vanguard 7 and the Rose Knight team wanted to go around the city for the first time. As the group moves around the marketplace, they see Valtris Knights, NATO soldiers everywhere. Civilians of multiple races walking around, acting like there never was a war to begin with. To Alicia's surprise, this city is nothing like Italica. People everywhere cramped, more of city life than a small-town America feeling. The last time she was here was when they passed to explore the Ely's forest. The city was half devastated by the assault, and they bypassed the city. Check this out, Frost said. Looking over, Alicia sees a large booth full of televisions in the heart of the marketplace. On the screens are lines of market goods, cost, price, bids, towns, and more. It reminded her of air flights at an airport, telling people when a plane is arriving and departing. There is a man from Starlink who is managing the station, explaining how the station works. They are all connected to the internet provided by SpaceX. The man calls them Internet Market Hubs, or IMH. Each IMH is connected to another IMH in other towns. A textile or farmer can come here and see where they can sell their goods without needing to travel there. It is just like that internet cafe we passed before, Panache points out. I am shocked SpaceX already got their Starlink satellites up and running, Frost said. How else would they get their internet? Andrew said, only way to get the internet is through a satellite in this primitive world. It is too expensive right now to go cable. Maybe in 2 or 3 decades, but right now, no. And don't forget it helps the military, Alicia adds. Let's face it, if it helps the military, then that's why they get priority installing their satellites. Capitalism at its best. Sophia crosses her arms and rolls her eyes, annoyed. Cool, now we're giving them our stuff. Why don't we just give them everything? Alicia ambushes Sophia and wraps her arm around her, annoying her. You need to get laid, Sophia. Get rid of that bitchy attitude. After Sophia shakes Alicia off, she and Frost head to a booth. Alicia looks over at Panache. Panache, you always seem educated. What is the story of this place? Why are all the building designs different compared to Sad Era and Italica? Simple, because Valtris is older than Sad Era and Italica, Panache said. It was built by the elves and dwarves because of its strategic position on the Rose Stream. Unlike most towns where the main economy is based on textile, blacksmithing, and agriculture, Valtris has had a large luxury manufacturing sector. Because of the stream, they were able to export their goods throughout the empire with ease. However, when you people invaded and the empire placed its embargo, it devastated the economy worse than any other town. As Panache explains the history of Valtris, Alicia looks around. While NATO took the city in May 2025, reconstruction has been slow. While some of the buildings have been rebuilt, many buildings still have holes in their roofs, a crater here and there, and collapsed buildings scattered throughout the city. The only thing that has been cleared is the streets from the rubble. To her surprise, the city has adapted well to their changing world. There are trade shops, merchant shops, lots of clothing stores, and a hardware store that's being sponsored by Home Depot selling essential earth goods like hammers, rulers, pencils, and other cheap handheld tools. She even saw what looked like a blacksmith that modernized his business with an affordable Mark-forged metal 3D printer to her shock. The more Alicia thought about it, the more it made sense. A cheap 3D printer can cost around $300. To these people, that is like getting a loan for a car. After that, all he must do is buy the batteries and material blocks and make cheap handcraft goods. While not an economist, she can see that technology becoming standard in a world like this. not needing large factories for their basic goods. Based on the educational videos she was required to watch relating to fantasy and classical era, she learned that most peasants were semi-self-employed. It makes sense as everyone had to make their own goods to survive, so a tool like that would help maintain that lifestyle, but more efficiently and giving them more options. All they had to do was sell their goods on the Internet Market Hub, then use wagons sponsored by UPS, DHL, and FedEx have their goods transport to the appropriate town. With the army protecting the highways, trade was never safer, so they're little risk. Jalen 2 Findro points to some of the wagons. Take a look. Are those your mercenaries? Looking over, Alicia sees 4 triple canopy private military contractors, PMC, and 2 employed adventurers that are working with the PMCs. She heard how PMCs are hiring adventurers for their knowledge of this world. Looks like it. Military doesn't want to babysit all this commerce. Looks like it is working out. They have heard that corporations are trying to get a foothold in the region. Because military priorities are first with the gate, many companies are making contractors or sponsoring businesses and contractors, all trying to gain some kind of foothold in the region. It is believed whoever becomes first in their market will become the dominant business. If that means a local store has a sign that says supplied by Home Depot and a wagon that says supported by UPS, so be it. I have to admit, these people are badasses, Alicia comments. What do you mean? Andrew asked. Alicia points to a few shops. Take a look, they all adopted quickly. And look how hard they're working. Thank God we are not fighting them. This is something I noticed about you people. You rarely have to fight for survival, Ellison said. I don't mean that as an insult. Trust me, that is an impressive feat, but you people as a society are living in a world with less risk of starvation, death coming around every corner, and void of the fear of being conquered. By the gods, a lot of your homeless and poorest of people are fat. Here, if you fail, you are going to starve and die. I know you people hate slavery, but some were not forced into the institution, Panache added. Many people volunteered just to seek food and shelter. I guess you could say it was our version of a safety net. Don't get me wrong, it has to go, but I am just saying if your policies don't work, then a lot of people will have no place to go. I understand that, Alicia said. All I can say is that we did it. If these people want it, they can have it. If they don't, then they are fucked. Part of being free is making your own life choices, the good and the bad. I guess we will see if all this was worth it. Looking around, Alicia notices they enter the clothing section of the market. She sees some ragged clothing, but she also sees some beautiful silk clothing. The selection is quite large with robes, tunic, toga slippers, stolas. Those are nice clothes. As you know, these robes are worn by the nobility because of their high quality, Panache said. But for everyday use, people wear tunics. People wear toga if they want to wear something nice that day. As Alicia looks, she hears Andrew commend on how colorful many of the clothing are. She admits she is impressed that ancient people are able to do fashion design so well. While not as good as Earth's fashion level of detail due to being done by hand, she is impressed. Some of you should get some when you get a chance. You should buy some, Panache said. I can easily help with picking out the best for you all. Why would we want to buy a toga? Alicia asked. Your world may have fancier clothing than ours, but our fashion still has a look of uniqueness of this world that your world does not have, Ellison said. Panache pulls off this colorful, with silver lace tunic. Like this one. I think a toga is too fancy for you, but this looks like a higher class tunic. The cloth is high quality and the designs are stitched perfectly. I think this brings out your eyes. It will make you look ladylike. I don't do the lady thing. The men in the group laugh, finding that funny. Jalen elbows Andrew. I knew she was not brave enough. All talk, no balls. As everyone pressures Alicia to get it and feeling challenged, she finally snaps and agrees to buy it. She walks into a changing booth and walks out. The Rangers and Knights look at her and laugh. Hey, you look so cute, Panache said. I don't do cute. Come on, it looks good on you, Andrew said. He walks over and grabs Alicia's uniform. I think you should walk around with it for the rest of the day. That is an order. I hate you all so much. Alicia sees Jalen smirking. And what are you looking at, big man? I still can beat you in arm wrestling. Only because it would be wrong for a nobleman like to let a lady lose, Jalen said in a cocky tone. Calm down. We all saw your teddy bear in your room, Alicia, Andrew said. He then goes to Panache looking for clothing tips for Hamilton. glad that Panache is leaving her alone now about clothing. She cannot but look at herself in the large fashion mirror. While she will never tell the men, she does like it exotically. She decides to buy it and get another for her sister. Use some of that war profiteering money she has collected. Get away, furball, and put a bra on. Hearing Sophia's annoying voice, Alicia looks over. She sees two women, a Nico and a human naked except for a cheap silk skirt. Both are dancing, flirting with Sophia and Frost. This is not the first time she has seen something like this today. Sex workers are all over the place. Most of the sex workers are slaves, paid slaves with working rights, but slaves nonetheless. Seeing this, Alicia marches over and gets in the face of both women. Hey, go somewhere else. The two whores look at each other and dash off annoyed. Be careful, Alicia, Panache said. Didn't you see that brand on their back? They belong to the Paramount crime family. They were a major crime organization in Akusho before the purge. It looks like they set up shop here and taking over the sex industry here. Never heard of them, Sophia asked, confused. How do you know about them? Panache crosses her arms. I grew up in Sadera, remember? My family was one of the most elite nobility in the empire. Trust me, we all knew about the crime lords. My late father. All of our fathers have done business with them. She then looks at a strip club with a neon sign. I do wonder why and how they got here. Rumor has it that the CIA made a pact with them since they have valuable connections, intel, and access to backdoor politics across Falmart, Alicia said. I overheard some Marines, too, that they had to save them while we saved the pro-peace nobles, as they are useful for the war efforts and future utilization. Fucking bastards. This is just like our government's collaboration with the Cosa Nostra during World War II to help root out Axis spies and enable a smooth offensive against fascist Italy, as some Italian crime bosses have critical intels about the locations for troop landing. Well, to be fair, the only reason your first attack on Sadera was a success was because they helped you find your slaves, prisoners within the city, Panache points out. You never would have found your people without them, so I guess it was returning the favor. As the group conversation is cut short as a truck drives by. Let's drop it, Andrew said. It is not our problem. Let's just go check out that theater center. Oh yeah, sure. Alicia remembers why they were going down this way, to go to the outdoor theater. The old Anthem Theater was destroyed when NATO attacked the city. However, a clever noble used most of his wealth and turned it into an outdoor movie theater. You guys go on ahead. I want to head back, Sophia said. What? Did the titties scare you? Frost asked. He then blocks a punch. Andrew breaks up the fight. Calm down, both of you. He then looks towards Sophia. The sergeant major doesn't want us to separate. This might be a friendly city, but there's still risks. Plus, we need to be ready to respond if we leave early. I know, Sarge, Sophia said. I just want to catch some air. All right, no fooling around, Andrew said. Let's go, everyone. Sophia leaves as everyone else begins leaving the market. Alicia glances at Andrew, finding it humorous that he is acting more like a leader than that nerd. As Sophia leaves, Alicia shakes her head. She then looks at Jalen, confused. What? You should try the lady thing more, Jalen said. It looks good on you. You don't have to be strong all the time. Alicia heard this before from her mother and other high school girls. If I'm not, who else would swing at the jerks? She couldn't help not notice Jalen comments. As they leave the market, Alicia looks back. She sees Sophia go into the Paramount Club besides having to go back to camp. Poor bastard. She really needs to figure this out and get over herself. The Puppet Bounce Club. As Sophia expects, the strip club is just like any other one she visited in Philadelphia. She went into them once while with friends, usually to do drugs. That was before her uncle whipped her into shape. While outside, the club is still having the old Valtris Elven design. However, it looks just like Earth's building on the inside. The only exception is all the natives and stone walls and pillars. 3 elves playing soothing music on a stage to the left. There are 3 main dance show floors, all full. The main one has a Nico dancing. The other 2 have a bunny and a female human. The club looks half full, primarily full of natives from the city. There are some NATO soldiers here, off duty and looking for a distraction from the war. Can I help you, miss? Hearing a soft female voice, Sophia looks over and sees a well-robed brown siren woman standing there. Excuse me? Forgive me, you looked confused. I am the receptionist here, the receptionist said. Hearing that confused Sophia. Receptionist? At a dump like this? The receptionist is offended by Sophia's remark. Excuse me, this is not some usual backside dump. We fully comply with all of the Feta regulations and are fully modernized by Earth standards. Everyone here is licensed at a proper age, and our slaves are paid. Slaves? Sophia asked, catching that last part. On paper, yes. I am required to disclose that, the receptionist said. I will say, you people like everything up front with your rules, but yes. Most of our employees are still considered slaves until the next 5 years when the abolishment is fully completed and recognized, so they can be fully paid workers. But still, they are paid and possess benefits because of how profitable our industry, housing, and basic comforts are provided for us. The Feta has stringent rules against enslavement, and we strive to be the gold standard for the Feta. I know that is a sensitive topic for you people. However, we are leading the way in abolishing it compared to other industries. Because of the flow of wealth, it is a relic at this point. Sophia blinks, trying to catch up. You prepared for that, didn't you? All that is bullshit. We are just here to serve the troops the best we can, the receptionist said, staying calm. We understand you came all this away from your homes, your families, stopping your lives to free us. If a little relaxation for the low lives, desperate guys, Sophia replied. If it was just guys, then why are you here? That question silenced Sophia, as she did not have an answer. She knows why she showed up here. Going on a mission with the Knights, besides blowing up Rondell into rubble, they are going there, risking their lives for a graduation, for a blue-hair alien girl. That is just this mission, recently going on a suicide mission to Sadera to save the people who ordered the attack on Philadelphia. The worst part is that there is this growing pain inside Sophia. For the past few weeks, she has been struggling with this pain, and she has no idea what it is. It is not medical, and the truth is she enjoyed her time at Mauritius 5. Her fellow Rangers and the Knights are lying in the sun bullshitting. Some strange emotions are going on, and I am looking for some distractions. Look, bird lady, I just want a distraction, Sophia said. A good lay, and I was told you might have some drugs to ease the tension. I want to forget everything I am feeling and feel good for once. The brown siren blinks and then smiles. Right this way. She was watching the siren receptionist go into the back rooms. After taking a deep, stressful breath, Sophia follows the siren. Going through the back hallway, she hears a noise coming from private rooms and booths. Just like up front, everything looks clear and high class. This human man walks up holding a tray. On it is this cup, paper, and this bag full of purple stuff inside it. The siren looks at her as she opens the door. This room is yours, and here you go. As the bag is handed to Sophia, she looks at it confused. What is it? It is like your cannabis drugs on Earth, the siren receptionist said. We got the idea to chop it up like this so you can smoke it. It is not poison or anything bad. We know you people are worried about after effects, and it is not wise to poison customers. You asked for a good time to distract you. Your eyes say you have some troubles you are trying to hide from. This shall help. As the siren walks away, Sophia looks at the purple drug. It seems like the paper is to roll the purple stuff up to smoke it. She then looks inside and sees a human male inside, sitting on the bed. Sophia walks in and locks the door. As the man speaks, she holds up her hand. I didn't give permission to speak native. Just do what I tell you. Count Palace. Sharpe is surprised by the wealth inside Valtra's palace. He has seen Mui Palace, and while it showed that she is a humble noble, this palace screams wealth and power. The decorative pools, the hanging plants, the marble pillars with gold around them, the works. Most importantly, the large 360-degree decks with a view of all the city. What a lovely place this is. It reminds me of the fabled Babylon Hanging Garden, Sordin comments, looking around. Yes, it is, Gorgon Hansen replied. Sharpe glances at the two tagalongs on his mission. Sordin, the leader of the Wiccan Cove, a Earth Mage institution. Because Vanguard 7 is going to Rondell, which is the heart of magic on Falmart, the brass thought it would be a good idea to bring their own mage. While Sordin deals with the magic front, as a U.S. diplomat, Gorgon Hansen will represent the U.S. while Pina represents the revolutionary forces to try convincing Rondell to switch sides. Or convince as many of them to leave Rondell to Alnus. This place is huge, Selena said, sitting on the stone railing on the edge of the desk. She has a clip-on her vest, keeping her attached to a Sharpe vest, just in case. Yes, it is Selena, Sharpe replied, as Vanguard 7 waited for their turn to use the ferry. Sharpe was hoping to cut through the line, however that goal has been fruitless so far. Inside the Count's throne room, he saw some signs from when the city was assaulted. While most of the damage within the palace has been fixed, he saw bullet holes and scars. Gallus Dun Gerardus, Count of Valtris, tells the story of British CS Captain Albert Nelson, who led the assault on this palace, taking the city. Gerardus himself surrendered to Albert after a tense battle. He is standing beside him, wearing a green with gold-laced robe, but outfitted with a fine Italian suit he bought from Earth. Tell me, Count Gerardus, what was it like staring down the barrels? Pina asked. Gerardus laughs. I want to say I was scared, but I was not. When your special forces came into my throne room and defeated our elite warriors, I was shocked more than scared. The general who was defending my city gave him, "I shall never surrender" speech. Then Captain Albert killed him easily. Gerardus laughs again. I was right here, the general was killed. Right then, everything became clear. That is when I told that British soldier, the general does not speak for me. Everyone in the room laughs. You always loved telling that story, my dear, Gerardus' wife said. That is what I call a diplomatic solution, Count, Hansen said. The nobles, servants, and the girls laugh. Sharpe sees Pina with a hesitant expression. Hansen seems to fit in well. From what he learned from Ambassador Wellington, it is your job to fit in. He understands it is not easy to hear insults against your people, regardless of the current political situation. He gives a reassuring pat on her shoulder. It sounds like you had an interesting experience, Hansen said. While I am new to this world, I heard many stories regarding Vanguard 7. I hope we are ready for whatever we will see in Rondell. Do not worry, sir. While I don't know what will face, my unit is prepared for anything, Sharpe said. After everything we've been through, I am not worried. Tuke laughs. Really? Anything? As she lays on the expensive, rich, ornamented couch, she waves over one of the background entertainment dancing girls over. She then makes out with the dancer with lots of passion. Once done, she looks over at Sharpe, giggling. Did you expect that, big boy? Sharpe stands there frustrated and angry. Lelei looks at Tuke confused. Rory and Yao are giggling. Even Selena is giggling. There are times he wonders if these girls will be the death of him by pushing his limits. I did not know you like girls, Yao said. I like both men and women, Tuke said as she eats a grape. Remember, my people are free-spirited, and I just wanted to tease Mr. I am ready for anything. While funny, you will never find me eating out, Rory said. I prefer the wrestling match. The feeling and roughness of the men dash dot. Rory, Sharpe yells. He then nods to Selena as his hands covering her ears, reminding her to shut the fuck up. He watches as Rory blows him off and laughs. The diplomat loses his collar. Well, this world is different. Sordin walks up. So, this is your team outside of combat. They totally own you. Sharpe glares at Sordin. Selena raises her hand. I have a question. If this is your throne room, then where is your chair? He threw it over the side, little one, Gerardus' wife Gotha said. True story, Gerardus said. Years ago, I got sick and tired of sitting on that damn thing, listening to everyone complain about their problems. I decided if I was going to listen to people whine about nothing, then I wanted to do it while walking around, enjoy my beautiful view, and so on. I feel like seeing the city helps bring context, and what is important. Sharpe looks back out and sees why Gerardus did that. It is an amazing sight. Even though the city is still in reconstruction, the city looks alive. Out in the distance, he sees the NATO military camps outside the city walls, military vehicles moving through the city, helicopters on patrol. Excluding the bridge area, most of the ridge is a long harbor. To his confusion, there are hundreds of wooden ships anchored at the harbor with only a few boats sailing with the Navy patrol boats. Why are there so few ships sailing? I was told this was a major trading port. Gerardus walks up, looking out into the harbor. Those ships have nowhere to trade, so they sit there. Are you telling me they've been sitting there for a year? Sharpe asked, shocked. Well, yes. What did you expect, Lieutenant Colonel? Gerardus said. We were a midway port. Our goods would go east, deep into Falmart. They would send goods down the Row Stream to us. Then we shipped it to Mudwan to be loaded onto galleons for sea travel. That is right, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe, Colonel Coulson said, standing by Sharpe. I learned a lot on my tour in this city. As long as the imperial embargo is in place, we have to prop up everyone's economy. Hopefully that will end in the near future. Colonel Aoife Carlson, U.S. Army engineer. When the Valtris Bridge was destroyed by an enemy covert ops team, he was assigned to build a new one as soon as possible. 3. While NATO can still fly and ferry troops across the Rose Stream and supply Elis, having a bridge is still the cheapest and most efficient method. Sharpe uses his digital binoculars to get a good view of the city. He sees the construction of the new bridge, almost complete, a kilometer-long bridge. It is impressive how quickly the bridge was built. Normally, an engineer a project like this would take years of planning and construction. However, this bridge is vital for the war effort, so no time for red tape. Seeing the backlog of military hardware and personnel, all waiting to go to Ely's region, Sharpe wonders if the Empire realizes how big of a victory that operation was. While you can count the Empire's real victories on one hand, it is usually because of overwhelming numbers or superior tactical position. All of those were setbacks. This hurted because the Ely's front has ground to a halt. How many people died when the bridge fell? The original causality count was 20, but we revised it to 26, Carlson replied. 2 tanks and a transport truck. We also found more missing guards the Moon Elves killed. He stops as he takes a deep breath. Honestly, we were lucky. If the bridge fell during the day, it would have been close to 100 who could have died. Plus, triple the military hardware would have been lost. After the bridge fell, the Empire launched a strike from the north, hoping to capitalize on the situation, Carlson said. The Italians did not let them get close, though. I wish I got to see cavalry charging into a line of IFVs. Is there any way we can skip ahead? Sharpe asked, not wanting to wait 2 days in line. Our mission is urgent. Look, Colonel, I just cannot squeeze you in. 2 days is the earliest, Carlson said. I know you have direct orders from the brass, but Major General Walter Garcia from 1st Armor and Colonel Harold Kurt from 1st Cav needs these supplies ASAP. We cannot overload the ribbon ferries. 2 days is the best I can do without breaking safety protocols. Rumor has it that Colonel Kurt came up with an idea how to defeat the League forces in one swoop in Elis. Major General Garcia from 1st Armored has been playing a cat and mouse with the enemy leader Legatus Fabius Aulus. Fabius has refused to fight NATO directly, which has frustrated Garcia. Whatever they are planning is being kept a tight lip. Only reason Sharpe knows that much is because of his Sockham connections. Hearing that, Sharpe looks to the ferry dock. 2 military ribbon ferries are filling the gap, carrying troops and supplies. These ferries are a flat surface, capable of moving tanks. We nearby had 2 accidents last month because of overloading them, Carlson continued. Another soldier almost drowned because of that. I know the bridge is important and we need to get these supplies over there ASAP, but not worth lives because of sloppiness. Seeing no point in pushing the matter, Sharpe decides to drop the topic. I understand, Colonel. Thank you for your help. In the meantime, you guys can stay at my palace, Gerardus said, all cheerful. Countess Mui Formal talks about your unit all the time. I wanted to meet your team for myself to see if she is full of air. Funny, she never mentions you, Sharpe sarcastically said. And besides, it wouldn't be appropriate. We need to be ready to leave ... As Sharpe spoke, he heard a loud breaking sound behind him. He turns around and sees Tuke laying on a richly ornamented couch with a large bowl of fruit splattered on the ground with the broken bowl. Tuke glances up with a "I am in trouble" look. Sorry. It is okay, this is life, Rory said. Looking at Rory, Sharpe sighs. Rory is laying on the same type of couch, bowls of fruit and candies around her. A servant massaging her feet and hands. She lets out a loud yawn as she stretches. I cannot remember the last time I was treated like this. Last week, Lelei said, sitting properly on a chair, and you went to the manicure the week before that. And the month before that, you went to a beauty salon for your hair. Shut up, you geek. Sharpe shakes his head as the girls all giggles, not approving how much the girls are being pampered. Girls, what did I say? To his shock, Rory, Tuke, and Yao ignore him, too busy enjoying being pampered. Please don't be mad, Gerardus joyfully said. This is a great honor to be serving Rory the Reaper. The truth is I should be holding a parade for her. No one is stopping you, Rory shouts. No parade, Rory. Sharpe orders, looking directly at her. Can I help you? Hearing Lelei's voice, Sharpe looks over. He notices a Valtris knight standing there. It looks like he is taking an interest in Lelei Orb's staff. Shrugging it off, Pina leans in. "Sir, that knight is acting funny." "He is just flirting with Lelei," Sharpe replied. "I will kill him later." "Not what I mean," Pina said. "We are getting the royal treatment. I know some older customs are being ignored, but no respectable knight would ever approach someone like that, especially if that person a woman. They would wait to be addressed before speaking and approaching." It took a moment for Pina's comment to register, but now that Sharpe is thinking about it, he has never seen a knight act socially without permission. He looks back at Lelei and sees Lelei lecturing about gravity, using a fruit as an example. That is when he sees something shiny in the knight's hand. In pure reaction, Sharpe pulls out his M1911 and aims at that knight. "Do not move," he loudly but calmly said. The room freezes as everyone looks at Sharpe, confused, scared. The other knights in the room pull out their swords. The colonel's 2 guards pull out their pistols. The nobles and servants freak out and back away. The colonel begins ordering him to lower his weapon, but none of that matters to Sharpe. He aims, seeing the fear in the knight's eyes. The knight blinks first and pulls out his knife and swings it at Lelei. With some reflex, Lelei uses the spell similar to Force Push from Star Wars to push the knight away. She backs away, getting off the couch. Seeing a clear opening, Sharpe fires 2 shots at the knight, killing him. The knight hits the floor as Lelei sits there shocked. The moment the knight hits the floor, the man inside the armor transforms into a Dar. Gyarados looks shocked. "What is that? A Dar? In my palace?" Lelei gets up and walks over by Sharpe's side, looking at the body, ready to cast another spell if needed. Rory standing fully up in warrior mode. 2 knights rush to the dead body, making sure it is dead. Rory standing fully up in warrior mod. 2 knights rush to the dead body, making sure it is dead. "Apparently so," Sharpe said. While one eye remains on the body, the other is on full alert. "This was an assassination attempt on Lelei," Rory said. "The situation is clear to Sharpe. Rory is right. This was a target assassination against Lelei. He just does not understand how the Empire knew she was up here. He did not plan to come up here. It is known that the Fermentarii Corps has a cell here. It is how they took out the bridge without us knowing," Coulson said. "I guess they saw their chance to take out your friend." "Damn. Looks like there are still some of their agents here. I thought we took all of them out a month ago." As the body is dragged away, Sharpe puts away his pistol and wraps his arm around Lelei. "Don't take it personal, Lelei. I didn't even see it coming," Lelei said. "If it was not for all those battles we were in training, I would be dead." As Lelei states that, the seriousness of this mission rings loud and clear. "Jesus Christ," Henson said, shocked by the situation. "You people really are fighting demons. The news doesn't do justice on what you are fighting." "You are right, Ambassador," Sordin said. "It is hard to fight an enemy you do not understand. I have seen many strange things in my life, but seeing a Dar in plain sight is fascinating." The body is then dragged away. Sharpe knew this was going to be a risky operation and that elements in Rondell hate Lelei for what she has accomplished. He did not expect an assassination attempt, especially within NATO territory. "Good job, Pina. Good eye," Sharpe said. "Sharpe, I will figure out a way to get you over the river sooner," Coulson said. "Earliest is 6 to 8 hours." "Thank you, Colonel," Sharpe said. Rose Stream, Etlia Valtris Ferry. Date: June 9th, 2026. At 22:43, Vanguard 7 was able to sneak onto the ferry. They all heard about the assassination attempt against Lelei. What began as a fun, relaxing afternoon turned into full alert. "Fuck, it is cold," Alicia mumbles as she walks between the M1083 trucks. She never realized cold the river emitted the air. The only way to get moved up is to split the unit up, squeezing on 3 ferry runs. While Sharpe hated splitting up the unit, he did not want to stay in Valtris for a second assassination attempt. After getting a breather, Alicia heads to the second JLTV on this ferry. She goes to the window, sneaking up on Sophia. "Wake up, we need to have a girl talk." She then looks at Chapman and warns him to get out, which he does. "What do you want?" Sophia asked. Even though it is dark, Alicia can see the bags under Sophia's eyes, the reddish eyes. "What were you doing at the club?" "Oh, for fuck's sakes. It is none of your business," Sophia said, adjusting her helmet. "Not like anyone gives a shit." You look like shit, and that is why I am here, Alicia said. The sergeant major came up to me asking me questions about you. He knows you were high. Your eyes give it away. That scared Sophia, and she should be. This is not the 1960s and 70s, which will not be tolerated. Look, just say what is going on, okay? Alicia said. Sophia leans into Alicia. What do you want from me? I am here. I do my job. My job is to kill these bastards. We were going to be here for 2 days, so I wanted to fuck. It was your idea. Alicia glares at her, realizing her role in this mess. I was fucking joking. Besides, I was hoping it would loosen you up because you keep acting like a bitch and we are all sick of it. And I am sick of your guys' attitude, Sophia said. You guys keep asking me to forgive this world for destroying my home. When this war ends, you all go home and go live your lives, but for me, I have nothing. I'm not the one who is fucking the XO, the others knocking up the natives and making families. Or having a family to go home to. She then takes a painful breath, forcing herself not to cry. You all have a happy ending coming, but I won't. So, just leave me the fuck alone. The truth is, Alicia had no idea how to respond. The wedding was a nice moment, representing a future. But what about the people who don't see one like Sophia? You can go around and fuck what you want, but the next time you take drugs, I will report you. Alicia then walks away. Sophia watches Specialist Alicia Moore head back to the command vehicle. Fucking bitch. She just doesn't understand. She leans back in her seat, crying a bit. All she wanted was to lose some stress and relax. She wanted to get rid of this growing emotion deep inside and forget about her losses. Maybe find something enjoyable for once. However, Sophia regrets taking the cannabis. She got what she wanted, forgetting everything, and felt good. But afterward, she only felt worse. The only thing Sophia knows is that she feels lost. When she got into the Rangers, she knew what she wanted, revenge. While she still wants payback, the word does not sound right anymore. Then there is a bang on her door. Sophia leans through the window and looks down. To her surprise, it is the little princess brat who somehow is always in trouble. What do you want? Can you go annoy someone else? In just a minute, Selena said. I overheard you and Alicia arguing. Hearing that, Sophia takes an annoying breath. Just go before an elf tries to kill you. In pure reaction, Selena looks around. Looks safe right now. She then reaches into her purse and holds it up. This is for you. In Selena's hand is a small box with a cute bow on it. The box has little ducks around it. Sophia grabs the box, looking at it. I don't get it. When I was shot by the Wood Elves, you came to the hospital and gave me a present. An angel figurine 6, Selena said. I wanted to wait for your day of birth. Confused, Sophia sets down the gift. Why? Because I know how you feel, Selena said. Everyone I knew and loved died, but then I got a new family. New friends. New sisters. She then grabs her Polaris necklace and holds it tight. I still miss my old mommy and my baby brother. He used to chase me around the palace and was a dear friend, she said, upset but the memory of her dead family. Selena, Yao yells. Where are you? Over here, Yao, Selena replied. Yao walks over. You know better than to walk around alone. She reaches her hand out. Come on. We are getting close, and you should get some sleep. You start to become her nanny, Sophia teases. I am her nanny and big sister. I cannot be the colonel's wife and bear his child, so the only way for me to repay him is to become the nanny for Selena here and his unborn child. Yao replies as she takes Selena's hand and leaves. Shortly after, Sharpe and Sarah announced their marriage in Maltris, and Sarah agreed to have Rory to be the baby godmother. Yao did make a private conversation with Sharpe and Sarah only to avoid Rory's fury about wanting to be his second wife and giving him children. As expected, Sharpe and Sarah denied her request, but Sharpe made a deal with her, so she is able to repay her gratitude to him by becoming Selena and his unborn child's nanny, judging how she is proficient with handling children. She then accepted his proposal and looked after Selena ever since. Once alone, Sophia shakes her head. What a strange and crazy girl. Seeing the small duck box, she opens it and finds a bracelet with the note said. This is a bracelet of soothing soul given to Selena by Doldo at her request as the strong devotee of Miritha to give it to Sophia. This charm soothes the emotional pain of a woman. How this trinket gonna soothe my pain? Sophia scoffs, but she tries it on herself. All right, Lelei, Since you are a target of assassination, even when in NATO-controlled territories, your chance of getting killed is about as high as 80 to 90% in Rondel, the maw of the enemy. Therefore, I will now teach you several spells that will help you protect yourself against assassins since your comrades are never enough to protect you. Swordin lectures. Swordin moves her index figure around as she explains. These spells I am going to show are combinations of combat and practical spells that will be helpful to protect you against assassination attempts. First types of spells will be sensory enhancement spells. These spells temporarily enhance your senses to inhuman levels, but they will drain your mana over time. The second type of spell is dodging spells, which enables you to flexibly dodge enemy attacks with minimal mana spending without the need of raising your shield. The third type of spells are aggressive defense spells. Usually these spells are used in combat for both protecting the caster and at the same time harming or disrupting the attacker. Thus, it's also useful against assassination attempts. Swordin add-on. The sensory enhancement spell I am about to show you is Harming Detection. This spell allows you to sense the hidden killing or harming intent of an individual, which enables you to prepare for an attack. To conjure the spell, you must concentrate a huge mana level in your eyes and concentrate your thought of someone might try to harm you. Swordin eyes glow with mana energy. Lelei then mimic her teacher and glows her eyes with mana energy. Now I will attempt to smack you in the head, and you will see the effect of the spells. Swordin comes at her and tries to put a knuckle sandwich on Lelei's head. I sense an unpleasant aura from you, Lelei states. Good. You are sensing my intention to harm you, Swordin states. Over time, this spell will become more natural for you, so you won't have to put this much focus on it. Right now, we are just doing the basics. Now for the dodging spells, the spell I'm going to show is straightforward and is called Ground Dash. You concentrate your mana into your feet to create a mana field and tap your feet into the ground to quickly dash from an attack. Tuke, I want you to try to punch me, Swordin states. Tuke tries to punch Swordin, but she quickly dashes backward 2 feet away to dodge the punch with lightning speed while never moving her feet to jump or run backward. Whoa, such speed. Never seen someone dodge that fast before, Rory praises. Now for the aggressive defense spell, it will be the Elemental Barriers. Unlike the normal magic barriers mages use to protect themselves from attacks, the elemental barriers can serve as both offense and defense by adding elements in nature into the mix. Rory can use this penknife and tries to stab me in the arm. I will be fine, Swordin asks. Okay, since you asked politely. Rory takes the knife and tries to stab Swordin in her arms, but she is mildly shocked by an invisible lightning barrier before she can reach Swordin arms. That amazing teacher. Magic barriers that can both defense and harm the enemy, Lelei enthusiastically states. Now start practicing harming detection first. Rory and Tuke try to make a draw of who will hit her in secret so she can practice detecting the attackers, Swordin states. I'm gonna smack you, good nerd, Rory evilly states. In your dream, you subatomic lowly, Lelei spat backs. You gonna regret that, Rory childishly roars. Girls, please be serious. This is not a time for childish squabbling. After practicing 3 basic spells, Lelei still has to learn the more advanced spells. Swordin reminds them as the practice starts while the ferry is still ferrying the group to the shore on the other side. V17. Chapter 204 Combat Outpost Romshaw. I'd like to dedicate this chapter to the soldiers who fought in the Battle of Kamdesh, Battle of Wannet, and others like it. You are brave SOBs. I wanted to write this chapter as an effort to bring awareness to forgotten battles, to show the bravery and sacrifices our troops made. There are many battles throughout history that have been forgotten in the pages of history, stories people never get to hear or see. The United States Congress has formally created the territory of Alcatraz, a combination of the names Alnus, Italica, and Valtris into one name. The next stage is for the treaty to be sent to each of the proposed city-state for ratification. The city-states targeted for territorial unification are Italica, Valtris, Atler, Mauritius, Lorsis, Niketai, Days Ferry, Kipliton, Seacorn Town, DBs. Alnus Hill has a opt-in clause within the treaty. If these cities merge into one territory, the population is about 5.5 million. The largest city being Valtris, with 120,000. Italica with 42,000 people, Niketai with 18,000, Kiplington with 21,000 people. While not part of the proposed territory, Alness Hill has reached the 15,000 mark, not including the 85,000 military personnel, and is expected to reach 23,000 mark by the end of the war. Congress did not initially back the proposal to unify the region as their focus was on the war. Countess Mui del Formal has been the originator and most prominent supporter. She proposed the idea to the State Department, and since then, they have operated in a supportive role. During her second visit 3 weeks ago, she made a strong statement for unification, stating it is vital for the future of the region's economy and security, stating that they want to fully separate themselves from the past and embrace the future of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Countess Mui has stated that the city-states need to unite to maintain economic supremacy and influence. Otherwise, they will be sidelined by future powers and competition. That Cooperation Corporation will continue the region's prosperity. Currently, the regional economy is going through a wartime boom. Early in the war, all these cities' economies were pushed to the brink of collapse. The imperial embargo cut all imports and exports in the hopes of devastating the economies of cities under NATO control, hampering the war effort. While the regional economy is still less than it was before the war, with the growing amount of NATO troops flooring the region, the demand for food and other goods replaced the need to export, plus much-needed infrastructure investment. It is recovering quickly. Mui has stated that the current wartime boom will not last forever, and the counts and countess must prepare for the future. She believes connecting the proposed Alcatraz territory to the United States economy and, by extension, the Earth economy will position the region to become the region's economic hub. References to this economic hub are the current economic competitions like manufacturing plants like aerospace, internet providers, and farming goods. Air travel will become a new industry in the region once the current airliner competition finishes. One key issue with the proposed territory is the topic of slavery. The Falmart Economic Trade Agreement, FETA, states that all counts and dukes who sign the treaty must dissolve slavery as an institution within 5 years of signing. The treaty sets up a straightforward incentive program to help weed the local economy off the institution, like paying slaves for access to the military and earth market. At this point, only Italica, Mauritius, and Days Ferry have entirely abolished slavery. While Valtris has little need for slaves because of its demand for skilled labor, it is still phasing out the institution. Most of the other towns are still in the early phases of ending the institution as they need time to adapt. According to the United States Constitution, slavery is abolished. Any city-state that signs the treaty would be required to abolish the institution if fully annexed. That is why there is a clause in the treaty to bar Alness Hill from fully joining the territory, allowing the federal government to treat Alcatraz as an occupied territory rather than a commonwealth like Puerto Rico and Guam before statehood. This should give the region enough time to fulfill its obligations. The clause states that after 50% of the city-states abolish the institution, Alness will be allowed to join the territory, allowing the domain to become a federal territory. After that, then the topic of statehood could be brought up if the territory chooses. Assuming the treaty is signed by at least 1/3 of the proposed towns, Congress decided to make General Charles Stanford the territory's military governor. The purpose of this is to help ease up logistics for the war effort. Once the war is over, the military government will be reconsidered by the U.S. Senate. Questions have been raised regarding the border towns north of Algona Kingdom, Verret, Jaimail, Amasi, and then the Milud Valley. An Imperial LB insurgency is happening around Jaimail, and Milud Valley is still hotly contested. A recent study believes the combined population of Falmart is around 350 million between the common, beast, and darkling races. However, no one knows the percentages between the three groups. The Empire, being the largest nation on Falmart, represents around 210 million subjects. However, only around 110 million of them are actual citizens or high enough in the complex imperial hierarchy. Alness Liberty News. Forward Operating Base Kalsu, Dumas Mountains. Date: May 26, 2026. With the sound of artillery and helicopters in the distance. The only thing that is louder is the heavy rain. Colonel Anderson of the 101st Airborne looks at a large table. On it is the layout of his area of operation of the Dumas Mountains. While there are two task forces constructing highways so NATO can strike Sadera and the eastern half of the Empire by ground. The one Anderson is operating from is FOB Calsa-1. The British COP Lima was struck last night. There are reported 3 wounded, Major Baker said, pointing to a mountain. Once our RRF reached them, the Imperialists fled. That is the 4th attack this month, but good. Our RRFs need to be on the spot, Anderson replied. If we are late, then a cop could be overrun. That is when he sees a strange look from Baker, like something is bothering him. He zooms in COP Lima and gets the data. Talk to me. I don't like how the Empire fled, Baker said. They normally would continue the fight, but they just fled when our relief force arrived. I think they were testing our response time, sir. That point is bothering Anderson because he agrees with Baker. It is a possibility that the enemy soldiers just got scared. Staring down at an Apache attack helicopter can do that. But this has not been the only attack like this in recent weeks. Just like Afghanistan, I hate this defensive bullshit, Lopez comments. What Lopez is talking about is the clear, hold-build strategy during the Afghan War in 2008 to 2010. The other officers did not fight in Afghanistan or Iraq, while Lieutenant Colonel Lopez and Colonel Anderson did. Both were part of those operations or heard soldier stories about being surrounded by the Taliban deep behind enemy territory. Great idea on paper, horrible execution. Like Baker, Lieutenant Colonel Lopez, and others around the table, Anderson is wearing a military version of the Microsoft HoloLens goggles. While there is a rough physical layout of the sector on the map, the virtual reality goggles add unit locations, suspected enemy positions, recent battles, logistical lines, highway, forward operating bases, FOB, and combat outposts, COP. Everything a commander needs. He is taking the Blue Force Tracker idea from a laptop to a goggle. Anderson looks carefully at the map as his command staff feeds him new information. It was only a matter of time before the Imperialists figured out our strategy. Lopez points to a hillside 11 kilometers away from the latest construction site. We need to clear out this area before the engineers reach it. The current strategy is twofold. FOBs, a battalion to brigade strength base covering a field of operation. The soldiers at FOBs are supposed to be the response and aggressive part of their plan, deploying in force and bringing the fight to the Empire. The cops are scattered along the planned highway route. Their job is to prevent the Empire from attacking the Army engineers. No one wants to be in a fixed position, waiting for the enemy to come to you. However, protecting the engineers is critical. Each of these cops is manned by a platoon with additional advisors and support personnel, averaging 80 to 100 soldiers. The VR displaces the recent League attacks against the outposts, usually light attacks, testing the defensives of these outposts. Anderson sees all the cops. His FOB is also responsible for supporting COP Alpine, Mani, Romsha, and 9 others. 5 of these cops are manned by the 10th Mountain, 2 by the 101st, 1 by the British, and the last by the Spanish. The Brazilians and Italica have squads at each COP to act as advisors. What Anderson found frustrating is how much resources and effort all this is taking against a simple enemy. If this were on Earth, the war would be vastly different. Sadera would have been taken, or at least this highway would be completed by now. He wonders if the Western Front felt like this during World War I. So much effort with small gains. Major, keep your RRF sharp. I want a platoon and Apache ready to respond at all times, Anderson said. We are not going to leave these outposts alone to fend for themselves. Lopez points to a mountain range 8 kilometers northeast from FOB Calsa's position. Colonel, I propose your 2nd Battalion with a platoon from the Polish 25th Air Cavalry should hit this position here. Based on our Space Force ground-penetrating radar covering our sector, we detected a gathering of a dwarf town here. League troops are gathering there. Good, Anderson said. Let's keep these bastards as far away as possible. Combat Outpost, COP, Romsha, Highway Eugene Raybould, Dumas Mountains. Date, June 8, 2026. After a yawn, Sergeant First Class Gordon Flores takes a drink from the military energy drink, RIP it. He is looking out at the valley. It is nighttime. His watch states that it is 0128. In the valley, all the soldiers see what they are protecting, the construction of Highway Eugene Raybould. They all can see the construction lights and equipment. Eugene Raybould, the lieutenant general who led the largest engineer project in American history during World War II. He was the chief of engineers who organized the war effort. The engineers who are building this highway through the Dumas Mountains thought it would be appropriate to name the highway after one of their greats, to motivate them while they undertake this great task. They know the key to victory is completing this highway and need to keep that objective in sight. I have to admit, this is an impressive view, Sergeant Julio Pinheiro said. You say that now. Wait until the bastard appears, Sergeant Joseph Collins said. In the distance, they all hear this loud, screeching sound. Up ahead, they see this figure moving through the bushes. That goddamn bastard still screeching? Sergeant Joseph Collins said as he marched over. Cannot sleep too? Flores asked. Fuck no, Collins replied. What is that thing making that noise? Pinheiro asked. Flores looks to the Brazilian sergeant. His squad and a team of Ticaret Knights are assigned to this cop to beef up the defenses. It is a four-legged beast that is the size of a grizzly bear. Its tongue and shoot out, and on its tip is a poison spike that paralyzes its victims. Then you are eaten alive. The damn bastards have this light armor shell around their body, like a turtle making it a bitch to kill. One guy said it took an M320 to kill it. They call the beast lizard bear. Holy shit, Pinheiro said. After another screech, Flores grabs his radio. Screw this. Get the M107 and kill that bastard. Hold on there. You don't need to kill them. They keep the giant spiders from infesting these lands. Flores watches this Italic knight walk up. Horton L. Gordon, a rare mixed-race human, and a male Nico were assigned to his cop to help, being Italica to assist in the war. Unlike NATO, they know these lands and have been a great assist. He admits, though, it is strange seeing a hybrid human and Nico. Cat beast men or Nikos are some of the weaker races from Flores' experience, not natural fighters, unless they are trained to use their feline abilities, mainly their natural agility, speed, and flexibility, to properly fight. Turns out Nikos makes capable assassins much like the bunnies using their agility and climbing prowess. But their most prized ability is the ability squeeze through tight spaces just like actual cats, enabling them to effectively bypass many kind of obstacles and hide in impossible places. This ability also helped them stealthily kill enemies in close range. This is the first time he has seen one soldier, being shocked that one is strong enough to carry that heavy knight armor. He assumes it must be his human traits. Now that he thinks about it, this is the first time he has seen any male Nico of any kind before. He understands that El Gordon was once a slave in Italica, but was freed after Countess Mui del Formal seceded from the Empire and joined NATO. When Mui opened the knighthood to non-humans to help boost its ranks, El Gordon took the opportunity and became one of Italica's first non-human knights. While dangerous, they are harmless if you employ the right defenses, El Gordon said, walking over to the orange flowers on the cop walls. These flowers spread a smell that drives the hopics away. As long as you keep these flowers around your base and on you when on patrol, you should be safe. Collins laughs, just like in a Zootopia movie. My daughter made me watch it a dozen times. Now it makes sense to Flores on what the captain wanted them to collect flowers last week and not hunting the Legion. He assumed the lieutenant was just keeping them busy. Who knew something so simple could be so useful? Pinheiro said. What a strange world this is. Suddenly they all look out, hearing explosions in the distance. Flores knows what everyone is thinking. The 10th Mountain has earned dozens of stories during its time in Afghanistan and Iraq, being deployed more often than any other division over the past 30 years. The first conventional unit into Afghanistan was from the 1st Brigade. Units from the division deployed in the hottest spots and endured the most intense engagements against the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Right now, this COP operation reminds Flores of his superior stories from the Afghanistan War. At the same time, most remember the war as coalitional forces moving in, dropping bombs on the enemy, winning battle after battle. How could an inferior enemy resist the modern war machine? However, every old-timer knows even an inferior enemy could bite back, like the U.S. defeat in Operation Red Wing, the British struggle at Siege of Sanjin, the U.S.-Australia defeat in the Battle of Kaz Orizgan, and more. While they were the exception, they still happened. With the clear, hold, build strategy, it reminds Flores of stories about Operation Mountain Lion, where coalitional forces deployed in platoon-size outposts all over the Afghan-Pakistan border. The idea was like what is being deployed here in the Dumas Mountains. stop the flow of enemy movement, and protect key locations, like the construction of Highway Eugene Raybould. The strategy was later abandoned because many of these cops in Afghanistan, where many of these cops were almost overrun by the Taliban, became common. Examples are the Battle of Wanat and the most famous and bloodiest Battle of Kamdesh, where the Taliban almost took the outpost if it was not for the brave and experienced 10th Mountain Warriors and last-minute close air support, allowing for the soldiers to evacuate. That is the second attack this week, Collins said, commenting on the intense sounds of battle. Just keeping us honest, Pinheiro said. We are in a decent position. If the Empire wants to attack, we will be able to put up a fight. It is night. I don't expect anything, Collins said. Maybe a probe, but that's it. Do not rely on your night-seeing goggles, O'Gordon said. He then looks out at the valley. You must remember you are not fighting in your world. While humans rule the Empire, there is a reason they employ other races and are willing to fight for the Empire. Elves can move around stealthily. Bats can see in the dark. Orcs with their strength. Voralden for their smell and hearing. Furthermore, your guns can run out of bullets and are not designed specifically to fight enemies who excel in close combat. I can see that your bayonets are just small knives attached to your guns. Even if they are, Collins, go around and make sure our sentries are on their caffeine pills, Flores said. The last thing we need is an ambush. The brass made it mandatory for guards to be on caffeine pills and have a set of adrenaline shots ready. There have been stories of soldiers falling asleep on guard or patrol randomly. At first, the brass thought this was a lack of indiscipline. However, Tuke Marso and many high elves showed NATO that elves have sleeping magic much like human mages. After tests, it was discovered that these pills have a 40% effectiveness in keeping a soldier awake through one of these sleeping spells. For Flores, all he cares about is that 40% is better than 0%. I will go with, O'Gordon said. As the two leaves, Flores and Pinheiro head to the platoon command post, CP. Most of the COP is asleep, except for the dozen sentries on duty. Going to be honest, glad you guys are here. Don't be thanking us. You guys are the ones who have been fighting, Pinheiro said. My unit was deployed in Rio de Janeiro, fighting drug lords. I see. So you are here for the adventure, Flores said sarcastically. Not at all. I signed up for the food, Pinheiro said. But my people do expect NATO membership after this war. As an emerging Western power, Brazil, shredding its socialist past to be an active player in the world. The war created an opportunity to prove that, just like what happened during World War II. Flores gets to the CP door. Hey, fuck politics. End of the day, the only thing that matters is your helmet and pulling that trigger before they're on top of you. Inside the CP, he sees the platoon command staff. The night shift, so the computers are manned at 50%. However, First Lieutenant Diego Gisbert is up, paying close attention to the main screen. Hey Dick, hey Lieutenant, Flores said. Without looking, the lieutenant asked, I want the perimeter checked. I already sent Collins and that Nico Knight to go check the lines. Flores can see the lieutenant taking the attack on that cop seriously. What COP is being attacked? The Spanish COP, 11 kilometers away, Gisbert said. Strangely, they are reporting that the League is not assaulting their COP. They are just laying siege to it, aggressively, but they seem not to care about our air power. I don't know. Just besieging a base is worthless. Flores sees the intense battle on the screen. Spanish soldiers are engaging from their bunkers. Arrows and magical blast hitting the fortifications. To the left of the screen, it states artillery support fire from FOB Kalsu. As Flores looks at the screen, he looks at the NETT warrior feeds. One of the feeds seems off. What is going on with CM3? CM3 is displayed on the main screen, the feed from PFC Tucker. The camera is looking down at the soldier's boot. He is asleep. He grabs his radio to tell Collins to beat the shit out of Tucker. Pinheiro stops Flores and points. Look there. Isn't that a footprint? Looking closer, Flores sees what looks like a footprint. Mud on the Hesco Bastion fortification. What is bothering him is that the mud print does not look standard issue army boot. Bring up the base camera's thermal vision. Do it, Gisbert orders. On the main screen, the 6 camera screens appear in thermal vision. Nothing appears until he sees too little heat by a tree base. It is just a small heat signature, a soldier said. The computer identifies it as a small animal. There is an intense silence in the room. Didn't the Empire use heat-absorbing hides and eels? What were they called? Hogus. Correct, sir, Flores said. Hogus boars are native cattle on Falmart. What makes them truly alien is that their hides can absorb body heat somehow. Biologists believe this is a defensive mechanism against dragons and wyverns. Because flying beasts have heat vision, it is harder for them to find these boars. That is when Flores sees something move over the fortification where Tucker is. Barely any heat signature. We are under attack. He is about to go, but is stopped. As Flores points that out, they hear weapons fire by the main gate. 3 soldiers' NW cameras show them engaging an unknown enemy within the fortifications. Pinheiro points to the main gate. What the fuck is that? Flores looks same as everyone else sees. Do you think the human plan will work? The plan is ambitious. Elder Elisir Hivar looks at his Moon Elves Raiders. From the independent Elven Kingdom in the mountains of ice and snow, working for the League to maintain their independence and payment. While the Kingdom of Faven does not raise large armies like the Empire, Ticaret, the Swestuals, and others, the Kingdom makes that up with having trained elite warriors, able to challenge and adapt to any threat. It is how Faven stayed independent even though most other Elven kingdoms have fallen. Hivar knows this from experience. It is a crazy plan, however Decius has come through before, Hivar said. He did lead the mission to take down 2 NATO flying machines and capture their pilots. And if he is brave enough to lead this mission himself, then it is worth the risk. Hivar has been impressed with Primus Pilus Decius Celio, an unknown warrior when this war began, but quickly moved up the ranks because of the high casualties. He has proven to be an assistant with his creativity and determination. It was Decius who asked Hivar for help for this mission. NATO has its own elite warriors, which they call Special Forces. He considers his Moon Elves the Special Forces of the Falmart League, and his assault on the Valtris Bridge too proved it. Now he wants to build on that reputation. While NATO is building their road network, the League dwarves build their tunnel to the nearby ridge. From there, Hivar raiders advanced to the perimeter of this outpost. He is thrilled that their reptilian skin armor and the mud are still hiding his people's body heat, enough to fool the enemy sensors, just like when they assaulted the bridge. Once they close enough, Hivar orders his raiders to stop. He nods to his faithfully raider Haluith Leolin and best friend Onsith Fageros. Up ahead, Hivar listens as 2 soldiers complain about their post. The enemy soldiers there are speaking softly, however, he can hear everything with his extra hearing. He understood this human need to complain about everything. Leolin and Fageros use a magical spell that is natural to all elves, sleeping magic. One of the guards falls asleep, but the other wobbles around, placing his hand on his helmet. Seeing the enemy warrior not falling asleep shocked Hivar. He has never seen someone resist this magic before from an experienced elf warrior. The spirit spell is a powerful one that is a mana-draining type of magic. While the enemy soldier was dazed by the spell, Hivar cannot risk him from alerting his comrades this early in the mission. Quickly, he fires an arrow, going right into the neck. Go! The 20 raiders move quickly, moving over the fortification. Fageros and Hivar move the dead body in a way to make it look like he is asleep. Leolin kills the other soldier who was asleep. He resisted the spell. How is it possible? Fageros said. We will figure that out later, but we underestimated them, Hivar said. We must secure the outer gate. As his raiders break the outer Hesco walls, the base lights suddenly turn on, yelling from the yelling as they react to their presence. Hivar knows he does not have to say anything to his men. They all move through the fortification system until they reach the main gate. An enemy soldier appears around a corner. Hivar quickly grabs the enemy soldier, swings him onto the ground, and slices his neck, knowing full well striking the strange fiber armor can blunt blades. 2 of Hivar's warriors fire their arrows, striking an enemy soldier in the chest. The soldier hits the wall behind him from the kinetic forces, but does not die. He then moves around, taking cover as he holds his wound. They are over here, the enemy soldier yells as he moves into cover. Damn their armor. As the sounds of gunfire echo through the base, Hivar orders to fire a flare arrow, and everyone breaches the gate. They move, most engaging the base defenders. 3 storm the bunker with an enemy defender inside, but he locked the door and is now shooting from the window. Hivar knows battle like this will not last long. That is why Decius has a discovered weakness with the enemy rifles. Soon enough, the gate blows open from the Darlco mage. In the dust, a symbol of Darlco, cursed dark magic, appears. Dozens of soulless ghouls rush through. The enemy soldiers engage in this new threat. Their mini arrows, known as bullets, hit the ghouls, and they barely flinched. The ghouls storm up, climbing up barricades and jumping at the enemy, ignoring the damage taken. It was not long before they stormed one soldier and started shredding him alive. The bullets that come out of enemy weapons have been devastating against the Empire. However, against a ghoul, it is like an insect biting on a man, just an annoyance. Good job, Hivar. Hearing his name, Hivar sees Decius and his Darlco mage allures. Legion attack. Decius orders as more ghouls, and now swordsmen storm through the gate. However, all 3 take cover as a soldier falls from a headshot, showing the battle is not over with. Wanting to complete the main objective, Hivar orders half his raiders to stay here and snipe the enemy. The rest follow him and protect the dark mage invention. As they move to the valley viewpoint, Hivar sees the next stage of the plan unfolding. Dozens of League forces attacking the Otherworlders. Archers behind the ridgeline begin firing in an arc volley into the heat of the base, out of line of sight, so the enemy couldn't pick them off. Once breaking into a bunker overlooking the valley, 2 Legionaries engineers quickly set up a wooden foundation. Then a Minotaur walks in carrying a large metal but hollow tube. The beast places the tube onto the wood foundation. "What is that?" Hivar asked. "It looks like something the Otherworlders would use." "Because it is," Allures said. "The Otherworlders call it a cannon. Don't ask me why, I have no idea, but the principle is the same. We know the enemy uses this black powder from their weapons. So far we have failed to copy it. However, we were about to mimic those with the alchemical magical powder rayon that are infamous to cause many explosions in Rondell research districts to operate our cannon. You guys have no idea how hard it was to create these designs. We had to use our best metalworks and enchantments to get it this far. The iron balls we are using have been enchanted. The one they are loading now has been enchanted with lightning. The other with fire magic, and the other is energy magic. The cannon is ready, my lord," the Minotaur said. Decius aims his sword at the construction site. Fire! With a loud, deafening sound, the portable cannon fires. A blue streak follows behind the iron ball. The next thing they see is a bright lightning strike inside the construction camp. As Hivar watches the impressive destruction from the cannon, he could not believe what he saw. For the first time, he sees what the Otherworlders see from their point of view with their weapons. A glimpse of their destructive might. This is too good to be true. What is the catch? Allures take a long breath. It is a secret right now, but there is a 50-50 chance this cannon and the hand cannons will explode on the user after each shot. Because we had to rush this so badly, it is not thoroughly tested. Based on our tests, the rayon magical powder is superior to the black powder as it has a bigger explosion, however, it is more unstable. Plus, we have not perfected the design. It does not matter, Decius said. We have a war to fight, and I will take any edge I can get. He looks to Hivar. Now let's go kill some Americans. Seeing the ghouls trying to get over the inner Hesco wall, Floris tries to kill them with a hail of bullets. To his frustration, they are not going down that easily, taking half a clip before they are cut down enough to die. Looking around, Floris sees soldiers doing everything they can to protect the CP. 2 soldiers help another one with an arrow deep in his leg. He wishes that was the only wounded. However, they are piling up from the volleys and ghouls' attack, and that is within the inner Hesco wall. He has no idea what the situation is on the other side of the wall. Volley! Hearing a soldier call out volley, Floris takes cover by the CP. Dozens of arrows hit the base, everywhere. God damn it. Take out those archers? I can't, Sarge. The enemy is behind cover and arching their shots. We have not shot. Watch out! Private First Class Andy Montgomery yells. A fireball from nearby catapults comes towards the COP. Both fireballs are destroyed by the COP 20mm phalanx CRAM. while they're preventing the enemy artillery from hitting the COP. After that volley, Flores sees a dead soldier on the ground, another wonder. Others with arrows in their vests, but still fighting. Damn it, somebody get the goddamn tactical machetes and the tomahawks out of storage. I cannot fight these ghouls with my tiny combat knife, Flores shouts. After reloading, shoots at another ghoul that is coming at him. After 5 shots, one in the head does barely anything. He starts to freak out and tries to draw his combat knife. El Gordon appears and blocks the ghoul with the US to provide a smaller military version of the riot shield. He decapitates the ghoul down with his swords. Flores takes a frustrated breath. He looks away as he hears one of his soldiers screaming for their life. 2 ghouls who got over the wall are on top of Timmy. One trying to rip into his vest while the other biting into his leg. One Brazilian and 2 other soldiers rush over and use their M7 bayonets attached to behead the ghouls. Arnold, get Timmy into the CP. The rest of you secure this position, Flores orders. We do not dash dot. He was interrupted by a loud burst sound, shocking them all. Collins here, whatever that came from the valley bunker. Was that you guys? Flores grabs his radio and gets on NW, negative. We are stuck at the CP. He then looks at everyone. Secure the area. Do not let the ghouls get through. Listen to the Knights and support them. As everyone rushes to secure their areas, Pinheiro rushes up. What the hell was that sound? Let's go check it out, Flores said. As Flores turns his back, an arrow hits him in the back hard, falling to the ground. Pinheiro quickly turns around and returns fires, taking out a moon elf. Are you okay, Gordon? Flores feels a pain in his back. That fucking hurt, but I think I am fine. As Pinheiro helps Flores up, he checks him out. Your Kevlar stopped it, but I think you will be bruised up. Might want to get it checked out. I will when I am dead, Flores said. He then raises his M4 and fires at the kneecaps. The ghoul falls to the ground, but starts crawling towards them. That is fucked up. Above them, the sound of the .50 caliber going off on the roof is deafening, but he is proud the 3 soldiers on the roof are ignoring that firebombing. From what he saw was one of the soldiers strapped a sheet of metal onto his back to act as a shield, so arrows do not take out the heavy weapons. One good hit and they are dead. Thank God for the CRAM protecting them. Specialist Eric Thompson and another 2 soldiers rush up. On his arm is blood, and it looks like he is missing a figure. What happened, Eric? Fucking ghoul got my pinky, Thompson said, breathing deeply. But I am still good to go. I don't want a dog to focus on me. He then points towards the cliffside where the artillery is coming from. His reaction looks like he is confused and scared. Flores looks and sees a monster hovering in the air. Why isn't the turret attacking it? Thompson asked. As the monster hovers, 2 fireballs are fired. The CRAM activates, aims for the 2 fireballs, and takes them out with ease. It then stops, ignoring the monster. Finding it strange, Flores fires a few shots at the monster. He notices the bullets pass through it, and it disappears. It was an illusion. They must have a mage here. As Flores said that, he sees a dark orb forming above the CRAM. Energy sparks start out, but as the orb solidifies, the sparks stop. The size of it is just larger than the CRAM minigun. It then fell, hitting the CRAM, blowing it up as if being hit by falling meteors. Now that the CRAM is destroyed, he already knows that is a game-changing moment and not for them. You 3 secure this area. I am heading to the CP. He and Pinheiro rush to the CP door. Hevire watches as the mage Allures destroys the enemy's defensive weapon. He was impressed by how effective it was against the light catapults. It took out 6 fire pots with little stress. Finally, that bastard is dead, Allures said, annoyed. Good thing, because Desh's plan required his light catapults burning this place to the ground, Hevire replied. What kind of spell was that? I have never seen that spell before. New spell we developed, Allures said as he caught his breath. We got the idea while watching one of NATO airstrikes. We call it the Falling Death Orb. It takes 3 of us to form it right now because of how much mana it needs. Then why didn't you use it first? Hevire asked as he unloads his bow. I just said it uses a lot of mana. Allures states, I was hoping one of my mage's illusion spells would distract it. I don't understand why it ignored it. If only we can bring in the mana towers, since it can enhance our mana capacity for creating more Falling Death orbs. Allures' attitude reminds Hevire why he hates mages. Because they learn to have magical abilities, they think they are superior. But their spells do impress him. Still, Hivar is confused why that weapon did not attack the illusion. Somehow it could see the incoming fire pots, but it could not see it. He assumes it can see through it because it is a machine and not alive. Hivar moves to get a good view of the battle. He sees the Americans scattered all over the place, pinned. Over by a large building, he sees Americans creating a mini fort to protect themselves. He saw them drag wounded soldiers into that building. Hivar hears a scream and sees a ghoul jump on another soldier, and they both struggle. Another ghoul nearby beating Tor apart. However, two soldiers appear from their cover and attack the two swordsmen and ghouls, dragging the dead and wounded soldiers to safety. He always found it interesting how important these other worlders in protecting their wounded and dead, while his own mindset finds it as a sign of weakness. He can respect their warrior honor. Seeing the next wave of ghouls come through the main gate, Hivar sees the enemy bullets hit them with little effects. The ghouls just charge forward, ignoring the enemy weapons. That is until he hears that loud sound from that weapon on the roof. A stream of the other worlder bullets hail from that rooftop, chopping up the ghouls as the storm in. While the smaller arrows the soldiers are using had little effect, the bigger weapon is tearing a ghoul apart with a single shot. Can you use that falling death orb spell again? Hivar asked. No, Allures replied. Decius wants me to conserve my mama for something else. He said the enemy will send help, and he sounds scared about what it might be. Great. Seeing a good shot, Hivar decides to light his arrow with a spell and fire it at a sandbag close to that heavy weapon position. He hopes the spotters on the ridge will see his marker, so they can use the artillery to take it out. Opening the door, Flores sees all the command staff organizing the defenses and contacting FOB Kalsu. He walks right up to Lieutenant Gisbert. Reports Sergeant. What the fuck happened to my turret? Ghouls are all over the place, sir, Flores said. It is like we are shooting BB guns at them. We are barely keeping them at bay, but that will not last forever. And a mage took out the turret. It was like some death orb that dropped down on it. Don't ask me how, but they have mages. He then looks at the main screen. What is going on out there? Gisbert takes his pencil and points to a desk map of the COP. The main gate is lost, and these ghouls backed by legionnaires are moving in. The M2 is the only thing keeping us from being overrun right now. Sergeant Colin has converted the storage building into a bunker with 3 others. He's trying to get the wounded there. Bob and Amon are fighting on the west side. Others scattered around. I have no idea on casualties. And what the fuck was that sound? Gisbert is hesitant to reply. I have no idea, but whatever it is, CM2 saw the enemy carrying something into the valley side bunker. Then there is a bright light. I already got reports of 2 dead engineers. They are using our vantage point to strike the highway. The soldier on the front computer turns around. Sir, Major Baker has reported an Apache, and 2 Chinook have just left FOB Kalsu. ETA 27 minutes. Colonel Robert, 1st Cav, is sending an American and Indian relief force. 300 strong. 2 hours. Another soldier speaks up. I have contact with Air Combat Command. Nearest units are 2 RAF Typhoons. What the fuck is the Air Force supposed to do? Flores asks, are they going to bomb us? The enemy is inside our COP. Gisbert hesitated to reply as he looked at the cameras. They could do a flyby. Hopefully, it will shake the barbarians' will to fight. He looks to his tech staff. As he begins to speak, and another explosion on the roof. Do we have comms? Negative, sir, the soldier said. Besides basic radio, I lost contact with ACC. Flores did not enjoy hearing that. The issues of having a complex military system, especially with foreign nations with different languages. Now they have lost the ability to speak at all means fighter support is worthless. Unless they're going to drop bombs and kill everyone where they need that Apache support. Damn, the assault on the Spanish was just a distraction, Flores points out. Drawing out our forces. What about the Air Force? The building shakes from another strike. Someone reported that the .50 caliber is gone. An arm breaks one of the small glass as a ghoul tries to get in. As the guards deal with the ghouls, Flores looks at the lieutenant. We need to retake the main gate. Retake the gate? Pinheiro asked. That artillery is going to burn us before we can retake the COP. He is right. We need the mortar station, Floris said. I love this bravery, but the problem is how. Gisbert orders. You will use up all your ammo before you reach it. That is the problem Floris has yet to figure out. He then remembers what El Gordon said. I know what to do. All right, Gisbert said. Hurry up before the outpost is burnt to the ground full of corpse. As Floris and Pinheiro head to the door, Private Daniel Patterson limps up. Permission to join, sir? I'm just taking up space here. You are limping, so no, Floris said. Sir, I am combat effective, Patterson said. I can help, and you need every rifle you can get. Floris orders 2 soldiers to go to the CP armory and meet him outside. Once outside, Floris rallies everyone. He can see bodies everywhere, many of them cut down, half of the building on fire to some degree. Because of the intense fire on the roof, he lifts his tactical goggles. He already noticed everyone else stop using their optics. The brightness from the fire makes them worthless. Before he starts speaking, they hear that loud sound again. This time a red screech trails in the air. The next thing they see is a large explosion at the construction site. Based on the blast, that magic shot must have hit a fuel tanker. This is what we are. We have to get out there, retake the main gate, and stop whatever that is. No fucking away, man, Private Second Class Kevin said, panicking. We're gonna be Zerg, rushed easily by those ghouls. Look, we are not going to abandon half the platoon, Floris said. Just staying here means we will be sniped by that artillery, and the ghouls will overrun us. We go now. We have a chance. Pinheiro is going to lead a team to retake the mortar, Floris said. The Knights will cover our flanks against the ghouls. The M11 incinerator will take point. Fix bayonets and form up. Some of you who have access to machetes and tomahawks or E-tool will support the Knights and the group to take down the ghouls and any enemy troops who come close. Avoiding the hail of arrows, the soldiers form up behind the inner gate. On the other side, he hears these strange popping sounds. The doors open, and everyone storms out, engaging anything hostile they see. What Floris sees is pure chaos. Ghouls backed by swordsmen everywhere. 5 soldiers are inside Humvees as ghouls swarm them. I have 11 more scattered around the cop in bunkers, buildings, and God knows where else. From what he can tell from NW, 9 of them are wounded to some degree. There are enemy swordsmen backing up the ghouls. In the center, he sees a stream of torn-apart ghouls and swordsmen from the M2.50 caliber. He wishes there are more swordsmen here. The 15-strong group stops and engages all the approaching targets. As planned, the Italican Knights begin blocking and cutting the ghouls along with the soldiers with machetes, tomahawks, or E-tool. The soldiers with bayonets are stopping the ghouls at a distance. This allowed the melee groups to take down the ghouls easily. As everyone secures their position, something is bothering Floris. He has been deployed here for 6 months and has faced the enemy many times. This battle is throwing everything he knows out the door. First, all of the ghouls. They're the primary enemy right now. What is confusing him the most, though, is the lack of swordsmen. This would be a perfect scenario for Imperial swordsmen. Inside the camp, after breaking a rifleman line. However, he only sees a few. That is when Floris hears that pop sound again. Looking at the distance, he sees a puff of smoke. Looking around, he sees holes in the ground and buildings, a dead American on the ground with his head blown off somehow. A Legionnaire knees by a building. At first, it looked like he was holding a stick, but then he noticed something on top of the spear. It makes a loud sound and smoke. The wall next to him explodes, and that is when he realizes it is a projectile weapon. After taking out that soldier, Floris notices other Legionnaires with the same weapon being ordered by this man with a sword. One of them fires, hitting one of his soldiers. The other Legionnaire fires, but the weapon explodes in his hands. Once the soldier whose hands were blown off shoots, and the other Legionnaire find cover, Floris checks his NW. He sees that the soldier who was shot by that unknown weapon dead. What was that? It is like a fucking cannon, Montgomery yells. They fucking have cannons now. Cool it, soldier, Floris orders. I just saw one blow up on them. If they want to play that game, show them we dominate. Just act like they have rifles and stay in cover. Pick them off. Once establishing a perimeter, Floris brings the 2 flamethrowers. 2 soldiers get up front, and they unleash their flamethrower. The ghouls that were charging at them, once engulfed in flames, they let out a screech and run around at random. Sergeant, it will take them a moment to burn and drop dead, El Gordon said. They go frail, so you don't have to worry. But stay away. Seeing that the two flamethrowers blunted the enemy attack, there was still a lot to do. Another wave of arrows came hailing down, hitting a soldier in their Kevlar and another in the leg. You get that man into the CP before he bleeds out, Flores orders. Pinheiro, go. You four stay here and guard this gate. Nothing gets in, everyone else with me. As Pinheiro's team heads right, Flores takes everyone he can around the left side. He needs to reach Colin's position and rally out the survivors. A soldier with a shotgun takes point and kills a ghoul that jumps down by blowing off his neck. As it falls, he shoots at a swordsman that is approaching. Keep going and secure the motor pool. Sergeant Pinheiro leads his mixed squad. 3 Americans and one of his Brazilian soldiers, first-class soldier Renato Gomez. Pinheiro's new squad connects to the joint network, allowing the Americans' NETT warrior to connect to his country's Cobra system, each being their country's infantry situational awareness system. Through his HUD, he can select through each of their point of view. First-class soldier Escobar Fernandez is with Sergeant Collins, defending the warehouse. First-class steward Enrico Diaz is lying against a wall, wounded. Second-class soldier Diogo Fontes, however, is missing. He wonders if the camera is broken. Gomez takes his machete and hacks a ghoul as everyone else secures the motor position. Because no soldiers were over here when the attack started, there are few enemies right now. Okay, let's get the M120, Pinheiro orders. The rest cover us. The American soldiers get to the laptop to figure out the coordinates. During this time, the 2 RAF Typhoons fly overhead. While it looks like it scared the enemy soldiers, the ghouls ignore the sounds. Based on that, it was just a flyby. The CP has yet to gain comms with the fighters. As the American prepares the mortar, Pinheiro looks up, seeing 2 fireballs fly over. One hits the already burning CP, engulfing it more. The other hit the barracks, lighting it up on fire. He is so happy that the American military deployed fireproof materials to construct these cops. Otherwise, everyone in the CP would be dead. The brass feared magic attacks and tried to counter them as best they could. He wonders if they expected it would be used against fire pots from catapults. I have the arch trajectory from those fireballs, the American said. Then an arrow hits his hand and destroys the laptop. The soldier leans back, grabbing his hand, screaming. Looking to the left, Pinheiro sees Gomez firing down a path as spearmen charge at him. He wonders if the enemy knows what they are trying to do. Never minded. He must assume the enemy knows what they are trying to do. Gomez kills one of the spearmen, but a pop sound comes. Looking over, Pinheiro sees 2 more legionnaires taking cover by the wall and building. One is reloading the strange-looking spears in their hand, and the other aims and fires. Is that a fucking cannon in their hands? Gomez takes cover by the sandbag. A machine gun tears into the spearman and one of the cannon men. Looking over at the inner Hesco wall, there is an American soldier in an open bunker with an M240 machine gun. Pinheiro is thankful that soldiers noticed they were in danger. However, it is never good that a machine gun position must aim inside their lines. All right, take those fuckers out, Pinheiro orders. Clear. The 3 soldiers put an HP round into the barrel. It fires and goes over the ridge. A large explosion is seen as one of the catapults is destroyed. Another round is fired, and it sounded like they killed some archers. Another round is fired, followed up by a large explosion. Hold fire. Pinheiro orders and waits to see if there is another catapult shot. Seeing the lack of catapult fire, he assumes they destroyed their intended target. All right, you take your friend to the CP. I want us to secure this area and ... A loud and intense explosion happened on the valley side of the COP. Pinheiro and everyone else looked at the small amount of smoke. The smoke has this strange glow to it. Forget this spot. Let's get over there. After the valley bunker blows up, were the Imperial engineers who were operating the mobile cannon. Hivar gets up after being blown to the ground. If it were not for the ghouls all over the place, attacking the other worlders, the battle would have gone silent. But the Moon Elves and Legionnaires stop and watch the colorful smoke. Allure said the reason why the smoke is strange looking is because of the rayon magical powder. All he cares about is that 2 of his men died from that explosion. Decius rushes over. What happened? It finally exploded, Hivar replied. I assume they fired their 3rd shot, and it blew up as Allure said it would. These weapons are useless if they will kill us in the process. They are not useless, Decius replied, frustrated though. From that last explosion and the fact we killed 2 enemy soldiers with the hand cannons that I know these weapons are assisting. He watches the smoke. He sees one of the dead soldiers whose hand cannon blew upon him. But I agree we shouldn't rely on these until this is fixed. To heave our frustration, it seems like the enemy has stabilized their position. When he saw the inner gate wide open, and those soldiers appeared, it looked like a final last push. What he did not expect was seeing their fire throwers' weapons, then watching the enemy using their small catapults to destroy theirs. The goal has been to engage the outpost from as many directions as possible, dividing the enemy response. According to Decius, once the enemy can focus their super technology on you, it is over. The trick is to prevent the enemy from coordinating their efforts with each other. How many ghouls do we have left? Hevar asked. Those fire throws seem to be killing them far faster than we planned. Half, Allure said as he walked forward. He holds up his staff and points it to the enemy soldiers protecting the inner gate. Let's end this right now. Hevar watches as nearly 30 ghouls rally up and start charging the inner gate defenders. Their bullets again have little effect against the ghouls. Even the fire throwers cannot aim in every direction. Before, the enemy's heavy weapons were able to hold the ghouls at bay, but even though there was no more friendly artillery firing, it did its job in destroying the enemy's defensive weapons. Here, an enemy soldier comes out of one of their vehicles to grab one of their wounded soldiers. While admirable, he sees his target. He aims and fires, hitting the soldier, knocking him over. Thrilled that Hevar took out an enemy soldier, he grabs another arrow and looks for his next target. Seeing one of the enemy fire throws, he aims, looking to destroy the bulky device on his back. Suddenly, a row of ghouls has torn apart into pieces. Above one of the enemy, helicopters fly over, while 2 fatter ones circle the base. Hevar has seen these weapons of war before. From everything NATO has, these attack helicopters scare them the most. They appear out of nowhere, and they carry so many different weapons it is hard to counter them. He has heard Imperial soldiers call them terror dragons, and he can see why. The other 2 are cargo helicopters. They're used to transport supplies and soldiers to the battle. Hevar knows it is carrying enough soldiers to end this battle. The helicopter begins to hover and fires missiles to the cliffside. The archers on the ridge won't stand a chance against those missiles. That thing is going to tear us apart, Hevar said. If we try to run, then it will chew us apart, but if we stay, we are trapped. I was planning on its arrival, Decius said. He points to Allures and aims his blood-soaked sword at the helicopter. Bring that demon spawn to the ground. Allures moves his hand around his orb and chants ancient words. He holds it up and it glows. Clouds appear around the helicopter. Unleash sky spell. Embrace the power of darkness and let them see the void. The helicopter tries to dodge the suddenly forming clouds, but a blue glow forms around the tail end of the helicopter. One of Allure's mages used telekinesis to prevent the helicopter from leaving. While the Terror Dragon broke free, due to the mages being too taxed from the telekinesis spell, it was too late. The dark cloud spell absorbed the helicopter with only its tail visible, followed by a large explosion, and the helicopter comes crashing down. Here they could not believe it. They took out the Terror Dragon. He looks over and sees Allures fall to the ground, exhausted. I think we should retreat, Hevar proposes. We've accomplished our primary mission, and I bet those 2 bigger helicopters are carrying soldiers. Leave, Decius asked, shocked. We're going to burn this base to the ground. He points to the 2 cargo helicopters. They are fleeing. They won't risk landing now, fearing to be shot down like the others. I know you want to finish this, but the battle is over, Hevar said. Those cargo dragons might not land right here, but they will land nearby and march here. If we stay, they will surround us, and we are dead. Our mage is out cold from mana exhaustion, and we are almost out of ghouls. We won. You led us into a victory. Let's not spoil it. Decius becomes frustrated. He knew he was so close to slaughtering everyone here, but knew there was a long shot. He orders everyone to retreat and use the ghouls to protect them while they retreat. Floris enters the warehouse. Collins? Here. Collins walks over, holding an M1014 shotgun. I thought you were dead. Close, CP is on fire, Floris said. I noticed, Collins said. Same with every other building. Flores looks around and sees 12 soldiers on the ground, dead or wounded. Shit. We have cavalry. 101st has arrived, Gisbert said. Hearing that, any soldier who could go to the door and window and look out. They watch as 30mm chain gunfire from the primary Apache weapon tear through the ghouls like they are nothing. This is Captain Emerson. We are circling before we land. Looking out, Flores sees 2 Chinooks flying around as they prepare to land. He is so happy to see a platoon strength ready to join in the battle. This is Viper 8 locking on the ridgeline, firing Hydra missiles. That hope and excitement go away as he sees these strange clouds appear around the Apache. The next thing he sees is the Apache exploding as it failed to escape. Fucking mages, Collins yells. Fuck, we just lost our escort, Emerson said. Be advised we cannot land right here. It looked like another mage was firing at it too. I am landing half a click 3. Sorry, but I cannot risk losing 2 Chinooks. We are no help dead. Roger that, sir, Gisbert said. We've held this long. Well, now what? Collins asked. Flores waits to reply, thinking about what to do. He wanted to recapture the main gate, so they could prevent the enemy from just walking in here. Now that their reinforcements are delayed by 20 minutes to an hour, he does not know if he wants to know. Looking around, he wonders if he has enough bodies to even follow through on it. Coming through! Pinheiro and his 2 other soldiers rush in. What happens to the rest? One of your men lost his hand from an arrow. I sent one of your guys to help him back to the CP, Pinheiro replied. Shit, I was hoping for your full squad, Flores said. I don't think it matters, Pinheiro said. It looks like they are leaving. Everyone gathers around the Brazilian sergeant, all asking if it is true. It is true, they are leaving. How the fuck do you know? Thompson asked. The amount of smoke in the air I can barely see. And our goggles are worthless, Montgomery points out. Too much fire. Stop bitching you all, Collins said. That makes no sense, they are winning. This news confuses Flores. He wonders if the RAF flybys and the fight of the 2 Chinooks scared them off. Lieutenant Gisbert, can you see the enemy retreating? Stand by, Gisbert said. I only have 2 cameras left. I can confirm. I'm looking at the other team's cameras, and I can confirm they're pulling out. Everyone that isn't a ghoul is retreating. But there are still a lot of those bastards inside the base. Flores turns around. All right, we are going after the gate. We need to lock down this place so we can begin sweeping operations. You 2 stay here and guard the wounded, everyone else with me. Roger that, Flores, Gisbert said. I'm taking the command team, and we're going to link up with the soldiers at the motor pool. Good luck. 7 soldiers exit and open fire at the enemy, providing cover fire. One of them fires a grenade from their M320, crippling 2 ghouls. Everyone else moves around to gain some ground. As Flores gets around the building, a small cannon shot hits the wall next to him. He takes out that soldier before he reloads. Montgomery comes around, but is hit by an arrow. He looks back and then sees where the shot came from. Seeing that the arrow came from a moon elf, he aims his fire and fires. The elf disappears before he can kill it. Fucking elves. Looking back, Flores sees Thompson help Montgomery up. I'm okay. Fucking hurts though. That is the 2nd time today. Flores points to Montgomery's vest. Blood. The fibers are busted. I am good, Sarge. Flores knows he needs everybody he can get, and he doubts there are enough medical supplies to even treat him. Let's go, everyone. Everyone leaves their position, entering the main plaza of the COP. A firing squad as Colin and Pinheiro lead the soldiers on the other side. El Gordon rushes to his side. Glad you're still alive? I cannot believe I am saying this, but my sword is dull, El Gordon said. I had to find another one. Colin, Pinheiro, I am taking my team to the gate, Flores said. I want you guys to stay here and cover our flanks. Once they get confirmation, he orders everyone to move. As they move, he sees 3 ghouls charging at them. He orders everyone to stop, and the incinerator walks up. He burns the 3 ghouls, and the rest of the soldiers gun them down. Once the threat is dealt with, they move again. They all hear the sound of battle. Soldiers still hunkering down, shooting at the ghouls, and remaining Imperial soldiers. Up ahead, Flores sees 5 legionnaires in formation. 4 of them have swords, and one has a hand cannon. It fires, but the powder it uses burns the soldier's hand, making him scream from the pain. The shot hits the Hesco wall, missing because of the recoil. The 7 soldiers all aimed their fires and tore the swordsman to shreds. Gordon, take 3 and clear out that bunker, so we can take the gate. Flores watches the Italican Knight, and 3 soldiers rush to the main gate. They all hear a loud screech as a ghoul jumps off a roof and lands on one of the soldiers, knocking him over. One of the soldiers grabs his bayonet into the ghoul and rams it onto the ground. He then unloads a clip into the ghoul as it tries to reach for him. Gordon rushes over and chops at the ghoul until it is not a threat. As that ghoul is being taken care of, Flores sees other ghouls coming out of buildings. Once thought dead are not standing up, and more ghouls coming through the gate, all charging at them. Everyone rallies up and engages from all sides. The ghouls by the gate are torn apart from 2 grenades. Then airborne soldiers appear around the wall and start moving inside, shooting at the ghouls. Taking a large relief breath, Flores raises his hand, waving at the airborne. Once they are seen, the airborne start moves in, securing the area. He is so happy to see a full platoon walking to them. Flores NW identifies the soldier as Captain Emerson. Captain, Sergeant First Class Flores? Emerson asked, "Can you give me a report?" Taking a long breath, Flores looks around. I don't know, sir. I am sorry." "Don't be sorry, Flores," Emerson said. "You boys did great. We are here, and we are locking down this place." "Where is Lieutenant Gisbert?" Flores points to the other end of the COP. "He said he is trying to retake the motor pool. We had guys trapped inside the Humvees. It went quiet there a long time ago, so we think the soldiers there ran out of ammo. So the LT wanted to see if they were alive." "All right," Emerson said. "I am taking command. Stay here." He then looks to his platoon. "Second squad, start putting out these fires." The first squad holds here and watches the flanks. Everyone else begins sweeping operations. We are taking back COP Romsha. Hours later, while still dark, the sun is beginning to peek out. The fires are out, and there are smokes everywhere. The last ghoul was killed 47 minutes after the 101st Airborne arrived. Flores is leaning against a sandbag by the main gate. With him are Colin and Pinheiro, all relaxing after a long night. Outside, they hear 25mm chain guns from M2 Bradleys. "That is the most beautiful sound I have ever heard," Colin mumbles. "You need to go to Brazil and get laid," Pinheiro said. Then the 3 men laugh. As the smoke slowly clears, Flores sees 5 soldiers walk through the gate. 2 of the soldiers are American, from the 1st Cav Division, and the other 3 soldiers show the Indian flag. One of the Indian soldiers walked up to the 3 soldiers and asked, "Would you like some water?" Forward Operating Base Kalsu, Dumas Mountains. Date: May 28, 2026. As Emerson exits from the Chinook, he sees the destruction of the base. "Wow, I was not expecting this." A soldier arrives to escort him inside the COP. Most of the buildings are scarred black from the flames. The men who defended this COP are in torn clothes, as if they just went through hell inside. Emerson sees a dump truck full of ghoul bodies as other soldiers loaded up. "Over here," Captain Lawrence said, a 10th Mountain Combat Engineer. "You said the enemy used a cannon on the construction site?" Emerson asked. "That is correct," Lawrence said. "Current death toll is 17 dead and 7 wounded. That second shot hit a diesel tanker. All-night construction has been suspended until the investigation is complete. If they wanted to attack the construction site, why did they attack this outpost? That sounds like a lot of work for nothing." "Simple," Lieutenant Gisbert said as he approached. "They knew after firing the first shot our sensors would detect their location and counter-artillery would blow them a new hole. However, they knew we wouldn't artillery our own base unless there were no other choices. The enemy leader knew we would hesitate because we value our people's lives, which created a shield for them to fire 2 shots and bleed us a little." Emerson looks at the destroyed cannon and all hand cannons used by the Imperial force gathered by the soldiers. "So the enemy is now trying to adopt gunpowder-based weapons, huh?" Emerson asked himself as he studied what is left of the cannons. It was pretty clever and adaptive of them. Never though they managed to create a 13th century hand cannon. "You are saying they have discovered black powder?" Lawrence asked. "I don't think they use black powder, Captain. This powder is not even gunpowder. No gunpowder leaving a trail of bright colored line when the iron ball leaves the cannon. a combat engineer, states. The real question is how. Isn't it obvious? Emerson asked. Seeing everyone's confusion, he picks up a hand cannon to study it. You have been kicking their asses with our cannons. That's what a gun is. A tank is, after all, a complex and efficient cannon. We introduced the concept to them 700 years ahead of schedule. Whatever it is, it seems that a lot of firearms they stole from the ambush patrols as well as many observations has given them insights to create primitive cannons and handguns to go against our force, Emerson states. Thank God they don't know the concept of pressure and suitable metallurgy to build proper cannons or hand cannons, Lawrence said. According to Gisbert, he reported these hand cannons have a tendency to self-destruct. I assume the misfires were due to poor metallurgy combined with crude and unrefined chemical compounds of whatever the powder they are using. Also, I noticed that a lot of Imperial soldiers often mismanage the amount of powder necessary to use on these weapons, which is one of the main causes of the backfire. But we should not take this lightly, Emerson states. They are adapting very fast, so we must be extra careful this time. Not just their weapons are advancing, but also their magic too, especially the one that destroyed the CRM and took down the Apache. When can we get our wizards and witches to support us more in the front line? They are very helpful to deal with situations like this against enemy magic, Gisbert asked. If it was not for our knight allies, we would have been fucked. That's up to the top brass, but now we know that the Grand High, which will need to build trust in us. Muggles first, Emerson said. I think the brass will now be more open to allowing them into the ranks. Same with native allies. Amazing how quickly military policy can change after losing a $14 million helicopter, Lawrence said. We really need to arm our troops more tactical machete and tomahawk since the League is using more ghoul rushes as meat shields and suicide force at us. The M11 incinerator is not as effective as beheading is much more effective. We might need to consider equipping some of our soldiers with a sword or something to handle these things, Gisbert said. V17. Chapter 205 Political Wins. After the successful second raid on Sadera, rescuing many key allies and defectors from the Empire, many of the senators and persons of interest were invited to Washington, D.C. to be debriefed and answer questions. Unlike the last major hearing, which was pushed by the White House, Congress is taking the lead in these hearings. Senate Majority Leader Thomas Evans and Speaker of the House Lawson Roman will be holding hearings with many rebel leaders. Their stated objective is to learn more of the Empire and the imperial system's inner workings and discover why so many nations continue to support the Empire and the Falmart League. There has been an extensive discussion among the NATO nations and Capitol Hill about another endless war scenario. After the approval to move troop totals from 250,000 to 300,000 soldiers to help maintain the current occupation and prepare for the following stages of offensive operations. For example, at the height of the Afghanistan war, there were 110,000 coalitional forces, Afghanistan representing about 2/3 of the currently occupied territory on Falmart. The emerging fear is how much territory NATO forces will have to take before forcing the League to surrender. According to Princess Pina Colada, while Sadera is the heart of the Empire, other locations are considered the head, the arms, and legs, using the human body as an example. That her brother will drain the Empire and Falmart as a whole dry before surrendering. An emerging leader within the Imperial resistance is Senator Casel L. Tiberius and Prince Diabo L. Caesar. Reports state that Tiberius believes in the older values of the Empire during a time when the Empire was a republic and more moderate with the imperial hierarchy. In a quick interview at the gate, Tiberius said that he supported Princess Pina's revolutionary efforts and hopes to learn about Earth culture, especially regarding the federal system. With Prince Diabo L. Caesar, he stated he is interested in learning more about the British and Japanese constitutional monarchy systems with a legislative branch and a monarchy. There are reports that Diabo was working with the CIA and lost his hand during the second raid after refusing to give up CIA and MI6 operations. Outside the White House and Capitol building were protesters. Thousands came, all protesting for many different reasons. Many were protesting the delegation for starting the war and enslaving American and other nation citizens. Many were protesting the act of war in general, while others were protesting the idea of integrating or tolerating the many humanoid species on Falmart. From recent polls, the majority of Americans believe they must help the natives who are being oppressed and welcome the addition. However, what that means is different depending on who you ask. Some see the benefit of including some natives into the general population through legal means. Others just want to help as long as they are not in their community. Timcast IRL. Rondell Academic Council. Rondell. Date: June 5th, 2026. A week prior to Vanguard 7's journey towards Rondell. Cato L. Altestin listens to the Imperial Legatus, Quali Jin Opaksha. It is the usual talk about Imperial superiority talking points. Let me remind all you great noblemen and mage grand masters that we have been your protectors for over 500 years, Opaksha said. We have spilled our blood protecting you from the hordes, from the Ticaret, from all threats. We granted you crown jewel status within the Empire, allowing you to act freely for your research and discovery projects. Opaksha paces around the Rondell Academic Council floor. I know this city has stepped up for this grand crusade, the Magic Guild providing much-needed mages for the war effort, and also providing sages to research new weapons against this enemy. Yeah, Fastidious yells. You have said that before. Here we go again, Cato mumbles. He watches Duke Aulus Fastidious, the Duke title being the political leader of this region, stand up from his seat to challenge Opaksha in debate. Fastidious has spent a lot of time in Rondell in recent months, wedding himself into current politics. Opaksha is a legatus, was appointed as the regional military leader here to represent the Empire in the city and this region. He is here to convince the Separatists and pro-NATO faction to stay in the Empire and fight. Fastidious, on the other hand, is the head of the Separatist faction. They want to use the war to secede from the Empire to end Rondell's involvement in the war and crown Fastidious as ruler of Rondell, to turn it into a city-state. While his following is small, it has split the nobility establishment enough to stonewall any progress on the current situation. Legatus Opaksha, we have heard this before, Fastidious said. Answer this. How many of our young mages have died in this war? He then faces the crowds. We all know how difficult it is to just find someone who has an affinity towards magic, and then it takes a decade to train them. 5, 10, and 15 years of searching, molding, training, mentoring, just to send them out into the world to be killed moments later. Rondell is not like the Empire. We do not have endless bodies that can be thrown at our enemies. We all have seen a reduction in the number of students in the city at the academy. The guild has been forced to go out farther just to find a possible future mage. And then what? Why would anyone want to become a mage just to die in a pointless war? Opaksha waves his hand, brushing off what Fastidious said. Maybe if Rondell stopped toying around with the idea of succession all the time and remained loyal, this war could be over by now. Politicians, Mimosa mumbles. I bet they wouldn't want to waste lives if they were the ones fighting. Opaksha is here, same with General Peprios, Cato counters. Remember, don't underestimate him. While Opaksha is the regional military leader, General Peprios is the head general of the Imperial Army in this theater. While not in the city right now, currently trying to keep NATO away from this region, Cato is worried that he would return before Lelei arrives and ruin his plans. Unlike most Imperial generals, this one is native to Rondell and is a magic user. Right, Mimosa replied. I hope your plan works by dragging Lelei into this mess. While her training has been impressive, she is too young to understand the politics of the Magic Guild and the Academy. And she never had many friends here to begin with. That last point is one of the reasons why Cato took Lelei to the Koan Forest. He always knew Lelei was unique, but the establishment training was hampering the development. He wanted to take her away from the city and give her specialized training. Besides, he had a strange feeling telling him to take her to Koan. I know, but I have faith, Cato replied. Lelei's innocence will be her greatest advantage. Showing what she has learned from these people will help show them what the future could be. Mage Grandmaster Mimosa La Mare is one of Cato's most extended friends. Long ago, when they were young mages, they considered each other rivals, but Cato often tried pulling a leg up on her. The most notable prank being when he magically stripped her underwear off, causing her to go on rampage in the research section for a week to chase him. It was the 30-year war where they became allies and then friends. It sounds like they are about to fight again, Lelei said. Cato looks to his high elf assistant slave. He took Lelei a decade ago, before taking Lelei under his wing, and treated her kindly, unlike the typical slave owners. Differing from most slaves throughout the Empire, which are used more for labor and servants, slaves in Rondel are used more for assistant and academic research. Rondel has fewer slaves than any other city in the Empire per capita, but not because of morality or idealism. Rondel's industry is magic research, academia, and advanced manufacturing. All industries where skilled labor is needed, which require educated free folk. Once Lelei started working with the United States, Cato began to get her letters. Through her letters, he learned much about Western and American culture and was fascinated by how different the other worlders are. He has heard nobles like the deceased Count Colt Formal of Italica and Senator Casel L. Tiberius talk about liberty and a republic. However, what baffled him the most was despite slavery being abolished, Earth civilizations have prospered. However, what Cato is most impressed about is what Lelei has discovered, merging Falmart magic with Earth science. Her discoveries have rocked the bedrock of the Rondel elite, which could easily make her the youngest archmage in Rondel history. Most of the established mages have enjoyed having a monopoly of control over the current system, so they aren't keen in changes that would threaten that. There are 6 mage ranks in Rondel from lowest to highest based on their magical ability and contribution: Novice, Adept, Master, Grandmaster, Sage, and Archmage. Only a few mages ever achieve the rank of Archmage, requiring decades of training, having a great understanding of the magical arts, and so on. He or she must possess exceptional magical power, which is said to be strong enough to decimate a whole column of legionnaires and contribute something revolutionary to the magical community as a whole. As of now, all past and current archmages have only achieved their ranks at the very old age, which grants them great power within Rondel culture, therefore holding greater influence in the decision-making of the Rondel Council. But Lelei is shown to be qualified enough to achieve this prestigious rank while only almost 18. Rondel has always been the bastion of magic education on Falmart, but what Lelei has discovered could push the traditional powers out, bringing in a new elite, which can be seen as a gigantic threat to those that are currently in powers within the councils. "Thank you, Lelei," Cato replied. "Please keep taking notes. These conversations are important, and recording this will be valuable later." "Yes, Master Cato. It looks like they're going to kill each other," Mimosa said. "You better go down there and represent our case." Cato stands up and then faces Mimosa. He takes her hand and kisses it. "Afterwards, we can have dinner and see where that leads to." Mimosa giggles. "You are better off pitching the cadets." With a smirk, still angry about the underwear, I see. "All right." Cato joins in the debate. "Ah, the mighty Grand Mage Cato," Opaksha said. "You finally want to get in the debate?" "We have had many of these debates so far, and they've given little results," Cato said. "Expect for the discovery that you are working for the enemy," Opaksha said. "This debate never would have happened if it was not for you." "I never hid that fact," Cato points out. "Based on the information I have, I am siding with NATO. From what I learned, they have similar values as us, that being the advancement of knowledge." Hearing the crowds chattering, Cato continues, "Let us remember what Rondel is. Our city is far older than the Empire. Rondel has a 3,000 years history, one of the few remaining ancient cities left after the Dark Age. Don't we have a duty to continue that legacy?" Opaksha interrupts. "And the reason it did not fall long ago was because of the Empire. As I stated before, we defended your city from attackers when you needed it the most. When you needed a defender, we were there always." "That is true," Cato said. "But now you are leading our city to destruction. How many times has Sadera been raided? Twice. Now it is being besieged by the enemy's long-range weapons. The Dumas and Tube Mountains will not protect your armies forever. The Empire is on the verge of being split in half." He looks towards the crowd. "This is the question all of us in this chamber must answer. Is this war worth the cost of this city?" Cato points his staff to Fastidius. "While I admire Duke Fastidius' loyalty to the city, going alone will not be the way. We would be surrounded by enemies with no say in the world around us. With no allies, we would have to protect ourselves, feed ourselves, and how would we gain new students with a limited population? The Empire or NATO would allow us to recruit their people for our needs. Now with you, Legatus Opaksha, Fastidious is correct. We have lost so many mages in this war. We boldly upheld our duty to assist the Emperor's call for war, the defense of Falmart against NATO. What has been gained? What has been achieved? To the nobles and mage masters in this chamber, where is the honor and duty in sending our mages to their deaths? For 3,000 years, this city has raised mages, and we must decide if we will continue this tradition. If there is a future for our ways and art, then we must reconsider our place in the war, if not the Empire. Opaksha claps with a chuckle. Home. That is what it all boils down to. It is always about home. Rondel is your home, and you must consider its future. We have a history. We know each other and respect each other. We have always given you a special place within the Empire. We even adopted your ways throughout the centuries. Your magic, your culture, your traditions, and that is what we are defending, Opaksha added. If the Empire loses this war, you lose all influence over Falmart. Home is not just a place, but also an idea. If you walk away from the war now, you will show all of Falmart your character. People will ignore your guild laws, abandoning centuries of progress and rooting out impure magic. Your credibility will be destroyed. And what would have been the point of surviving 3,000 years then? Cato hears whispers throughout the chambers. The chamber is deeply divided, but he can tell many people agree with the legatus. However, he is not worried as Opaksha made a significant flaw that will anger the chamber. The Earth people are new to magic. We have the opportunity to shape a new world to our culture and ways. And besides, you say we must remain loyal to the Empire for our ways to remain dominant. However, we all know about Satyr's dealings with Darlco. Now Cato is getting the reactions he wanted. Darlco is the enemy of Rondel, practicing evil magic. This is what Rondel considers barbaric, and the fact that the Empire is employing them has angered almost everyone in Rondel. It looks like you are replacing Rondel as the dominant magical city on Falmart. You have been employing them on the front lines and even allowed them to settle in Satera itself. Our alliance is based on banishing Darlco to the frontiers so their barbarism would never spread. You just complained about your mages being sacrificed, Opaksha responded. This is a grand war like the 30-Year War, even grander than that. This is worse than the Dark Age, and it would be unjust if we did not employ the full strength of the Empire. Why do you think the Falmart League was formed in the first place? 1. To rally all of Falmart against NATO and drive them back through the gate once and for all. But we will not stop there, no. We will pursue those cowardly savages and invade Earth for greater glory. And in the meantime, replace us with Darlco, Cato responded. I fought in the 30-Year War. I saw the bloodshed during those times. Many times the Empire has stated this war is like that war, but there are key differences. In that war, we were fighting for our survival. A world ruled by the dark races, a world where goblins and other monsters roam free, is not a world worth living in. But that is not NATO. The NATO Alliance does not bring destruction. While they have different values, has it corrupted them? Look how far they come. We should not be afraid of their technological might, but see how it could benefit us. You claim that if we join NATO, we will lose our station on Falmart, but it seems like staying with you will just result in us being stabbed in the back. Fastidious barges in, holding his hand up, and that is why we must form our own kingdom. We all know what the Empire is, and the fact they are willing to work with Darlco. To Hardy's pits, the Emperor's wife is a succubus. We all can see the take over by the dark races, and it will only be a matter of time before they come for us. And my friend Cato here wants to throw all that away for a gamble. An unknown. He is assuming NATO is better, but you all know the stories. Business is being destroyed all over the occupied territories. Property being stripped away from their owners. Their economy is in free fall. Cultures being forced to change by a foreign power. If we side with NATO, we will be forced to adopt their values and cultures. Look how devastating their armies have been, and you think they will come with a hand of peace. And that is not all. Cato believes our institutions will be protected by siding with NATO. However, look at what happened with the other guilds. The Adventurer Guild has been devastated by NATO, too. The slaver and mercenary guilds are falling apart because of NATO's harassment. Hearing Fastidious speak annoyed Cato. He glances over and sees the same reaction from Opaksha. The Separatists have only been good for one thing, getting in the way of debate. You are partly correct, Fastidious, Cato responded. However, that has not been the rule. The Empire conscripted the adventurers into soldiers to fill the manpower and training cap. Then NATO waged war against them. The adventurer guild's failure to adapt to the changing world, their greed which put their own interest above the people, and a split within the guild on where to go. We all know about the scandals within that guild, abusing our mages and being kicked out of Italica, Elba, and other places. And the Slaver Guild, you have complained about how NATO is ripping property away from their owners. According to Lelei, they are actually phasing out slavery. They've explained how inefficient slaves are, and we all know they're right. Somehow, Earth has found a way around the problem. As sages, we should see how they did it and adapt, because look how much more advanced they're compared to us. And the mercantile guilds that still operate within NATO-occupied territory have flourished greatly and increased their station. If NATO is such a threat to all guilds, why are the mercantile guilds succeeding? That is why I have recalled Lelei La Lelina, Cato states. She has been with the Americans for over a year now and has a deep insight into their character. You have all read her letters, her stories, and her adventures. She was the one who discovered that Darlco's Lord Vokar had returned. She was the one who told us about the great betrayal in Elis, where Emperor Zorzel ordered the death of his sister and many soldiers of Elis' legions during a power grab. She was part of the people who not only defeated the Flame Dragon, but managed to mortally wound its offspring by herself. And if it were not for her convincing NATO not to destroy our city with their flying machines, we would be like Valtris and Havkrisen. Regardless if you agree with her motives or not, do not question Lelei's loyalty. As the chamber debates, the High Knight Albus Russus walks to the debate floor and announces, and let me remind all factions in this room that any action taken against Lelei La Lelina and her friends, the Vanguard 7, will be punished by my knights. They have the Imperial Seal alongside the Rondel Academic Council's blessing. He then looks at Opaksha, and I know the Imperial Army will not break the law, but if they ever do, they will face my knights. Albus Russus is the man in charge of the Rondel Knights. Cato knew he needed the knights on his side for him to stand a chance in siding with NATO. To his surprise, Russus agreed that joining NATO would be better for Rondel. While an honorable man, he was scared Russus would have joined the Separatists for power or side with the Empire because of pride. Opaksha crosses his arm and chuckles. I know the law, and unlike the NATO faction, I have honor. I fear not this girl. She will prove why NATO must be defeated. As the debate continues, Kagash Popperla watches. Pathetic. This is what the great city of Rondel descended to? They have forgotten their own history. Kagash cannot believe the smug coming from the Rondel elite. Long ago, Vokar and his followers were banished to die by the Rondel Academic Council. They disagreed with Vokar's ways regarding dark magic, and an archmage defeated him in battle. In his banishment, he created Darlco. She finds it pathetic how uptight they still are about Darlco after all these millennia. Kagash finds Fastidious pointless, trying to grasp at a dream that is impossible in this situation. Cato smells where the wind is blowing and wants to follow it. Opaksha just wants to keep the Empire intact and not lose more critical assets to the enemy. As long as the three fight, then that only helps her and her husband Gowrick goals. This is not the first debate between these three factions, and they all ended up pointless. But now that Lelei La Lelina is coming, Kagash's opportunity to finally remove Lelei as a threat is finally here. Hearing her husband speak in his ancient language, she places her hand on his arm and sides it down. I know, my love, this is finally coming to an end. This city is ripe for us to take over, or burn. Unknown to everyone here during the Empire Summit in Napnai, Kagash had a secret meeting with Drasho Getro, the head of the Mage Guild. Seeing that the current world was falling apart, Drasho decided to side with Darlco, seeing their rising power in the future. Regardless if Rondel chooses to stay in the Empire or go independent, having the Magic Guild under the control of Darlco will subvert every institution here. The only problem would be if Rondel joined NATO. That is why we must kill her, Kagash said. But we have to do it in a way that makes NATO think Rondel is the culprit. They will never forgive Rondell, and then we can snare them into our web without them knowing. Taking an annoyed breath after hearing Kagash's husband point out how hard it will be. He points out that both Vanguard 7 and Lelei defeated Lord Valkers, and Cato's list of accomplishments is worth noting. Lelei's discovery of merging both Earth science and Falmart magic has changed the game. That is why I had you go to those ruins, my love. One way or another, we will win. Now we better go. Politics bore me. Sad era. Date: June 10th, 2026. What was believed to be another peaceful night turned into Buro running for his life. Sad era was supposed to be safe. He was permitted by Zorzal himself to operate in Sad era. After taking a turn, Buro hides behind a pillar. As he catches his breath, he glances at the hallway intersection. The warrior bunny, Alonbula, stops, holding her sword. She then looks directly at him, smirking. Buro runs again, just barely dodging a sword strike. Why are you attacking me? I am protected. Alonbula, Famulus' slave bodyguard. Because of her brainwash, she would never act like this alone. Buros can only assume Famulus ordered this attack. During a casual stroll to his mud bath, she attacked him, killing his 2 guards. As Buro takes a left, 2 throwing knives block him, forcing him to take a right. The reason became clear as Famulus stood there, glaring. Empress, what is the meaning of this? When the Emperor finds out, he is not here, Famulus states, eyes glowing purple. The situation is clear. Seeing Alonbula blocks his path to retreat, he realizes that he was led into a trap. Famulus grabs Buro and lifts him, bringing him close. Explain to yourself, you shriveling pig, before I roast you alive. Well, what do you mean? Famulus tosses him onto the floor. You know what I'm talking about. Your secret base and your hybrid experiments. You betrayed us, you little bastard. Buro hits the floor hard. As he gets up, he feels a continuous shock around his body, making him scream in pain. What are you doing? I'm going to zap you with my magic until I get bored, Famulus said as she took her anger out on Buros. Then I have questions. If I like the answer, I might just kill you quickly. Stop, Buro begged. I will tell you anything you want, Empress. Just stop. Once the zapping stops, Alonbula grabs him and leans him against the wall. Alonbula then punches Buro in the noise. That was a warning. If you try anything, I will kill you. Buro squeals, then nods. He looks at Famulus and sees this deep hatred for his kind, especially him. Their people never got along, this war being the first time they worked together. When Zorzal accepted Famulus into the Empire, he almost plotted to assassinate her, fearing that she would interfere with their plans to hijack the Empire and become the dominant race in the world. Those plans were ruined when he learned that Praetor Svenhard Moon was more loyal to Famulus than him, ruining any plans to assassinate her. Famulus walks over. She stops right behind her bunny slave, looking right into Buro's eyes as they glow. You were plotting to betray us. That is why you wanted the other worlder slaves? Yes, Buro said. You don't understand, don't I? Famulus asked. It is pretty clear to me. You were secretly using our resources we needed for the war effort. How many a prickman had died because you lied to us? Svenhard is not happy that his men are dead. That is the last news he needs right now after his wife was murdered. While Moon and Buro had a close working relationship, he doesn't care about Moon and his dead wife. The man is just a tool for him to use for his people's ultimate goal, domination. However, he knows better than to cross Svenhard's wrong side. Look, you said it yourself. NATO is too powerful, Buro struggles to say. My people specialize in essence mixing. We need to find ways to increase our chances, or else the war is lost. You know that both our peoples will be purged if we don't do something drastic. After catching his breath, Buro looks up. Before the base was destroyed, I got reports that our experiments were succeeding. The other facilities are making progress. Famulus just looks at Buro quietly. She then nods at Alonbula. Alonbula drops him. You say that, but you also kept it from us. I will be taking over management from now on, and if you have a problem with this, Alonbula then aims her sword at Buro's throat, making her point, to which Buro has no objection. So tell me, what is the so-called success you were talking about with your experiment? Famulus states, well, we managed to find a way that can potentially enhance our troops, making them stronger, larger, and much more resistant to the enemy's weapons. We fed a captive American man with a fruit called the essence of the beast that we discovered in the mountain range of ice and snow. It is a fruit that can absorb the essence of many powerful beasts. This results in the captive turning into a nigh uncontrollable hulking giant, but with the pure strength of an ogre and the speed of a great wolf that is strong enough to make spears, arrows, and swords hardly slow him down a bit as he rushes at the enemy at blinding speed. Suppose we can cultivate these fruits and find a way to effectively control the transformed subjects. In that case, we can create a legion of ogre-like legionaries that are far more resistant against gunshots from the enemies to slaughter them, Uros states. Hearing this unnerves Famulus. She has no trust in the Hario tribe. While she is queen of the dark races, even she has lines she won't cross. While the League needs every advantage it can get, she doesn't trust Uros' efforts. I would like you to show me this fruit of yours. Of course, maybe your bunny bodyguard can have some, Uros states. Why do I have to eat that filthy fruit of yours? Alambula states. Uros smirks. You barely stood a chance against your former queen and your fellow bunnies during the raid. If it wasn't for Tyul's mercy on you for being her former bodyguard, she would have easily ended your life. Hearing that Alambula rams Buro against the wall again. You said that because you want me to get rid of her, so she couldn't come after your head. Of all the people she wants to kill, you were at the top of the list because it was your idea to make the Empire invade the Bunny Lands. My former queen and kin might be much stronger than me now thanks to NATO, but I will not become an abomination in your experiment. Alambula sees through Buro's intention. Famulus places her hand on her bodyguard's shoulder, calming her down. That is enough, Alambula. Buro, you will bring your research to Telta, so I can see it for myself. If you dare go against my will, I will have Moon rip you into pieces slowly, and then feed you to the ogres he keeps in his dungeon. I do not care if my husband is not here. He will not protect you if I tell him you are working against his will. Charles Stanford Office, Fort Alness. Date, June 10th, 2026. With another day at General Charles Stanford Office, Tyul sat down on a chair. Being in this office reminds her when Delilah broke into this office to demand the Americans to free her from Zorza 3L. While Delilah got what she wanted, she learned never to demand anything from the general again. At the time, Tyul was still recovering from the shock of being freed and figuring out her newfound freedom. Now, she finds the story humorous. As she looks at the general, she learns a lot about the man from Delilah's experience. Always calm, focused, and in control, but willing to hear people out, even during unexpected times. That is why Tyul understands why Stanford was chosen to lead this war and became military governor of the proposed territory of Alcatraz and Elis. Are you sure about this? Stanford asked. I was under the impression that you were happy with your current position. Don't get me wrong, General. Or is it governor now? Tyul asked. Just General. General. As a queen, and from my experience in Sad Era, I can see that events are happening quickly, Tyul said. My people are being freed, and that is why so many are willing to fight. But that will only last for so long as my people don't know why they are fighting for the long term. You want a home? Tyul smirks. I see you figured out my motive. Yes, you gave the elves a home, and I know my people will have a home. Stanford sits there, thinking about Tyul's proposal. Why now? The reason we gave the elves a country of their own was because they already had one beforehand. And honestly, we still don't know how to handle them. Being able to live 1,000 years can have an unknown impact on our culture, like being in political office for 500 years or be in other positions of power far longer than we are used to, a situation we are not prepared to deal with. I understand your motives. They were obvious to me. Tyul enjoys how much trust Stanford has in her, willing to speak frankly around her. Besides Pina, she is the only other major leader around that Stanford could relate to. Probably the only mature one, as Pina only started her ascent to become empress. I feel like my situation is similar. It was only 4 years ago my people had a home. While I do expect many of my bunnies to stay under your rule, many will want their own home again. And please, I am not threatening you or staying. I want one now, Tyul said. I just know my people. We are too independent, and my people need something to fight for besides freedom. Because once we free someone, there's not much motive to continue the fight. My people's spirit and heart is broken, and I need to put it back together. Having a home to fight for will fix that. Stanford takes a breath. We already ran simulations on retaking your old home, and it was deemed impossible. Our last estimate is that your territory is over 3,000 kilometers away, deep into Imperial territory. Any attack would result in defeat just from running out of ammo and food. I was afraid of that, Tayil said. I came to the same conclusion. As of now, my home is lost. Even when your people win the war and Pina takes over the throne, my home is so far away there is no way we could safely reclaim it. Tayil, I have known you long enough to know you have a motive, Stanford said. Please state it. I want your people to give me a land where I can call myself queen again, Tayil said. Doing this will allow me to claim to my people I am a queen again. Not a queen in name only, but a queen of a people again. A queen in exile, Stanford points out. During World War, too many conquered governments functioned in exile. I can see that working with your kind, but I am surprised your people want this. So many seem happy here. That is true. Tayil has seen many of her people in Alnus, Italsha, and a few other cities happy, starting their lives, just like her friend Delilah. To her surprise, other bunnies want to adopt this marriage custom. Some started farms and businesses. But she knows her people have strong traditions, and many will want to return to the old ways. If you people are willing to concede territory after the war, then this will allow me to better organize an army, Tayil said. This army will help you just like the High Elves, and after what happened at your outpost, I think the need is there. Stanford leans back into his chair, remaining quiet. After a few moments staring at Tayil, making her feel nervous, he nods. I do see the merits of this. I will bring it up with the president, but I don't see why not. Hearing that was a relief. Now this gives Tayil something to work for besides following others. Now there is a future for her kind and visualize it. I get the sense there is something else. Yes, General, Tayil said. While I am queen in exile, I still represent my people here. I know a few of my people are going to stay here regardless if I create a new country for my people like Delilah. I still will honor those wishes and represent them. That is why I think you should open more of your military to species like us. Think about it. My people have done much to you for the entire war until now, and we can do even more with your problem back on Earth. We can take on the Taliban, ISIS, or any homeland security threats you will potentially face with proper means. That is a bold statement from you, Your Highness, Stanford points out. The Pentagon has run studies on how to properly do this. That is why what Colonel Young Rangers is doing is so important. But I see this becoming useful in special forces or law enforcement task forces. As of now, your race has shown an excellent track record in combat so far, with a huge potential in modern-day special force and ranger operation. Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe reports have stated he has been pleased with your work. Maybe this is plausible after all. We will discuss this matter later, Stanford states. V-17, Chapter 206 Biohazard. Gallo Highway. Date, June 10th, 2026. Fuck, these roads never end, Scott complained as he drove, watching the same trees pass by the Vanguard 7 convoy while on their way to Rondell. Currently, they are on the Gallo Highway, the most direct path to Rondell. However, Sharpe wants the unit to stop at the town of Crete, a major farming town that specializes in herb cultivation for supplying Rondell. From there, he will decide whether to continue on the Gallo Highway or take smaller roads. Yup, the sights start to get boring after a while, Frost agreed. I was hoping to see something out here in the wild, Scott said. Anything besides imperialists. The problem with our occupied zone is that we ended the frontier culture. I would have liked to see how things were. Sophia laughed as she operated the vehicle M2.50 caliber turret. How do you think we are paying for this war? Freedom isn't cheap. She then leans into the turret hole. How is your kitty girl Scotty? I bet you enjoy getting scratched when you two are banging. After hearing that, Frost laughs hard, annoying Scott. Quickly, he realizes that it was simply light-hearted teasing and decides to play along with the joke. A claw mark here, and there is nothing. It is the teeth you have to worry about. But it is definitely different when compared with human women. I know what you mean, Frost said. You would have thought dating a human woman is complicated, but having a woman from another species adds a whole new dimension to it. For example, I caught Mentive sleeping upside down. And when we have sex, she likes to bite my neck, softly but still. Apparently, that is normal among her people. Yup, Scott said. I walked into Persia while she was licking herself. It looked sexy, but honestly, it was a strange sight. It is something you don't see every day. I do find her purring relaxing, though. Yup, there's a lot you have to get used to, Frost added. One day, I caught Mintive picking bugs from her little brother Jaceph's head. She then ate it like it was normal. Why do boys only think about a woman vagina? Sophia asked. You guys realize we are a package deal. If you love them, then you have to accept everything else that comes with them. In your case, that includes the claws and teeth. Hearing that coming from Sophia baffled Scott. I thought you hated non-humans? Hate is a strong word, Sophia replied. I grew up in the inner city, so I dated a lot of jerks, which are all human by the way. Not saying I fully approve, but I know how it feels getting tugged along. Either accept what you got or move on. Well, I guess what happened in Valdash, Scott said. Before Scott finished, Frost yelled to stop. He looks forward and sees someone. Shit. Holy shit. Scott's panicked as the Oshkosh Joint Light tactical vehicle hit a man in the middle of the highway who ran in front of the vehicle. After getting hit, the man begins getting up. The radio lights up as people are wondering what just happened. Oh God, are you okay? Somebody get the doc, Scott said as he got out and rushed towards a man. Surprisingly, the man stands back up. He glares at Scott and the others, saliva overflowing from his mouth like a rabid beast, and visible dark veins throughout his entire body. Frost stops Scott and readies his M5 SIG rifle. Something is wrong with him. Stay here while I get our Medidash dot. Scott suddenly stopped when the man lunged at him, hand and teeth out like a mad dog wanting to tear its prey apart. Instinctively, Frost shot at the man. The new 6.8mm round hit the man in the chest, but remained unfazed. The bigger bullet had an impact, but the man seemed to ignore it. Black blood starts pouring out of the bullet hole, but the man starts sprinting forward instead. Frost fires 2 more gunshots in the chest, and 1 to the head as he rushes at Scott. Sharpe and his team rush to the scene. What is going on? He then sees the dead body on the ground. I don't fucking know, Scott said, shocked. This guy just rushed in front of my vehicle and started acting like a mad dog. He tried to kill me. He was completely unfazed by 2 shots in the chest, Frost reported. I had to put a bullet in his head. Only then did he fall. Is this guy some kind of zombie or ghoul or something? Alicia asked. Scott watched as Jerry checked the corpse and the recording of the encounter through the Team NETT Warrior Network. He cannot believe that Jerry just walked up to the corpse like it was nothing, a zombie corpse. Jerry has always been the quiet one in the group as he minds his business, however, he has balls of steel. Scott aimed his SIG M19 machine gun at the corpse. Be careful, document. This guy seems to exhibit a lot of rabies symptoms, Jerry said as he took some tests, such as excessive salivation and animal-like aggression. I also do not see any sign of decay, so he is not a zombie or ghoul, or none that we know of at least. And what is that supposed to mean? Scott asked nervously. I know zombies like to eat people and their brains. It is far more complex than that. I don't know where you people get the brain part, Lelei said as she studied the corpse. Ghouls, skeletons, and zombies are brought back by dark magic. However, unlike the other two, zombies can increase their numbers through spreading a curse, which is transmitted by biting or scratching their victims. The curse will kill you and transform you, only leaving your most primal urges to remain functioning, like eating and using tools. But I never heard of them acting this complex before. The only way to cure zombification is to administer specialized healing spells or potions before the curse takes hold on the body. We call it a virus, Lelei, Jerry pointed out. I am sorry, Jerry, but my people call it a curse, Lelei counters. We don't know about germ theory, and I only learned it recently after using the microscope in the DARPA lab. Hearing that terrifies Scott. All he can think about is getting bitten and turning into one of those things. He could not help but think about his girlfriend Persia as he looked for comfort. I noticed you said herd. I assume you have never fought zombies before today. Lelei looks at Scott. No, I never had a chance to encounter one. I only heard about them in class. I think something has gone really wrong with the convoy ahead. We must hurry, Sharpe urged. Everyone loaded back up into their JLTVs and rolled out. Vanguard 7 reached the location and saw 3 British Army Land Rover Wolf and 3 French Army Panhards stranded vehicles. After Lelei sensed that there was trouble with a NATO patrol, Sharpe called it in. Alna's command admitted of a lost patrol in the area, and thermal detection from UAV only picked up the vehicles, no body heat. From a distance, the group sees a group of British and French troops wandering around the vehicles with their weapons dangling around their waist. Sharpe orders the combatant to disembark and slowly approach the convoy. Seeing all of them confused him, as Actual said they didn't see anything on thermal. He wonders if it was a hardware failure or they just missed these soldiers. Lieutenant Colonel, we should take them down, Sword-In proposed. I sense killing intent from them, like predators waiting to ambush their prey. They will certainly attack us on the spot. Negative. I am not ordering us to kill NATO soldiers without knowing what is going on first, Sharpe replied. He noticed Pina ordered her knight Jalen to guard him. We are not going to kill our own without visuals. Sword-In completely disagreed with this and began to protest. Lelei stands back as ordered, staff at ready. She can see Sharpe and Sword-In still butting heads. While she is happy that Sharpe has tried to be nice to her new teacher, she assumes that Sharpe has not forgiven Sword-In for what happened in Washington, D.C. As Sharpe approaches, he speaks, "Check your fire. I don't want us to blindly shoot our fellow comrades. Confirm they are the undead before killing them." Sharpe walks to the British and French soldiers, accompanied by Knight Jalen II Fendro and Private Second Class Grayson Owen for protection. I am Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe, U.S. Army Rangers. Are you all okay? Lelei hears Sword-In's warning her to be ready. Tuke quickly aims her composite bow, and Rory readies her halberd. As they hear Sharpe's loud voice, they all turn their eyes towards Vanguard 7. A blood-curdling scream soon follows as one of them points their rifle at Vanguard 7 with one hand and fires wildly at the group. The rest of the crazed soldiers follow suit and fire at them as well. "Shit!" Sharpe shouts as the bullets fly towards his group. Seeing them in danger, Lelei casts a kinetic barrier, blocking the bullets. Witnessing these zombies using rifles like this baffles her. It is known for zombies to use basic tools, however, she did not expect them to be able to use these complex weapons like rifles. It is safe to say they are not normal zombies. As Randy orders everyone to provide cover fire, Lelei watches as Jalen and Owen escort Sharpe back. "Colonel, it is safe to assume they are infected and no longer our comrades." After the zombie soldiers run out of bullets, the crazed soldiers do not cease their attacks and instead rush at them, using their rifles as clubs. Their attack forces Lelei to drop the barrier, and the group charges them. This causes Vanguard 7 to open fire and kill them before they get close. Rory manages to decapitate a few who happen to close the distance. "What the hell happened to these soldiers? What kind of virus affected them?" Andrew asked. "That was not normal." Rory removed guts from her weapon. "I have fought zombies hundreds of times, but these ones seem strange." Randy approached the sound of weapons fire and begins to direct his rangers. "Those are not friendly shots, boys and girls. Stay close and don't wander off." Sharpe walked up, taking control of the situation with his usual calm voice. "Okay, Rangers, create a defense perimeter around the convoy. There might be more of them out there." "You can say that again, Colonel, because we are about to be swarmed." Sword-In gestured as she sensed massive killing intent from both areas. Massive swarms of hundreds of infected, which consisted of various races including humans, Vardans, Nico, goblins, orcs as well as trolls and werewolves, began making their way toward Vanguard 7's position. While many are disfigured from their original form, they all shared two common features, which are insane-looking eyes and foaming mouths. Some of them carried weapons or were ready to maul anyone who was not one of them. The sound of the gunshot must have attracted them here, Tuke said as she prepared her bows. Lelei watched as Sharpe gave orders, mainly organizing everyone to maintain the perimeter and protect the vehicles. She rushed in formation with Sword-In to be the main defense. He ranged the defense in two formations. Pina's Rose Knights, one in each direction to hack anything that gets close, while behind them are the mages and rangers. Tuke and Yao prioritize enemies of importance, while the rest deal with the horde. Rory, using her speed, moves to the side that needs the most help at the time. "Colonel, the sounds of your weapons will attract more of them," Lelei said. It is best that you use your silencers to quiet your weapons. Silencers don't silence our weapons, Lelei, Sharpe corrected. It is more of a muffle than a silencer. The sound is reduced, but it is still loud as fuck. But I see your point. Pina, get your knights around and prepare to fight close quarters. Frost killed an approaching zombie, a tall female human with long nail claws that was charging at him. There is no way I am fucking fighting these in hand-to-hand combat. I don't want to become one of them. Calm down, specialist, Randy said. Focus on the task at hand. Prioritize your shots and maintain your field of fire. The incoming zombies are being gunned down as everyone aims for their heads. While this is the Rangers' first time facing such an enemy, they have seen enough training videos classes on fictional enemies to know what to do. The major issue is that these zombies are very abnormal and large. After using a firestorm spell to create a firewall on the east side, Lelei looks up and sees the tree branches shaking. Nico and goblin types hoping from branch to branch towards them. She forms a large explosive fireball and flings it at the tree, which is engulfed in flames. Rangers sky high, Randy ordered, redirecting the 1 MK-47 Striker grenade launcher into the trees. Airburst rounds explode nearby within the trees. Lelei, I hear more footsteps and moaning, Tuke said. She pulls out a special crafted arrow and fires it into the forest. It explodes, creating a bright flare. Lelei sees body shadows scattered throughout the forest, all approaching them. Good call, Tuke, Sharpe said. Rangers, be ready to pull out. I would wait, Jackson, Rory said. Throughout my centuries, I have faced dozens of zombie hordes, and what I learned is that they usually cluster in packs, since these infected act somewhat like zombies, so I think they are no different. I assume the British and French soldiers got surrounded somehow. If the infestation has this many of them, then the horde isn't far away. We are probably surrounded, and if we just drive off, there's a good chance we will run into the horde. What? Sharpe asked, shocked. He then turns to Lelei. Lelei, why didn't you tell me this was a zombie forest? Lelei looks out and sees a few more soldier zombies. She also sees a Nico zombie along with a few villager zombies too, far more than she expected. There were never zombies around here. Hey kid, Frost said. The Air Force has been pounding trade networks in this region for months. Any movement of armed men are targets for the A-10s. He is right, we try to separate just a normal trader versus military logistics, but it is hard to tell, Sharpe said. Rondell probably decided it was too much of a risk to send armed men down here to keep the forest clear. We would just blow them up. Hearing that frustrates Lelei more than she did not think of that. She gripped her staff and prepared for battle. Looking around, Lelei saw that Rory was correct as more zombies appeared. Some of the trees shake as something big bushes through. Be advised, IFF registered a new threat as a hobgoblin. I see 2 of them, Alicia said over NW. Sophia quickly rushed over to Lelei and Andrew's position. On it, seeing Sophia and Andrew fire their M5 at the hobgoblins, inflicting damage, but the beasts seemed to ignore it. Both try to aim for their heads, but the hobgoblins were holding up boulders, blocking the shots. The hobgoblins then tossed the boulder at the Rangers, causing Andrew and Frost to dodge. The boulder hit the side of the second JLTV and nearly flipped it over. Around them are dozens of all different kinds of zombies. Rory landed next to Lelei with a smirk. He is mine. She then spirits forward, her halberd ready to slice the beast in half. As Rory approached, the belly of the hobgoblin opens up and a long tongue shoots out from its new mouth, wrapping around Rory tightly. She struggles to break free as the tongue tightens and begins to pull her in until its jaws enclose her, the beast swallowing her whole. Watching that infected hobgoblin create a second mouth from its belly proved to Lelei that they are not zombies, or the ones she learned from class. Something else must be happening, as she never heard the Rondell Grand Mages ever mention this before. Rory. Sordin appeared next to Lelei, seeing the danger. Interesting. That must be a powerful form for it to overcome an apostle like this. She then grabs her water bottle. I will handle this, Lelei. Sordin magically opens her water bottle and levitates its contents out. Then she manipulates the water and freezes it, before turning it into 2 ultra-sharp, oval-shaped ice sheets. She then controls the ice sheets and hurls them at fast speed towards the swarm. decapitating dozens of infected regardless of the differences in their physique due to the varying races. Sordin manages to clear out a huge wave of infecteds all by herself, which not even firearms and Rory can do, as the ice sheets are able to chop off their heads very quickly and continuously. Suddenly, 3 trolls start to charge at the convoy, in which Sordin responds by combining the 2 ice sheets into a large rectangle shape, then enlarges and expands its length directly at the 3 trolls, bifurcating them into 2 pieces. Lelei is deeply impressed by Sordin's magical performance, as this is the first time she sees her arcane teacher from Earth in action. "That is incredible! How'd you do that?" Lelei asked with great enthusiasm. "That is an elemental manipulation technique. I will divulge into more details later. Now is not the time," Sordin said. After being freed from the infected hobgoblin, Rory rushed back. She stops by Lelei, but marks are visible all over her body. Black and red blood all over with strange slimes from the hobgoblin. "That was so gross. I have slime everywhere, even in places I don't want to talk about. What is going on in Hardy Pit? I have never faced a zombie like this before." "They are not zombies," Lelei said. "Rondell has no record of this. We are witnessing something new here. We will have to figure this out later. Right now, we should deal with the task at hand and survive," Sordin said. Lelei looks out and sees more of the corrupted zombies. While most are human, she sees other races in the group, all mutated into strange forms. They seem like zombies, but they have been acting vastly differently. Over her personal radio, she is hearing Owen and Frost stating that they are low on ammo and others confirming they have nearly run out too. This engagement makes no sense and defies everything Lelei learned at the academy. She knows dark mages use necromancy to turn people into ghouls and zombies, but she has never heard of their creations turning into these beasts or being able to create this many in such a short time. Even a small infection takes time to build up. "Lelei," Sharpe said, "you said zombies are attracted to sound, correct?" And Rory said, "We are facing a horde." Confused by the 2 questions, Lelei replied, "Yes and yes. But I don't understand." "Don't worry, I have a plan," Sharpe said. "Vanguard Command, this is Vanguard 7 Lead, requesting 2 separate fire support over." "Vanguard 7, this is actual," Green said. "You said 2 separate fire support missions?" "Correct," Sharpe replied. "I need a bombardment southeast and southwest from my position, 5 and 10 kilometers out." As Lelei listens to the radio conversation, she is confused why Sharpe is making that request. She then realizes what the plan is. Mass artillery is loud and can be continuous. The 2 bombardment zones will create alternative noises to draw the horde away. Noticing that her mana is depleting as she works with Sordin and preventing the rangers from being swarmed, Lelei catches her breath as she prepares her next attack. However, in the midst of her spell preparation, she feels an intense pain on her left leg. She looks down and sees blood on her lower leg, right above her boot. A half of a dead man's hand is on her boot as its teeth are in her leg. Lelei sees a trail from which the upper half part of the zombie dragged itself. No one saw it coming under all those NATO vehicles and towards her. From a strong pull by the strange strength coming from the zombie's hands, Lelei falls to the ground. The pain shoots through her body. "Get off me!" Now panicked, she fully understands what was happening. She tries to move her other leg to pick it off, but to no avail. "What?" Sophia said and saw what happened. She pulled out her combat knife and jumped on top of the half-corpse zombie. "Get off her, you bastard!" She rams her knife deep into the zombie's head as she yells, twisting the knife in all directions until the zombie stops biting Lelei and dies. Sophia reached in her bag to get bandages. Seeing how bad Lelei's leg is, she screams, "Doc, get over here, Lelei has been bitten." "Lelei, what is wrong?" Sordin asked as she takes care of the ever-growing number of zombies. Then she noticed what just happened. "Lelei!" All Lelei can do is look at her bleeding leg. The realization of what just happened and what it means is flooding her mind, fogging out the battle. As she focuses on her leg, Sophia is desperately patching her leg. What is more confusing to her is how hard Sophia is trying to save her. Without any hesitation, Sharpe replied, "On my way, Lelei." Everyone could hear the protective father switch flip in his voice. "Negative, sir," Randy interjects. "You have a unit to command. If you go down or get distracted, then we all go down. Doc. Already on it, Jerry responded. Sordin rushed over and helps hold Lelei up. Are you okay? Yeah, it just hurts, Lelei said, standing on one leg with Sordin's help. Out of all the possible ways to get injured, she cannot believe this was how it would happen. She heard Sharpe's panic tone in his voice, but glad Randy made sure he remembered his priorities. Suddenly, Jerry appeared. He slides onto his knee and looks at the wound. Without hesitation, he grabs an injection that is designed to help against virus infections. I have no idea if this will work. It is designed to stop common environmental viruses like in flus, not whatever this is. But I will patch you up. As Lelei watches Jerry wrap her leg up, she feels impressed by his skill and speed. She thinks about everything she remembers from her textbooks. From what she understands about Earth medicine, while advanced, they have no experience against this kind of virus. The closest comparable virus on Earth is the rabies virus, and they haven't found a cure for that yet. Her only hope is her people's medicine and healing magic. All right, kid, let's go. Jerry picked Lelei up and rushed her over to the fire support striker. As Jerry helped Lelei, Sordin goes back in providing magic support as more zombies swarm the unit from all directions. What Rory said proved to be correct. The horde is coming. When they get into the striker, she sees the ambassador, Selena, with her pistol, and Alicia on the radio console. Lelei! Selena yells as she rushes over. Stay back, Selena, Lelei said. I was bitten. She then sees Alicia keeping Selena by her. Hold on, kid, Jerry said. While I don't know much about zombies, I don't think you will turn in the next 30 seconds. But Selena, it might be best to stay away. Get her some water and blankets, okay? Sharpe rushed into the striker. Alicia, call medevac now. We need to get Lelei to Alna's hospital for immediate medical treatment. That won't work, Jackson, Lelei said as she tears up from the pain. Your people don't have the medical knowledge or medicine to treat the infection. My only hope is to get to Creedy. They should have a potion that should stop the infection before it gets to my brain. If it does, then no potion can stop it. As Jerry begins treating Lelei, she watches Selena go through the supplies, getting whatever Jerry asked for. She then watches Alicia tell Sharpe the radio was for him. While Sharpe talked on the radio with Vanguard Command, she could hear the battle rage outside. Vanguard 7, this is actual standby, Green said. I've uploaded 2 possible routes on your blue force tracker for you. I recommend you take the northern route. 2-towed 155 artillery batteries from the Italians and Americans are commencing bombardment at the southeast and southwest positions as requested. They will be in 15-minute bursts, then 10-minute delay with a follow-up 10-minute burst. Hopefully the sounds will distract them long enough for you to pull out. Roger that, Lelei. Are you sure we should go to Creedy's? Sharpe asked. Once we head that direction, there is no going back. Lelei looks at Sharpe. She takes a deep breath, calming herself down to focus. One thing she has learned with her time with Sharpe is that panicking is the worst thing someone can do in a bad situation. I'm sure, Jackson. Creedy supplies Rondell with many ingredients for their spells and potions. They farm a fruit that we use to counter a plague like this one. Going to Alnus will result in my death because you don't have a cure. Lelei can tell that was a hard pill for Sharpe to swallow. Roger that. Sharpe gets on team comm. Everyone load up and roll out. Hurry before we get swarmed a second time. Rory, get up front. I want you to escort us out and take down anything that gets in our way. I don't want us to use our weapons, otherwise it will just make them follow us. Sordin, get the elves and form a barrier so we can retreat unmolested. Lelei watches as Sharpe leaves to lead the retreat. Watching him not giving up gives her encouragement to fight this infection for as long as she can, giving hope. Gallo Highway, Creedy, 43 minutes later. The mood is dead within the unit. After what felt like hours, the unit managed to reach Creedy. While on the drive, Jerry did everything he could think of, like giving Lelei antibiotics, Vadigel biogel to clog up the wounds, and even a tight tourniquet around the leg to help slow down the spread of the virus. As the infection progresses throughout her leg, Lelei starts experiencing high fever, dizziness, and extreme fatigue. But the most worrisome is that the bite has started to blacken, showing clear black veins. She laid on the striker's seat, breathing heavily as she felt her body burning up. An airstrike blew up the European vehicles, denying the enemy from taking them as it was deemed too risky to recover them, and the brass did not want to surrender them to the enemy. Lelei explained that Crete was supposed to be a beautiful small town, like the ones in America Midwest. But all Sharpe sees is a ghost town with signs of attacks. The worst of all are burnt piles of bodies, leading to the grim revelation that the infection has reached the town and the infected have ravaged the place. Upon noticing their arrival, the inhabitants come out from their hiding. Many of them look hungry, but all of them are noticeably scared of the convoy. Once they stop and disembark, Frost and Chapman rush into a tavern and force everyone out. Once cleared, Sharpe carries Lelei inside, as she is barely able to walk due to the infection. As he carries her, her dress moves out of the way, so he can see the infection starting to move past the large gauze bandage. Randy, as Sharpe begins to give orders. He points to Selena, demanding that she get back into the striker. She did not dare protest as Yao took her back inside. Last thing he needs is Selena running around. Pina, take 2 and search this place and find a doctor, healer, or whatever. Lelei said this place has a post for the adventurers and that there should be skilled healers here. Find them and drag them over here. Let's hope they can do something about Lelei's situation. If they resist, Pina asked, they can deal with you or me. Sharpe glares, making his point clear. Randy begins his search as Pina approaches. Pina, take over security. Make sure no one bothers us. As Randy gathers the team and begins searching the town, Sharpe feels angry that he has to rely on medieval-era medicine, having advanced medical technology, and yet, right now, it is worthless. If there is one thing he has learned about himself, is that he does not do well when a problem is outside his control or solution. Sordin, go help Jerry. Sharpe asked, but I need to make sure this place has the ingredients I need to make potions for Lelei, Sordin stated. Okay, Tuke, Alicia, and Frost, go with Sordin to find some ingredients around the town to make the potion. Sharpe points at Tuke and Yao. As the next group leaves, Sharpe calls for Sophia. He watches as she rushes over, her uniform and arms covered in dried blood. You are not bitten, correct? No, sir, Sophia said. I was checked out while on the way here. Frost and Scott can confirm. Good, Sharpe said. He knows it was because of Sophia's swift reaction that Lelei's leg was not bitten off. Good job with the assist. Once you are done helping out your protecting document, I won't want to bother him. Sharpe, Rory, and Scott and Andrew approach the town hall of Crete to search for help. Sharpe violently knocks on the door of the town hall and notices a man walk up. The man looks pissed and scared along with tons of people behind him who are taking shelters. Behind Sharpe is Chapman, who has his rifle at the ready, protecting Sharpe. What is the meaning of this? The man asked. Why are your men threatening my people? Now Sharpe sees how forceful his orders are. His intention was to come here peacefully to lay the bedrock for positive relations. In his rush, what he is doing now looks like a military invasion. Right now, he doesn't care. Sorry about our aggressive actions, Sharpe said. One of my people was bitten by one of the creatures that has ravaged your town, and we need to get her help. She is one of Rondell mages who works with us. There should be healers in this town, right? We have healers, but it is no use. The best thing you can do right now is to give her a merciful death. The only mean to save her is no longer available. What do you mean, old man? Sharpe angrily asked. First of all, I am Mayor Sharam of Crete, and the infection has ravaged our town for nearly a week now. At first, we had access to the Rokud pears to cure the afflicted before they turn rabid, but for some unknown reasons all of our Rokud crops have been destroyed. Here and at the other 2 villages were set aflame. All of our stockpiles have also vanished. Normally we have our adventurers clear out the ruins and fields to search for more Rokud, but your kind keeps attacking them with your flying machines. That last part bothered Sharpe. The crops that could stop this infection were destroyed, and now the disease is spreading out of control. None of this adds up. Lieutenant Colonel, Randy said. Sharpe looks and sees Randy's team dragging a man in stylized armor. It is not Imperial armor. That means he is either a knight or an adventurer. As the man is dragged, he is struggling to get free. Damn you otherworlders. How dare you treat a silver rank like this? Adventurer had protested. We found in the post, sir, Randy said. We also found 2 lower-ranked adventurers at the post. It looked like they saw combat recently, sir. All of this is your damn fault. Farhad said. We were trying to clear out these infected and figure out what turned them mad, but we couldn't figure it out because if we ventured too far, your flying machines would kill us. So far, 3 villages have been ravaged because of what you've done. Sharpe walks over, ignoring the adventurer. He knows what the adventurer is referring to. NATO airstrikes anyone who looks like soldiers. And now this town and his team are facing the consequences of the bombing campaign. Look, I didn't want this situation to happen. My orders were to come here and give the "we come in peace" platform, but right now I am on a timetable and I refuse to let my friend die because I am wasting time. Lieutenant Colonel, Ambassador Henson said as he approached. I think it is time for me to pull my weight. Sharpe takes a step back and watches the ambassador talk with the town leadership and some other people, explaining the situation, what they want, and what they can offer. Rory walks up and places her hand on Sharpe's arm. Calm down, big boy. Getting all heated up won't get what you want. None of us want Lelei to turn. Stay objective. Taking a deep breath, he relaxes himself. Thanks, Rory. He then walks away to wait. Soon enough, Henson approaches. Colonel, I struck a deal with the mayor. If we agree to provide security and deal with these infected, then they will help us find those pairs in the area. However, security must be granted regardless if Lelei is to make it. The first thought Sharpe had was if this ambassador was incompetent after hearing that. That will take weeks. This is not a small forest. Lelei will turn by then, and I will be damned if I have to put her down. They better give us something useful. I won't let my nerdy sister suffer like those infected, because we are too late to save her, Rory added with an enraged voice. Hold on, I know, Henson said. That is why there is a healer who agreed to help us find the fruit as he knows what it is. And besides, I think you have contacts in Sockham that are willing to come here. Sharpe thinks and nods. I have some old Green Beret buddies who would enjoy the challenge. At least until help arrives. The healer walked up. Thank you, Colonel. I understand your desire to save your friend, so now I can comprehend the situation. I am glad you understand the urgency in matters like these. We all first thought you otherworlders were savages who kill everything indiscriminately, but I am starting to see that those remarks were untrue. I am Lotus Caven. Savages? Sharpe asked. That is just imperial bullshit. Our airstrikes are for taking out enemy logistics. Sorry to say it, but we're at war and Rondell is a major supplier for our enemy. If we were savages, we would have razed this town long ago. I know, Caven said. Your ambassador explained the situation. Because our town is not a military settlement. You spared us from your wrath, but this situation is still partly your people's fault. If you promise to protect us, all will be forgiven, and we will help save your friend. Just like that, Sharpe asked, struggling to believe the quick turnaround. Well, your blue-haired friend Lelei is a citizen of Rondell, so we are bound to help, Caven said. It is in our interest to maintain good relations with Rondell, so it only makes sense if we're helping one of their people. Okay, so where are the Rokud pairs? Sharpe asked. As you know, all the sources of the Rokud pairs have been destroyed, Caven said. Searching further might not be a viable solution, judging from the time your friend has remaining. Anyone afflicted with the plague will turn within 5 to 6 hours after getting infected. The only place we can get the pairs is from the Aran ruins, but that place is too dangerous, so no one dares to go there anymore. Why? Sharpe asked. After we lost all our pairs, me and some villagers went to Aran ruin to get the pairs for restarting our crops, but the place is full of infecteds. We try our best to evade and fight off the infecteds and reach the Rokud tree, but it is guarded by a basilisk. Only I managed to make it back alive. Later on, we hired some adventurers to go there, but we never saw them again, Caven stated. However, with your tremendous firepower and Rory the Reaper with you, we might be able to defeat the basilisk and get the pairs, Caven stated. Does this basilisk kill people by using their gaze or poisoning them with its fangs? Sharpe asked. You are only half correct, Sharpe. Basilisk's special means of attack is spitting corrosive venom out of the glands in its mouth, which can cause quick death as the venom can eat a victim to the bones within seconds. They are not like in Harry Potter, in which they can kill people by looking directly at them. However, Basilisk is dangerous enough to be placed as the threat secondary to the ancient dragons, Rory rectifies. I am coming too, Farhad said. I know the best route there while Caven knows where the tree is. I thought you hated us? Sharpe asked. I still have a duty to fulfill this town as an adventurer. I will prove that we, adventurers, still have worths to the people of Falmart. Don't think you can get rid of us easily, Farhad pridefully said. Getting what he wants, he looks to Randy. Get Pina, Andrew, Jalen, Chapman, Alicia, and Sordin. They will come with Rory and me. We will leave in 5 minutes. He then leaves to request the Green Berets to come to this town and protect them from the infected. I thought Sordin was supposed to stay with Lelei to take care of her, Randy said. Belay that order. We are dealing with a big and very dangerous monster here, so we'll need her help. Back when we dealt with the baby flame dragons, we needed someone like Lelei to help us. So right now we need her teacher, Sharpe stated. V17. Chapter 207 Aran Labyrinth. Aran Labyrinth, south of Crete. Date, June 10th, 2026. Moving through the forest was easier than expected. The Rangers are used to assaulting fortified bases. The upside of moving through an infected forest is that the chances of running into an Imperial patrol was extremely low, allowing Sharpe to recklessly speed to the ruins. Only a few primary infected forms remained, no larger than groups of 5. They quickly rush inside the ruins as the halls within this temple quickly envelop them in darkness. If it was not for his visor, he and everyone else would be blind. The one thing the visor cannot solve is the smell. In addition to the visor worn by the Rangers are the Black Hornet 2 mini-drone and the M14 Scope Dog UGV. Both were sent down the other directions to help scout the labyrinth. Christ, this place smells worse than that cave you guys call your rooms, Alicia said. It is wise not to speak, Tuke said. Our voices echo in these chambers. Up ahead, 3 of the infected are wobbling. Sharpe ordered with his hands to form up. Pina, Jalen, and Alicia line up their composite crossbows. The 3 fire their arrows, punching through the infected skulls. 2 of the infected fell dead, but one still stands with an arrow in its head, charging forward. Pina and Jalen pull out their swords and cut the infected down. Once the area is cleared, Tuke fires a flare arrow down the long hallway, which draws a few infected out of their hiding spots. They begin attacking the flare as if drawn to it like a moth to the flame. Smart Tuke, Pina said. She organizes everyone with bows and crossbows, and they all fire. The first volley killed 2. As the flare dies, the infected start charging them. Pina ordered another volley, finally killing them. After taking care of those infected, the group quickly followed Tuke and Farhad down the next pathway. Tuke's elf senses and Farhad's knowledge of the layout have made moving through the labyrinth quickly, fast enough that Sharpe feels confident they might get the pair before it is too late. As they move through the next chamber, Pina approaches Sharpe and whispers, "Maybe we should split up into 2s. We can cover more ground." "I considered that, but I think we should stick as one group," Sharpe replied. The answer surprises Pina. "But Lelei might turn. If we don't hurry, then we might be too late. I know you want to save her." "We all do." The question hurts Sharpe, reminding him that they only have about 5 hours when they think she will turn. While he never intended it, he treated Lelei like his flesh and blood, much like Selena. He saw the potential in her, and she has proven herself to be a totally indispensable member of the group. He and Sarah have invested so much time and energy into her, and he would hate this is how it ends. However, he must remind himself that he is a lieutenant colonel of the U.S. Army. The rank and the duty behind it come with responsibilities, regardless of what his emotions think. It has been part of the job he has always struggled with. Still, it is Lelei, and he would rather turn than let Lelei's life end like this. "No," Sharpe whispered. "Being in command is like a double-edged sword. Pina, as a military leader, you must accept there will be casualties. The unit must remain your #1 priority along with the mission. You cannot sacrifice the unit for one soldier." "But it is Lelei," Pina said, "and everyone will understand that you will do everything you can " "I know that, damn it," Sharpe said loudly, and then trying to keep his emotions in check. "I want to save Lelei more than anyone. She trusts me. She is more like a daughter to me." While he thinks Lelei is a daughter, the only reason he never made it official was because of her young adult age. Turning 18 soon, and an adult by this world's standards, it was easier to accept a guardian mentor. "The thing is, I am in charge. I cannot sacrifice Andrew, Alicia, Tuke, or even you for one person because I have a personal relationship with them. One day you will have to face such a choice. The life of one cannot replace the unit. Mine or your feelings cannot rise above our responsibilities. It is the curse of being in command, the downside of being a leader. Sordin placed her hand on Pina's shoulder and whispered, I have to agree with the colonel about this matter, Princess. Lelei might be my protege, but I cannot risk the life of the rest of the group even if it's just to save her alone. Lelei is important to all of us, however, she is one person and understands the risks. If Boses or Hamilton were cursed, how many of your knights are you willing to sacrifice to save one of them? Look, Princess, it is breaking his heart having to say that, but he has to say it. Pina reflected on what they said, taking in the leadership lesson. I understand. Splitting up only increases the chance of people getting killed. I guess that's why some people see the Empire as this evil thing. My ancestors had to make tough choices to save the many in wars, choosing who lived and died. Not saying it was good or bad, but I think I understand the context more, sir. The burden of command. Caven looked at some moss on the wall. We are going in the right direction. Good, because the Black Hornet is a bust, Chapman said. Why is that? Andrew asked. See for yourself. Everyone with a visor switches to the mini-drone frequency and sees it being thrashed by dozens of infected. Before the feed cuts, Sharpe sees some strange, prominent figure in the background. We are not going that way. The team then followed the directions of Farhad, heading down the path with ever-growing moss. How do you know this is the path? Sharpe whispered. Everything looks the same. As I said before, I have explored these ruins before, Farhad said. I admit I was not expecting us to go this far into the ruins. After moving deeper into the labyrinth, Pina, Jalen, Farhad, and Andrew took out a few more infected along the way. The group hears loud noises coming from a nearby chamber. The team quickly investigates the matter. Up ahead, they see a broken door, barely staying together. Tuke, what do you see? Sharpe asked. Tuke peeked through a hole, using her visor. By the gods, I see goblins fighting more of those infected. It looks like the infected are winning. That makes no sense, Farhad said. What is going on here? Sometimes goblins come here to make a colony, but they rarely succeed. They are known to hunt in these lands, coming from up north or hiding in all the ancient ruins in this region. Alicia chuckled. Until we put a bullet in their head. It is the one thing I agree with Sophia. There cannot be coexistence with these monsters. I never thought I would agree with the otherworlders on something, Farhad said. I hope you can. We tried, but they just breed so quickly. I don't know, but I don't feel like this is natural, Sharpe said. Let's hurry. Chapman? Hold on, there we go, Chapman said. I hate this lag, but I think I found it. A large chamber with a giant tree. That's it, Caven said. We better hurry as ... Alicia fired her rifle at an infected who broke through the sidewall. The sound of weapon fire attracted more. Fun's over. Let's move, Sharpe ordered. As everyone backs up, a loud roar is heard. This giant, bulky male human leaps from the ground level to their hallway. To his shock, a large, sturdy, thick-boned skin body and hands are these two large-boned spikes. Before Sharpe could aim, he is forced to duck as the large-boned spike slams into the wall. The other arm is raised, but the strike is blocked by Pina's ballistic shield, the shield glowing, being reinforced by one of the Sword-In spells. Sword-In then stomps her foot on the ground, creating a rock spike protruding from the ground, impaling the giant infected through its jaw, penetrating its skull and killing it. Taking a deep breath, Pina directs everyone as she organizes their retreat. Andrew on me, Sharpe ordered. Pina, Sword-In, and I will cover the rear. Make sure we have a path out of here. I don't want us to get pinned. As Pina led the unit back the path they came, Sharpe and Andrew provided cover. He then sees a grotesque creature land a few feet from them. At a glance, you could tell it was a Nico, but unlike normal Nicos, this one has an extra set of arms along with fangs protruding from its cheeks. Its deranged, glaring eyes focused completely on them as its jaw began to open far wider than humanly possible. It begins to hiss as it bares its fangs at the group, getting down on all six ready to pounce. By the time Sharpe fired, the infected Nico jumped and crawled on the wall towards them at incredible speed. Rory put her arm into a blocking stance, allowing Nico to bite down on it. She sliced the Nico with her halberd, cutting the head in half. She grabbed Sharpe's arm and pulls him back. When the unit got back to where they started, a long tongue shot out of the hall, grabbed Andrew, and pulled him back into the hallway. Sharpe, Chapman, and Farhad all grab him as they try to pull him back. Pina cuts the tongue, freeing Andrew as Rory bashed the walls with her strength. The hallway crumbles and then collapses on itself. On the other side of the rubble, they can hear the infected screeching. "That won't hold them forever," Rory said. "Jesus, what the hell was that?" Andrew exclaimed. "I cannot believe this," Fred said. "I dealt with Nikos before. How did it grow arms?" "That is a Nico? That's like some exorcist type of shit." Alicia responded, baffled by what she witnessed. "Don't tell Scott when we get back. He will flip out." "Quiet everyone," Tuke said as she listened. "They are digging." "What?" Alicia shockingly said. "They are dead. How can they do these things? Where's Lelei to explain shit?" Sharpe hates to agree with Alicia. He misses being there to explain everything. "Chapman, give Tuke your NAV data." Tuke gets us to that chamber. At this point, weapons free. Creedy. As Sharpe leads the joint team to recover the Rokud pair, Selena finishes collecting all the towels, bandages, remaining herbs, and other materials Specialist Jerry William needed. "Here you go." "Thank you, kid," Jerry said as he replaced Lelei's leg bandage. "I see working at the temple has paid off. Now, put 2 of those in cold water." As Selena followed his instructions, giving him a cold cloth, Selena watched Jerry switch out the clothes on Lelei's forehead. There are IVs connected to the Lelei arm, ice packs around the body, all trying to keep Lelei's fever down. Because of the high fever and the spreading of the infection, Jerry had to strip Lelei into her underwear to keep an eye on the infection and cool her off. "Is there anything else I could do? I don't want to lose a sister." "I don't know, Princess. I'm only a medic," Jerry said. According to Sorden's notes, he then continues crunching the herbs that the Rangers had gathered around the town. Selena grabbed her Polaris necklace her father got her, looking for a form of comfort. With Lelei getting sicker, this sparks a memory of her little brother being murdered. The last thing she wants is another sibling to be killed. Selena watched Lelei get fed the herb drink Jerry made based on Sorden's Wiccan herbal medicine formula, which impressed her. Just like her, he has been helping at Carlin Temple and wonders if he learned these skills there. "Do you think that will help?" "I don't know," Jerry said. "I need to keep her immunity up and keep her body healthy. I put some of our vitamins and mix them with what you gathered. It might slow the virus down long enough for your father to get her, but I don't know. Everything I know about viruses is proven to be useless. The key is just buying as much time as we can. Every second counts." Hearing that, Selena took a deep breath. "Maybe I could use my healing magic?" Jerry looked at Selena. "Can you? I thought you have not been able to since saving your pet. By the way, how did you do it the first time?" Since discovering that she can use healing magic, she has failed to reactivate it. Lelei, Sordin, and Carlin have been trying to coach her, but she failed to activate it. Lelei said a training expert in Rondell is needed, so she can activate her healing magic again. Sordin proposed pushing her into a deep emotional distress to trigger that event again, which her father rejected. "The elf boy Alion wanted to show us around," Selena said. "He took us to the Cone village ruins. I found the griffin baby there, but we ran into a giant spider, and it almost killed the griffin. I was distraught, and suddenly my hands were glowing, and I was healing them. It just happened." She then looked at Jerry. "Please don't tell Daddy about the spider." Jerry looked at Selena, surprised. "No wonder your dad is overprotective. You girls are always causing trouble and getting into danger." Lelei coughed as she struggled to giggle. "It is okay, because we are girls and cute, so we can get away with stuff like that. That is what Rory would say anyway." "Lelei!" Selena got up and rushed over to the bed. "Are you okay? Feeling better? Do you need more water or a book to read?" "I started reading a book called The Little Engine That Could. It is about trains trying to go up a mountain, but they failed. But one train was able to go up the hill. The reason was that the other trains were telling themselves they would try, while the one who did kept telling himself that he knew he would. Just like Daddy. Daddy always said mind over matter is important. And I am sorry, Lelei, because when I was trying to heal you, I was telling myself that I was trying, so I was not putting in as much work as I could, unlike Daddy and ... She had to stop her rumbling before she started to cry again. Lelei giggled. "You always ramble, Selena." Lelei laughed, but then struggled in pain. Jerry removes the cover of her bitten leg to change the bandages. He freezes for a moment as he sees her left leg turning black and blue as the virus spreads. The infection has passed the tourniquet. Seeing Lelei's leg, Selena cried. She moves to her leg and holds her hands towards Lelei's leg. Feeling extremely emotional that her big sister is like this, her hands glow gold color. "Oh my God, you are doing it," Jerry said. "Just keep it up. Do it because you want to save her. Every second we can hold this virus back, it gives time for the team to get back here." Throughout Selena's body, she felt a great strain. Her mind begins to fog, her body sweats, her arms start to shake, and she begins to breathe heavily. She has no idea what she is doing and how, but her sheer will to save Lelei is the only thing she is focused on. Jerry wiped the sweat off Selena but heard a loud noise outside. "I'll go check that out. Yow, keep an eye on both of them. I'll be right back." Thanks to the UGV spot dog and for had knowledge of the ruins, the team finally found the Rokud chamber with a big skylight above. "We finally made it," Rory said, taking guts off her halberd. "Once we get to Rondell, I am taking a long bath." "Wow, look at this place," Tuke said, lowering her composite bow. Sharpe looked and saw this large chamber with a giant tree in the middle. "I have never been in this chamber," Fred said. "Normally we never needed to go this deep. I am surprised how few Rokud trees there are in the ruins this season. It is like someone came through here and cleansed them. Isn't it obvious?" Sharpe asked. "Someone did come through here and cleanse this place. Someone destroyed your crops. Someone killed your villagers. You were pointing out how many infections that were here were abnormal. The goblins and, most importantly, all the infected there were. This has to be enemy action." "I have to agree with the lieutenant colonel here," Sordin said. "Based on my conversations with Lelei, the only people who could do this are Darlco or Rondell. I doubt Rondell would do this. Maybe rogues, but I bet Darlco is responsible." "Darlco was here? Impossible," Caven said, shocked. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. They are the only other city that could do this, but Darlco is very far, and the Empire would never allow them through the Empire. "The Empire recently employed Darlco into their ranks," Rory said. "We fought Lord Valkyr at one of his facilities. It makes sense that they're trying to undermine Rondell, but I doubt spreading a few infected is their end game." Sordin looked around, glaring. Rory is correct. Darlco mages were here. "How can you tell?" Sharpe asked. "I know witchcraft when I see it, Jackson," Sordin replied. "They were here. And look over there." Sharpe noticed a pile of bloody clothes, all laying on the ground, hundreds of them. All nearby a strange-shaped hole in the ground. He walked over and could tell something was laying here, something heavy. Tree roots are scattered all around this spot. "All right, everyone, let's search. We are on the clock." "Colonel, that thing you saw from the drone before, I sense it moving somewhere over there." Sordin points at the direction of the wall. Taking a quick look, his visor doesn't pick up anything. While the visor has no radar, the IFF computer would point out anything if the NW computer sees anything. That is when Sharpe sees Andrew and Pina ready their weapons, hearing something. Then he hears this hissing sound. His IFF points to the upper right, and he sees this massive snake come out of the wall towards them. This large snake charged down, scattering everyone. Weapons fire begins as the large snake looks around. This must be the basilisk Farhad was talking about. Sordin was correct. While this could have just been a sleeping beast that heard them coming, there have been too many events for Sharpe not to assume this is enemy action. With the new threat, he must remember why they are there in the first place. "Farhad, Caven, we will take care of this thing. Now get the fruit now." As the two rush to the tree, Rory jumps towards the basilisk. However, the basilisk's tail slammed Rory to the ground. Tuke and Sordin cast several big fireballs, hitting the basilisk. While burnt, all it did was piss it off. In return, the basilisk splits out a green-colored corrosive acid, which eats up a root in mere seconds. The basilisk moves around as weapons fire from all sides. The beast aims for Alicia, but Rory gets in the way, blocking with her halberd. Pina and Jalen flank the basilisk, slashing at the sides, but its highly elastic and durable skin made it extremely difficult to cut through. "Everyone else, flank both sides," Sharpe said. "Try to give it something else to think about." Tuke aims for the eyes. Sordin, try hammering it down. Don't give it a chance to spit its acid at you. Tuke quickly fired an enchanted arrow. hitting the basilisk in its eyes. With a loud roar, the basilisk disengaged with Rory. As the battle continued, watching the basilisk move around the chamber and causing a lot of damage. Usually Sharpe would order his team to take the basilisk out with a rocket launcher or grenade launcher. However, he is scared that it will collapse the chamber on everyone. Everyone lure that beast toward me, so I can transmute the rock foundation underneath this ground into a field of rock spikes to kill it, Sordin stated. Seeing what Sordin is talking about, Sharpe points to Rory. Not needing to explain his order, Rory understood what he wanted her to do, to lure the basilisk into a trap. Sordin tried to deal a fatal blow to the basilisk by slamming her hands into the ground, turning the ground into a small field of rock spikes, all protruding from the ground towards the basilisk. However, much to her shock, the rock spikes failed to pierce the beast's skin, only ripping the outer layer. As the beast lunges at Sordin, she turns herself into smoke to escape the charge. Colonel, the skin of this creature is like a thick Kevlar, Sordin states. I noticed. Sharpe analyzes what Sordin states and realizes that the new 6.8 mm seems to be punching through the basilisk thick and elastic skin. However, the sheer size and Kevlar-like skin of the beast make most of the attacks seem worthless unless they hit a vital area like the head. That is when he gets an idea. Farhad, basilisks see using heat like snakes, right? Yes, they have pit organ near their nostrils to sense heat for detecting prey. Farhad said over the radio headset he was given for this mission. I have an idea, but I'd like you to cause the whole place to go completely dark. Sharpe quickly ordered Sordin. Everyone else, be ready to strike. Rory, at 3 o'clock and be ready. Sordin casted her Dark Shroud spell, causing a shroud of darkness to engulf the whole chamber and cover the skylight. The chamber gets ridiculously dark. Sharpe lifted his visor, so he could only see the pure darkness. He grabbed the flare on his vest and held it up after lightening it up. While the visor is able to filter out the brightness of a flare, it is too close for it to work properly. The flare being the only light in the chamber, Sharpe saw the tall basilisk looking down at him. Part of the basilisk is in pure darkness, only parts of it being lightened up by the flare. Noticing that he got the basilisk's attention, Sharpe moved the flare side to side. The basilisk followed the flare. Come on, you son of a bitch. That is right. The basilisk dives at him. Before it is too late, Rory, with her increased speed, tackled Sharpe away as the basilisk rammed its head into the ground. Thanks, Rory, Sharpe said, then got on his radio. Everyone close your eyes. Sword in, solar flare. Now! Rory gets on Sharpe, using her body to protect him from the blinding spell. The basilisk lifts up angry. A bright light blankets the chamber, blinding the basilisk and anyone who didn't cover their eyes quick enough. Rory made sure Sharpe is okay and smiled seeing he is. I hope your out-of-the-box plan works. Shearwell Rory, Sharpe replied as he watched the developing situation. As planned, Sharpe watched Tuke run up the back of the blinded basilisk along with Sordin, who created several floating rock pillars to act as stairs, enabling them to get to the top of the basilisk. As Tuke reached the top, she shot 2 arrows into the basilisk head, and Sordin did the same using 2 conjured big ice spikes. As Tuke and Sordin descend down using the same floating rock stair, Pina ordered Jalen, Farhad, and Andrew to push one of the pillars over, landing on the midsection of the basilisk, which semi-trapped it. Rory, Sharpe said. Rory smirked and gripped her halberd tightly, then bursted from her position and sliced the basilisk, causing major damage. Nice job with the pillar, Pina. Sharpe then ordered everyone to scatter. The Rangers opened fire, aiming for the head. The basilisk waves its head around, but the basilisk tail swinged around but struggled to move because of that pillar. However, the skin is still too tough for the small arms to punch through to deliver the kill. Sharpe stands there wondering how to kill this thing. Chapman then rushed up. Colonel, I have an idea, but I need Rory. Spit it out, specialist. Time is a factor, Sharpe ordered. I strapped 5 fragmentation grenades together with a string looped along the pin, Chapman said. If Rory can get it into its mouth and pull the string, it should shred the bastard insides. Seeing the value in the plan, Sharpe called Rory over. At first he wondered why not use C4, but then realized the amount of magic that's been used by Sordin and Tuke could interfere with the trigger signal. Rory quickly rushed to Sharpe. I hope you have a plan, otherwise we will be buried. That thing is hitting everything. Chapman's idea, Sharpe said. I'll be a distraction. Take Chapman's grenade belt and get it inside its mouth. Rory looked at the bomb and then at the basilisk. I see. You wanted to pull a Hellboy like when he made the Orgahem swallow the whole belt of grenades. Got it. If you cannot kill it from the outside, kill it from the inside out. She takes the makeshift bomb and flanks the basilisk. Sword in, distract the bastard so Rory can get up there, Sharpe ordered. Got it, Sword in replied. Sharpe and Chapman rush. Once they get close, they begin firing at the basilisk. Chapman, once the basilisk comes at us, you go right and run. As planned, the basilisk looked at them because of the sniper fire. Sharpe can see the blood and busted eye. Even with all that damage, it still wants to fight. The basilisk charged at them. Sharpe jumped away, getting the ground hard. Looking over, he saw Chapman got out of the way with debris over him. He then looks up and sees Tuke fire an arrow at the side of the basilisk. Sword in levitates 2 pieces of debris. Using the debris, she rams it into the basilisk with great force, limiting its movement until the beast starts to struggle to move. Once the basilisk was secured, Rory jumped on the side of it, grabbing onto the debris. The basilisk swings around, trying to get her off, but Sword in intensifies the debris to squeeze the beast even more, enabling Rory to maintain balance. She rammed her halberd with all her might into the basilisk's neck and swung closer to the mouth, forcing the grenade bomb into its mouth, then jumped down. The basilisk looked around as a small explosion occurred within its body, causing fragments to penetrate through the internal organs of the beast. The basilisk hits the ground a moment later, shaking the room with blood showering out of its mouth. We make a great team, right, Rory? Sword in stated as she raises a fist toward Rory. Yes, we are. Rory fist pumped Sword in. Taking a deep but relaxing breath, Sharpe is glad that it is over. He looked around to make sure no one is dead. Getting a head count, Sharpe looked over at the healer and adventurer. Please, God, tell me you found it? Jala jumped down. That was the most epic battle I have ever seen. Damn, no wonder we are outdated. To answer your question, yes, we found a pair, Carvin said. It was not easy. It was like someone came in and cut all the pears away. We found one very high up the tree. I am okay, Chapman said as Andrew helped him up. All right, let's... Sharpe stopped as he saw Farhad's reaction. He turned around and saw the basilisk getting up. It lets out a loud roar, blood spraying everywhere. The next thing Sharpe and everyone else saw was Sword in step up and throw a rock pillar at the beast's mouth, digging deep into its throat. The pillar then exploded, creating sharp debris to pierce the throat and the mouth of the beast, killing it for good. I think it is dead now, Sword in said. Jalen walked up and pushed his sword deep inside the basilisk's skull through one of the holes, just to be sure. Hearing his team cheer, getting the fruit, and killing the basilisk, Sharpe checked his phone and noticed the time. We better hurry back. As everyone began to go back to the entrance, Sharpe noticed Sword in looking around the chamber. Where are you going? Sharpe asked. We are on a timetable. I sense something, Sword in said. I don't know how to put it into words. Just something evil was here. Checking his phone and seeing that they only have 73 minutes left. I don't care. We have to go now. If there is something evil, best not to be here. We will deal with it later. With that, they both leave the chamber. Creedy. Date, June 11th, 2026. Sharpe is in one of the town's empty cabins. Besides the portable light, both him and Selena are leaning on a simple bed. Selena is sleeping in bed with him, not wanting to be alone, and after yesterday, he had no interest in anything happening to his daughter. While Selena slept, tuckered out from using her magic to keep Lelei from turning as long as she could, she has been passed out for the past 6 hours. Sharpe just laid there, staring at the ceiling portable light his team installed as she snuggled up in his arm. While alone, he has been talking with his wife Sarah with a sketchy connection over the phone. Once everyone got outside the ruins, a MH-47G Special Forces Chinook landed. Apparently, the Green Berets arrived in Creedy as promised. They set up defenses for the town and began anti-infected operations to clear out the forest. Once they learned of Lelei's situation and how Sharpe led a team to get the Rokud pair, they sent the Chinook with a team to assist. With their help, they were able to take Carvin and Sorden back to Crete, saving an hour of time. Now, everyone is waiting to see if the Rokud potion did the trick. It is early in the morning, and he is waiting for Lelei to wake up. His body is exhausted. However, his mind is wide awake. It sounds like a crazy adventure, Sarah said. I'm glad you're all okay, though. I will say this, Sarah. I was not expecting this mission to be this insane, Sharpe said. I knew it would be rough, but mainly dodging imperialist positions in politics. Not facing zombies, corrupted infections, assassins, and Lelei getting bitten. But it is okay, Sarah said. I believe Lelei will be fine. What makes you think that? Because you were on the phone talking to me, Sarah replied. If you thought she was going to turn, you would be busy finding the person responsible for this mess or doing something. Now please talk to me. I can feel the stress in your voice. While not an emotional man, Sarah has learned to pick up the sign from Sharpe. As I said, I was just not ready for this. It has only been a week and all this just got thrown at us. Reflecting back on the past few days, he takes a deep breath. I never should have taken Selena or Lelei along. I should have figured something else out. Knock it off, Jackson, Sarah said. You cannot predict the future, and I don't care what that gypsy soothsayer Esmeralda said with her clairvoyance and tarot cards at the wedding. We have a dangerous job, but you know why everyone allowed this mission to even happen? When the shit hits the fan, you exhale. It is one of the reasons why I married you. Lelei was probably scared, but I bet she always held out hope that you would find a way to cure her. Besides, you and the whole team just proved that Esmeralda's terrible prediction has not come through. Sharpe understood what Sarah is doing, trying to cheer him up. Thank you, Sarah. But we all did it. Not just me. You all did it because you were there, Sarah said. Strong leader creates strong men and women. Trust me, I know it is tough right now, but you got this. Trust me, Jackson. This isn't early in the war anymore. Everyone trusts you, so just remember to trust yourself. Hearing a knock on the door, Sharpe carefully got up. Gotta go, Sarah. Someone at the door. In love, yeah? I got you to say the L word, tough guy, Sarah said with a giggle. Love ya. And do not let anything happen to them next time. Also, don't forget the milk on the way home. What? I was not listening. He smirked and hung up. He then opens the door and sees Rory. Lelei is awake, Rory said. She then grabbed him. Hold up. Selena will want to be there, Sharpe said. He walks over and picks Selena up and carries her out. To his surprise, Rory grabs his belt and pulls him along, not wanting to waste time. When they finally get to the cabin where Lelei has been at, Sharpe sees Jerry standing there talking to the healer Caven and Sorden. I'm impressed with your people's potions, Caven said. Well, they didn't save Lelei, Jerry said. Your understanding of these infections did the trick. He then looks at Sharpe. Colonel, it looks like Lelei will make a full recovery. A lot of credit goes to Selena there, with her healing magic. Hearing her name, Selena wakes up and rubs her eyes. It was hard, but you did good, princess, Sharpe said. Lelei is alive. Hearing that, Selena busted out of Sharpe's arms and rushed into the building. Finding it humorous, he shakes his head and then looks at Jerry. Good job, document. Just doing my job, sir. Sharpe pated Jerry and headed inside. Lelei is lying in bed. Once she saw him, she held the blanket tight so as not to reveal herself. Selena is sitting on the bed rambling how she used her magic to save her, taking most of the credit. It is okay, kid. I am sorry for the trouble, Lelei said weakly. Sorden told me what happened. Thank you for risking your lives like that. Lelei is very weak, Jerry said. It will take a few days for her to gain her strength back. Then we leave in the morning, Sharpe said. Hate to say it, but we have to get a Rondell. While they are on a timetable, the truth is he wants to get as far away from this area as possible. He doesn't know if this was just enemy action or action against Lelei. While a leap, Darko Mage's on top of the assassination attempt at Valtris has him on edge. I was never worried. You always come through in the end, Lelei said. Sharpe nods. Truth is, if anything happened to you, Sarah would kill me. After a laugh, he continued. Get some rest. As Sharpe left, he stopped and leaned in. By the way, Lelei, when we get home, you are grounded. Rory is supposed to be the pain in the ass, not you. Rory points and laughs. Yeah, Lelei, wait a minute. Hey! Aaron Labyrinth, south of Crete. Date, June 1st, 2026, 10 days ago. What a wonderful place. Kagash looked around the Rokud chamber. Everything has a shade of green from her green fire spell, brightening up the chamber, so they can see. To her amazement, the chamber is full of vegetation. Large tree roots coming out of the ground and walls with strange-looking plants growing unchecked. It always amazes me how a place full of death has so much life. The only thing I hate is the smell. Hearing her husband spoke, Kagash then looked at him, a tall and muscular giant of a man. Galric just finished crushing the skull of a minotaur that was living here. Unlike the humanoid version of the minotaur race, this one is the stronger, gigantic, but dumb one. The Empire enjoyed releasing these massive beasts in their first wave attacks, creating as much chaos as possible. From what she understands, 3 were used during the NATO assault on Legrath, but they were quickly killed before inflicting any damage. 1. For most warriors, fighting one of these giant beasts would be terrifying. Kagash's husband, though, is a warrior at heart. He was willing to sacrifice himself to save her by making a deal with Hardy, turning into a warlock and getting cursed, with a curse that makes him only able to speak an ancient dead language. He summoned the strength to save her from her family. The Minotaur was barely a threat to her husband, just like all the other monsters in their path. Did you enjoy your fun, my love? Kagash watched as her husband pulled his fist out of the Minotaur's skill, wrapped by a dark spell. Her husband spoke in the dead language and she laughed. Boys always has to be violent. So cute. She then hears groaning from goblins who turn this place into their home. She assumes they can smell her scent. Honey, mind taking care of them for me? Your flower has work to do. As Galric began slaughtering the goblins, Kagash looks through the chamber. These halls hold so much history, I could spend a year here studying. This was once the capital of the Aran Kingdom around 500 years ago, when Sadera was just a city-state. Placing her hand on a stone pillar, feeling the roughness of it. Both cities considered themselves rivals as they competed for influence in this region. At this point, Sadera has been waging war against all the hordes and bandits for decades. Seeing this expansion, Aran realized their domain is coming under threat. Fearing that Rondel and Belnago would side with Sadera, Aran tried to annex them before it was too late. The war lasted for 3 years. However, they couldn't fight against Sadera's military might and Rondel magic. Kagash then looked at the large Rokud tree. The pears that grow from this tree have unique properties that Rondel sages use in potions and other medicines. It is also one of the few weaknesses against Darlco and her plans with Rondel. For the past 2 weeks, Kagash sent her husband to all of the nearby villages to destroy Rokud farms along with all of their Rokud trees and herbs. Then collect as many villagers as he could and bring them here. Hearing Galric speak, Kagash looked over to the left and saw what they came for. I honestly did not believe it, but Lord Valker was correct. Knowing the war was lost, Aran turned to dark magic, Kagash said. The historical sages do not know what happened after this point. Many consider Aran's fall as one of Falmart's great mysteries. Once Sadera's armies arrived here, they found the city engulfed in flames with its residents attacking each other. That is where the curse name came from. But Lord Valker was correct. He theorized that the people of Aran discovered something. A corpse. They brought it back here to weaponize it, to defeat Sadera and Rondel. Galric spoke again, and Kagash laughed. My love, you never enjoyed history. The gate is a source of life or death, depending on what comes through. Many think the gate is bringing a new form of death right now, while others like Rory believe it is life. Kagash walked over, stepping over some roots. Throughout history, humans were never considered to be worthy of note. From what I understand, we were just considered one of many races, barely above the cat people and succubus. We were just considered people who were good with tools and bred a lot like goblins. What an insult. But then 2,000 years ago, the gate suddenly opened. What once brought life, giving Falmart much diversity, brought what most considered the end times. A demon army marched through and brought down the age of elves and dwarves and threatened all life on Falmart. But when it looked like there was no hope, with the greatest armies and civilizations on the verge of defeat by these demons, humanity found their calling. A general called Kiso Sura rallied Falmart and defeated the demon army once and for all. While the golden age of elves and dwarves ended, that war became a calling for mankind. Never again would we be considered among the weak, but along with the rest of the elite races. This newfound greatness This new calling for our people is what led us to become the dominant rules of Falmart today. All because of this one event in history. One moment was all mankind needed. Kagash stopped and looked at her prize, a demon corpse that's lying there. The beast is massive, with dark skin, claws, large teeth, thick muscles, and more. She now sees why so many feared them, a Goliath of a beast. Besides the large hole in the middle of the demon, the body shows no sign of decay to her shock. Legend said that the Aaron Kingdom tried to use a demon corpse. However, something went wrong, and the infected destroyed the city from within. But no one knows what really happened. Seeing this only proves the stories to Kagash. That must be how the tree can survive down here, Kagash said. It must have been feeding off the corpse. Even in its death, the corpse seems to possess regenerative abilities. So while being fed off, it remains intact. Amazing how something so evil can provide life. I wonder if this is how and why the fruit possess such special properties. Now, my love, please bring the villagers here. As her husband brought one villager to her, she prepared her necromancy spells. With a smirk, she said, "Before we send the body to Darlco, we have work to do." V17, Chapter 208. The pro-peace Imperial senators had a public hearing with the Uros Committee as Congress, and the White House got a better idea who these rebel leaders are. The hearing lasted for about 97 minutes out of 3 hours. The rebel Imperial senators went into detail on how the Imperial system worked and why so many independent kingdoms are siding with the Empire and the League. They explained how certain regions got economic benefits for pleading loyalty to the Empire, while other kingdoms require alliances with the Empire as it guarantees trade protections. An Earth example is the British Empire naval power in the 18th and 19th centuries, or the U.S. protecting the sea lanes today. This allowed many kingdoms and regions to maintain strong influence and status throughout the empire, which if the empire fell, everything that have gained would be lost. The conversation then went into who regions and kingdoms NATO could pouch to help undermine the League. This caused some tension between the two groups, as the Imperial rebels did not enjoy being part of a conversation about slicing up their homeland. On the other hand, the Senate was trying to decide how much support they should give to these rebels, which would significantly impact Princess Pina's revolution against the Empire. Senator Alexander Saunders of Pennsylvania blew up on the Imperial senators when the Empire attacked the city of Philadelphia. He stated that these rebels should be placed under arrest for war crimes and sent to the Mansfield military prison camp in Ohio, a facility nicknamed Guantanamo Bay 2.0. Outside of the attack, he expressed anger at how little these rebel leaders have helped find the remaining prisoners taken from the attack. He even brought up the recent rescue operation from the Hario tribe facility, where Americans were treated like lab rats, and that the majority of them will need a lifelong recovery. To many surprise, Alexander used Pina to show that she has done more than all these senators combined. Imperial Senator Neas Dussey responded by saying that expansion is needed to grow the empire. The legend of the Gate is well known by the nobles, scholars, and sages of Falmart, which tells that many of the races came from other worlds. The deceased Emperor Moltsol Augustus said that for the empire to continue to be great, to maintain its honor and build a grand empire, they must find these other worlds and expand their civilization. The reason for this is that while the empire is the master of land warfare, developing through sea is proven problematic, as the Avion Confederacy and other naval powers on different continents provided too much resistance. After a short but tense conversation on the matter, Senator Saunders proposed that the delegation should apologize for the attack, stating how both people could have mutual respect if the aggressor side does not pay in some way. Imperial Senator Dussey responded by saying that he agrees for an alliance against the Falmart League. However, he refused to apologize for the attack and loudly stated he would not apologize for the death of some peasants. The refusal to apologize by the rebel senators and their disregard of the atrocities happened during the attacks derailed the hearing as a shouting match between U.S. and Imperial senators. Imperial Senator Casel L. Tiberius was quick to add that not all senators supported this move in an attempt to end the argument. However, it was in vain. The Secret Service was forced to intervene and remove Senators Dussey and Abutis. The hearing was not a complete failure. Senator Tiberius stated he and the other senators would support Princess Pina Colada's new ideals about retaking the empire and reforming it back to a republic. He was clear that the current imperial order no longer has a role in today's politics, helping remove any similarities between the empire and this rebel group. In return, they will help with pulling independent kingdoms and regions away from the League and towards the side of NATO, and assisting in the search for any remaining captured prisoners/slaves. Alnus Liberty News. Back roads to Rondell, east of Crete, Elada Forest. Date, June 11th, 2026. After saving Lelei from being infected and helping the people of Crete, Vanguard 7 is on the move again. Green Berets stayed behind at Crete to help deal with the zombie problem after Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe and Ambassador Henson brokered a treaty. The U.S. will provide security and remove the zombie crisis in the area. And in return, the townsfolk will share their knowledge of their medicines and potions. CBRN is being mobilized to secure Aran ruins for investigation and quarantine. Now, Vanguard 7 is moving east to Rondell. There was a short debate about staying in the town for another day to allow Lelei to recover. While cured, she could barely walk. The zombie events already delayed the unit by a day, so Sharpe wants to recapture time. While the seriousness of this mission cannot be more stated, the current amount of conversation that the Rangers and Knights were having did not match the situation, and Sergeant Major Randy Dodson is always fascinated by how the enlisted pass the time. "All you boys are retarded," Alicia said over Teamcom. "Bullshit, it is better for guys," Scott replied. "Everything is better for a guy." "Yeah, we can pee while standing up." "It cannot be that," Chapman added with a laugh. "And last time I checked, we don't need 3 hours to get ready for work. We just let you think that because you boys embarrass yourselves all the time," Rory said. "Besides, Alicia is right, and all of you are dead wrong. And it takes us 3 hours because we give a damn how we look," Tuke stated. "Of course, you side with Alicia," Andrew said. "You are like her little puppy Rory." "Take that back, you prick," Rory angrily yelled. "I will give Andrew that one, but remember, boys, I control the radio, so that makes me God. I can call an airstrike on you all," Alicia said. "You are just saying that because you are on your period. Besides, no one ever listens to you," Andrew replied. After saying that, everyone argues for a moment. Tuke laughed before speaking. "I am sorry, boys, but Alicia is right. Sex is a far better experience for a woman than it is for a man. Trust me, I know. I go both ways." "Not how that term works, Tuke," Alicia corrected. "No, it's not," Chapman stated. "Sex is 10 times better for a guy. Everyone knows this. All of my girlfriends know this after a night with me. That is what you tell yourself to compensate for the lack of size of your toy gun," Ginebra, Pina's radio woman, said. "That's cold," Scott replied. "But at least we can get an orgasm." "I'm gonna kill you, prick dash," Alicia yelled. "Hold on, sister," Rory said. "Scott, at least we can have multiple orgasms and not pass out after only one round. We're the real Rocky Balboa." Then the radio exploded as the battle of the sexes continued. Sordin leaned through the gap between Frost and Randy's seat. "As most people say, soldiers and sailors have one thing in common, their mouth." Randy looked towards Sordin, chuckling. "Welcome to the jungle." "Yeah, most civilians are clueless about how the military works. Soldiers speak like this to relieve stress and to fight boredom. We are always in extreme situations, so they talk a little extreme. Don't take anything personally. However, if anyone is bothering you, please tell me." "It is fine," Sordin said. "I know I am a guest, so I won't push. I just find it fascinating." "Enough," Sophia said over Teamcom. "I know how to end this stupid debate once and for all and prove that sex is 100 times better for women. Take your finger and put it in your ear. Then take it out and then tell me what has more feeling." Randy has heard this one before. Bored soldiers come up with the craziest of games to pass the time. Sometimes he wonders if the number of energy soldiers put into these conversations could figure out world peace. But he knew that would never happen. There is a collective silence over the radio, and then all the female soldiers pounce on the male soldiers, declaring victory. Then someone asked Sharpe what he thought on the topic. There was a long silence before Sharpe spoke. "Last time I checked, whoever is on top wins." The conversation switched to what kind of turtleneck sweatshirt is better, a black or a slightly darker black. Bored by the topic, Randy looked at his BFC laptop to see any updates on friendly and enemy positions. The Italians and Green Berets are behind them, the new MQ-8 Chickasaw helicopter UAV on patrol. Unlike the Navy helicopter drone, this one is a stealth deep penetrator drone that slips past enemy lines and supports Special Forces operations. Each Chickasaw is armed with 4 AGM-114 Hellfire. He also noticed the red marks between them and Rondell. The red marks are the League forces, most likely Imperial and Ticaret forces. When is the next turn? Frost asked. It is coming up on your right, Randy answered. We're going to loop around where the river is short enough for a Chinook to drop a bridge. The Ticaret and Imperial 14th Legion are all over the place, so we are bypassing them. From there, we will determine if we stay on this highway to Rondell or take the back roads. I thought we had a safe path to Rondell, Frost asked. Isn't that what Lelei said? No, that only applies once we enter the city, Sordin said. Lelei explained it to me. As long as we are outside the city, the Empire can attack us without breaking the law. That is why we are off-roading, Sophia asked as she was on the MK-47 Striker grenade launcher. We should just take the main road and punch through. Backed by a few A-10s and AC-130s, that should do the job. For all we know, the League has the highway blockaded, Randy explained. Taking the back roads, we could bypass all the enemy defenses. Because we have air power does not mean we want to engage in every fight. I would like to not have another zombie situation for one mission. As the convoy continued, a brown glow suddenly appeared under the front joint light tactical vehicle before falling into a deep sinkhole. The only thing left Randy can see is the rear of the vehicle. Stop, Randy ordered. What the fuck was that? Frost asked. Sordin leaned forward. It was a rune trap. I never thought I would ever see one in real life. I read in books that ancient mages used these during Earth's dark ages. It looks like this one created a sinkhole. Amazing. An arrow hit the nearby JLTV, exploding with a purple sparkle, leaving a small mark on the side. Get out and take cover, Sharpe ordered. Everyone jumped out of the JLTVs, landing into the right side ditch of the road. On the other hand, Randy made sure Sordin got out of the JLTV and down the ditch. In the background, a javelin hits the dirt next to a JLTV with a few arrows following behind it. In return, the M2 Browning on the Striker returned fire. Vanguard 7, the Striker thermals cannot pick up the enemy battery. However, I see a couple of heat spots all scattered. The Striker turret operator private second class Atsushi said. There's no second shot coming, so it must be a single shot ballista, not a repeater. Once on the ground, Randy looked around to see the situation. He ordered some of the Rangers to watch the flank. He also noticed Sharpe ordering Sordin to cast a wind spell for dispersing the arrow volley, since Lelei is still out of commission, while Rory is protecting Selena as she waits for directions. Randy, Sharpe called. Status report? Chapman, Jerry, and Andrew are down, Randy reported. As he informed Sharpe of the situation, another explosive bolt hits nearby, while a javelin strike hits a JLTV door, punching through it. He noticed that Sordin is impressed by the enchanted bolt, wondering how this world's mages can do this. Sergeant Major. Hearing his rank, Randy looked. That is when he noticed Sophia by the hood of their JLTV. She is looking through her binoculars, ignoring the enemy arrow fire. God damn it, Sophia. Get the fuck down here. But Sergeant, I think I see where that fire is coming from, Sophia said. Hearing that, Randy got up and rushed to Sophia. Frost, get on the Mark 47. He then grabbed Sophia by the vest and dragged her behind the JLTV hood for protection. Right there, Sophia pointed as she was dragged. I saw something move, and I think they are firing near that rock. While Randy does not see what Sophia saw, he decided to go with it. Striker, do you see Sophia's camera? Roger that, Atsushi said. They must be hiding behind some thermal-proof blanket, laying suppressive fire. As the Striker and Frost laid down suppressive fire, Randy asked for Ginebra as she was the closest. Right now, he is happy to have NW, allowing him to see what his soldiers see. Ginebra rushed over with Knight Panache and Owen. Panache placed her shield on the hood for protection as Ginebra called in an airstrike. As the conversation began, another enchanted bolt landed on the Striker and exploded, leaving a scar on top but armor intact. Copy that, Rose Knight lead, Green said. SOCOM is conducting S&D missions in the area, patching them for an airstrike. BFT showed 2 MQ-8 Chickasaw on the search and destroyed missions. They are redirecting to you now. Roger that, Vanguard Actual, Ginebra said. As Randy listened to the radio conversation, he watched the suppressive fire from their vehicles. About a dozen swordsmen in leather armor appeared out of tree and boulder cover, showing signs they belong to the Ticaret. The striker .50 caliber and grenade launcher quickly took out the charging force, leaving 7 soldiers dead. The next thing Randy noticed was 2 Hellfire explosions. Looking up, he saw in the distance the 2 drones hovering. To his surprise, he cannot hear them, putting the term stealth to use. He wondered if they were using an experimental electric engine or sound suppression device for the silence. Rose Knight lead, Sockham said the enemy battery had been destroyed. Green said, based on the feed, they were using some kind of illusion magic to hide their battery. The Rangers stood, celebrating the airstrike. Sharpe ran over as he ordered everyone to man the heavy weapons and secure the area. What do you think, Randy? I think this is it, sir, just a small ambush, Randy said. I don't expect a major assault, but I do expect a few stragglers. I agree, Sharpe said, but let's not wait to find out. He then looked at the jail TV that was in the sinkhole. Frost, get the cable and hook up the striker. Rory, get down there. Sword in, try lifting it out. Everyone else, provide cover fire and load up. Getting an agreement from Randy, Sharpe looked at Sophia and patted her on the shoulder. Good eyes, Ranger. Keep it up. He then rushed away to organize the situation. Sophia blinked. Did he just compliment me? Of course, Randy said. Just remember that, Sophia. If you do your job, he won't care about many past deeds or mistakes a soldier makes. He knows what happened, and besides grilling her, Sharpe is trying to keep a door open for her to come back to the team and join. As the striker rolled up, the cable was connected to the rear of the jail TV. Rory jumps into the sinkhole and begins lifting it. Then Sword In used her telekinetic magic to help lift the vehicle as the striker pulled. Once the situation was resolved, Randy walked over to the passenger side door. Are you two all right? Yes, Sarge. Just a little shaken, Andrew said. Can you guys still drive? Andrew hesitated for a moment before answering. We're good. With a nod, Randy walked over to his vehicle. White House, Washington, D.C., United States. Date, June 11th, 2021. After watching the 3-hour Senate hearing, President Emily Potts has had some private meetings with some rebels. The main reason is to figure out who she can trust and should support. As she hoped, a replacement government is finally emerging. Now her question is, are they worth anything, or do they have to find another group of potential leaders? I am surprised that your friend Casel fit so well in the hearings, Vice President Christopher Garner said. I thought Saunders was going to rip your guys' heads off at one moment. I don't understand why they couldn't offer an apology, Potts asked. They must understand you are getting off very easily. You people started this war and slaughtered thousands and caused billions of dollars in property damage. If we install you into power, you should at least tell the world that you're sorry for starting the war. If it was not for Pina and that we need a replacement government, I wouldn't hesitate to toss you all into prison. Hell, just say you were sorry and that Molt or whoever tricked you, Gardner added. Standard politics, blame the last guy for everything. Public opinions on the hearing are worse compared to when Sword In pulled off her sudden appearance stunt. That wouldn't work, Sherry Tywaley said after drinking her chocolate milk. Most of the senators have never publicly apologized for anything in their life. Many of them have been in the Senate for most of their lives. Some, like Dussie, would prefer to die before showing weakness by apologizing. She took another drink. By the way, this drink is amazing. I also find it strange that an overwhelmingly advanced civilization like you shun your own Verona ages and magic. A powerful mage like the Grand High, which Verona Sword In, will be celebrated back in Sadera and Rondell. For the issues with magic, that is quite complicated, Garner said. Combined with the fact that we only found out about them 3 months ago, Potts held up her hand. We could talk about that on a later day. Kiso ID Tywaley nodded. Sherry is correct about the senators that you must understand it is not our way. We have been on the top for so long that even if they made a mistake, they couldn't say it publicly. My friend Casel and I are different as we have our own values and principles. It just happened that Pina is now in our camp. Many of the senators you rescued are here by force, not because they have embraced your ways. Also, most of these people have lost everything, Kiso added as he rubbed his daughter's shoulder. They used to be powerful men from powerful families, but now they have nothing. A public apology like that would never happen, as it is the ultimate humiliation for them. If this was in private, they might be more willing to accept the faults of what happened. Alexander is under a lot of pressure by her voters, Potts said. There are still a lot of mixed feelings in his state, especially in Philadelphia. The issue is a private apology would never be acceptable for the American people. While the damage of Philadelphia was more superficial than structural destruction, the damage was still done. Then there was the gate issue. The military had to occupy a 6-block radius around the gate, removing or buying outbuildings to form a defensive position. Now, with the threat of a second invasion reduced, most of that occupied radius has been turned into a trade market from Alness. While the economic investment helped the city recover, the emotion is still there. That is why Potts has gone to great lengths to shift that anger towards Zorzal and his faction rather than their native allies. I understand what you mean, Madam President, Kiso said. I don't know how to heal the divide right now. I think my comrades assumed they were going to get the same treatment as Princess Pina when she had her hearings, too. The Senate pushed for this round of hearings, so they're outside my control, Potts said. This is just going to be needed. Otherwise, we might win this war, but risk future wars. Speaking of Pina, last time I spoke with the princess, she spoke highly of you, Kiso. I know you were working with the CIA like Prince Diabo as an informant. I know your friend Kaisel wants to reform the empire. But what do you think of that? To Potts' shock, Kiso remained silent. He then asked one of the Secret Service agents to take his daughter outside. After she approved and watched as Sherry left the room in confusion, she looked back at him, expecting a more profound answer than she expected. Madam President, I was wondering how I was going to bring this up, Kiso said. Unlike my good friend, I have lost all interest in imperial politics. Hearing that took Potts off guard. She expected a request to be in the inner circle, support a powerful position in Pina's new government or something. But instead, this conversation has already gone down an unexpected path. Are you thinking about retiring? Gardner asked. Or is it that you don't believe Pina could do it? Potts added. Or do you think we should erase the empire for what they did to your wife and daughter? Is that why you had her leave? I mean what I said, Kiso said, frustrated that he is reliving what happened to his family. I am done with the empire. My entire life, I faithfully served them. My clan has been around since the empire was just a city-state. What did that result in? My wife and daughter were taken from me, stripped and molested, and used as bait because the emperor wanted revenge for being humiliated. I was forced to betray my friends and principles to support Zorzal for his war and wedding. The only reason why his marriage with Famulus didn't spark a civil war was because of my name. Taking a deep breath and then a quick drink of water, Kiso continued. My wife was killed by one of your soldiers. Sharpe, they called him. I don't blame him as I sent him down there to save my family when I should have been there myself. But I knew I was too weak and powerless. I was a powerful imperial senator from a good family line, but my wife was still murdered in the most humiliating way. So, I am done with the empire. I have faith that Pina, Diboa, and Kaisel will reform the empire into something respectable, but I just cannot be part of it. Potts must admit what he said touched her. She remembers a conversation with her husband once when she was deployed to the Middle East and how powerless he felt when she was in danger. She understands the deep desire to protect his family, and when they failed to do so, it destroyed them. Then what are your plans? I know you people are annexing the region around Alness, Kiso said. We are, Garner said. We already annexed Alness with Pina's treaty last year. Mui has been leading an effort to unite the city-states in the region into one territory for annexation. You do not have to speak like that, Mr. Vice President, Kiso boldly said. I know you planted the seeds long ago for Mui and others to unite the region for annexation. You just laid those seeds, so they thought they came up with the idea. I have no issue with your plans and wish to assist. I request that you grant me and my daughter asylum. That request took Potts and Gardner off guard. Both look at each other as they process the request. You understand what asylum means, correct? Potts asked. I want to become a citizen of your country, and in return, I will help you organize and create the government of this Alcatraz territory, Kiso said. I know you have local senators within these states. I would like to be one of these state senators for Alness. If you grant this, I promise I can create a functional government. I don't think that is needed, sir, Gardner said. We cannot just appoint senators when we feel like it. Besides, Countess Mui and Count Gallus have been doing a great job in organizing this territory. I meant no disrespect to either of them, Kiso said. Countess Mui has surprised us all. However, she is still only 14 years old. And Gallus, while he has done well in managing Valtris, is a follower, not a leader. And I know you know the difference between managing a city-state and a vast territory. Interconnecting all these city-states, their economies, managing common law between them, organizing defense and policy, etc. We both know this is far more complicated than managing a city. Unfortunately, neither of them has the experience to successfully do this. Potts must admit, Kiso made a great point. Normally, she never would rely so heavily on children, regardless of whether or not Mui was considered an adult by their standards. Instead, she has been dealing with Mui because she had no choice because of a lack of options. Interesting point of view, but that is why General Stanford is also the military governor of the region, which was a smart move, Madam President, Kiso said. Your people have come a long way since your first arrival in understanding my world, but you are still newcomers. Your 1 year of experience versus thousands of years of experience in dealing with a multiracial civilization. Right now, everyone is living happily in peace as you all are working towards a common goal, because of your military might. No one wants to be on the wrong side of your war machines. However, that novelty will not last forever. Old rivalries will reappear. I know your people do not like the imperial racial hierarchy, and I admit it probably resulted in more hatred, but there was a reason why it was installed in the first place. I'm not saying you should install one, but my point is, you have no experience in handling this. You need people who understand this world. Otherwise, your ways will fall on deaf ears. I am not seeking power. I am not to become king or anything. I no longer have loyalty to the empire, and being here is the safest for my daughter. Politics is all I know, so I am offering to use my skill set to help you succeed. Potts is amused by how honest Kiso is right now. In politics, this type of honesty usually results in getting backstabbed or voted out of office. But everything he said made sense, and she can relate. Having someone like Kiso helping would only increase the success in installing American values into the region. For example, implementing the trade treaties, speeding up the abolishment of slavery, and prevent future issues like race rivalries, which NATO has no historical context knowledge of. Won't your fellow senators get angry at you? Garner asked. I cannot believe they will be happy about this. Casel already knows, Kiso said. The rest, I don't care about their opinions. They were not there when I needed them. Reforming the empire needs people who are motivated and for the young. Senator, I accept, Potts said. You will be the official senator of Alnus, and you will work to integrate our agenda into the region. I will talk with General Stanford and Senate Majority Leader Evans about making it official. Thank you, Madam President. Greater Ely's region, Yaman Forest. The Chinook shook as it flew through the rain. This Chinook, along with another one, are part of a UK-Australia joint assault on the suspected headquarters of League forces in Ely's. Their target? Legatus Fabius Aulus himself. After the fall of Legrath, Fabius was able to reorganize the imperial army in Ely's. Besides following General Crisis and Legatus Muilk's footsteps indirectly fighting NATO, Fabius has refused to fight. He has used the Agarant stream as a shield and is sponsoring insurgents throughout Ely's to keep NATO spread out. He has spread out his army and continued moving them around, so once they are spotted, they already relocated when a strike happened. Compared to the rest of the Imperial Army, where they look for opportunities for a direct engagement, Fabius has refused to fight. On the other Chinook is Captain Ryder Watson. Australia 1st Commandos are in the other Chinook. Captain Albert looked at his SAS team as they prepared to drop. While everyone is getting into the correct state of mind, Albert noticed their warrior bunny teammate. She is sitting there, holding onto the seat, terrified. Ailey Sold, this is your 7th time in a helicopter. You should be used to it by now, Albert said. If bunnies were meant to fly, we would have wings, Ailey Sold said. Unlike humans, our senses are more sensitive. Right now, they're completely wrecked. Hearing some of the men chuckle, Albert just smirked. Don't worry. Sooner or later, you will adapt. All that matters is when we get in combat, you got our 6. Ailey Sold, an orange-haired bunny who once was a slave before Albert's unit freed her. She had the option to join Tayul's blitzing death assassins, however she rejected it, and asked to join his SAS unit. Seeing the success Sharpe's rifles had, his leadership agreed to integrate her to see how it would work. Hearing a loud sonic boom, Albert looked out the small circular window on the Chinook. Two U.S. Air Force B-1B Lancer bombers fly past them. The next thing he heard was large explosions as the landing zone was a strike. That was fucking cool. Why do the Americans get the badass shit? Corporal Adrian asked, amazed by the bombers. Hearing the pilot warning that they are about to land, Albert got everyone ready. Once they land and the ramp drops, a dozen SAS rush out. The first thing Albert saw were flames, the blackened ground, and destroyed buildings. All the major enemy defensive positions were destroyed, and Imperial soldiers rushed to reorganize themselves. His SAS formed up as they engaged the enemy. Albert, we are engaging now, Ryder said. Roger that. Albert watched through his fist. He watched as the Australians stormed one of the enemy command posts through their Land 125, both being their respected country's version of an ETT warrior. Their mission is to capture that post and find anything of value. Leave a team outside. I will do the same. I don't want any surprises to flank us. He heard Ailey point to a group of swordsmen getting into 3 formations of 6 and archers jumping into foxholes and trenches. Looking past them, Albert noticed what remained was a catapult position that was covered by trees. The airstrike did a great job in destroying this artillery. Otherwise, he would be worried. Ailey, get behind me. I will want you on point once we get inside, Albert said. I want to engage each formation. Get the rocket launcher and take out that trench. The SAS used their C8 SFW rifles. The 5.56 millimeters easily shredded through the Imperial armor. Sergeant Philip Walsh fired the disposable L-2A1 ASM rocket launcher and blew up the archers in the trench. They see that the area is the SAS reform and advance towards the target building. As they approach a large Roman villa, Albert sees why it has been hard to find these Imperial forts. While not perfect, many of the remaining buildings look more civilian than a military installation. However, there are still defensive structures, weapon platforms, and more. The 2 guards at the main command post are easily gunned down. The unit splits into 2 teams, one staying outside to take care of the remaining Imperials and the rest forming up to storm the post. Ailey rushed in with her shield and sword as the door was blown, jolting deep inside the building with incredible speed. Then the sound of battle and screaming is heard inside. Corporal Julian Barrett looked down the hall. Damn, Captain, she scares me. Before Albert replied, he heard an Imperial scream for his life before everything went quiet. Just don't piss her off or stay away during that 1 week of the month, and you will be safe. You are lucky that you are not married to one of her kind. I heard that Captain Bailey of Vanguard 5 is being dominated by his bunny wife most of the time. All right, go. Once the SAS stormed the building, all they saw were 5 Imperial soldiers lying dead, 2 of them with their heads cut off, while another looked like he was executed rather than killed in battle. In the administration office, Albert saw Ailey standing there breathing heavily, blood dripping from her sword. Annoyed, Albert marched over and grabbed Ailey by her armor and pulled her close. Never do that again. We are a team. We function like one. Or you are off the team. We had an agreement. These bastards killed my daughters, Ailey said. They all belong with Silphus. I agree with you, but get revenge by completing the mission and by winning the war, Albert replied. Going half-cock won't result in anything. Now go and take points. Special forces have employed the new close-quarters tactical throughout NATO. Have a swordsman take a point shield at the ready. Any attack by the enemy is blocked by the knight either by the sword or shield protecting the rifleman behind him. In return, this gives the rifleman protection to pick off the enemy. Moving together forces the entrenched enemy to flee or get overturned. The tactic proved to be a huge success during the second Satero raid, 1, with the Rangers and Rose Knights. As the team makes their way below, they see a thick wooden door. 2 guards stand there at the ready. Based on the simplicity of their armor, they are from the Knights of Talos, the Empire's elite warriors. Aiming his C8 SFW rifle, Albert fired. Both knights step back from the impact, but neither fall, only a dent in the chest plate. What the fuck? Oh shit, pull back. The 2 Talos knights charge at them as the SAS pull back to a better position, only causing dents in the armor. Ailey slips through and blocks one knight's attack with her blade. Unfortunately, this opened herself up to the other knight. Seeing this, Albert jumped onto the other knight back as Ailey duels with the other. Then, being shaken, he dropped his rifle and pulled out his knife. The knight rammed Albert into the wall, though, forcing him to let go. Looking up, the knight turned around and raised his sword. Albert quickly grabbed the arm, leaned in, and sliced his knife through the gap between the chest plate and the face-covered helmet. The knight dropped his sword, holding his neck as he fell over dead. Seeing Ailey fight the other knight, Albert prepared to join in. While she is stronger than the average man, she is still new as a swordswoman due to the fact that her people were more assassins and guerrilla fighters than regular soldiers. Combined with 4 years in enslavement has dulled her fighting skill, a fact this knight is taking advantage of. Then he noticed Staff Sergeant Calvin Reed loading his L-74A2 shotgun with slug shells. Ailey, Albert yelled as he tackled her against the wall. The next moment, a loud sound from the shotgun is heard. Looking over, Albert saw the knight lying on the ground with a large crack on his chest plate. That was close. He then looked at Ailey and saw her blushing there. What is wrong? Oh. He then stepped back. Reed and Barrett walked by laughing, making bedroom jokes. The joke stopped as the knight grabbed Barrett's leg and groin. How did it survive that? Reed asked, shocked. Ailey rushed over and slid her sword into the knight's neck through the gap. Soon enough, the knight died after begging for his life. She stands there panting. Albert talked over and placed his hand on her shoulder, looking down at the dead knight. So, this is what Zorzel was wearing. No wonder why Sharpe didn't kill the bastard. It stopped the slug. Barely, sir, Reed said. It did crack the armor and knock the dude lights out for a minute. I bet with a bit more kinetic energy, it would have killed him. We will take both sets of armor with us, Albert said. Walsh, Adrian, secure the armor. Then everyone else, break that door before Fabius escapes. The unit forms up as the charges are set. The door joints are blown off, and the door hits the ground. Everyone storms in after Ailey and flanks out. To Albert's surprise, no one was in the room. At first, Albert thought they had the wrong room. However, everything that makes a command post seems to be here. He is not here. Fuck, he yelled as he kicked the desk. As everyone gathered any information that could be valuable, Ailey walked over with a note in her hand. Albert, I found this. I don't know what it says, she said, embarrassed. As a tribal woman and then a slave, Albert knew that she did not know how to read. As part of the agreement to join the team, she had to join the Alnus Adult Literacy Program. No issues, thank you. Taking the note, Albert began reading it. To the other worlder who may be reading this, thank you for striking this place, as that means you are not having the more important ones. While your technology is far superior to ours, I am thrilled to learn that they do not make you godlike, that there is still a man behind such wonders. I know your wish is to capture me and bring a swift end to this war. However, that shall not be this day. The game is not over, and just like you, I have a duty to serve my country and the men under my command. You may tell your superiors that while Legrath might have fallen, its spirit is still alive. As long as the war continues, I shall maintain my duty and lead the soldiers under my command. However, I will not fight this war under your rules and shall continue to do as I please. In the meantime, brave warriors, my wife has made some lovely tea for you over in the corner. It might be warmed. However, everything you need is there. I recommend having some. As in war, small luxuries are a scarcity to come by. As one warrior to another, good day. Legatus Fabius Aulus. On the bottom right of the letter, Albert noticed a heart drawn on it, probably from his wife. Lowering the letter, he stood there confused. The more I understand this planet, the less I understand it. I don't understand how that is possible. Looking over, he does see that pot the letter was talking about. Let's get out of here, Albert said. What about all these documents? Reed asked. Seeing all these maps and documents lying around, his gut tells him not to trust it. Fabius was expecting them to attack here and probably left all this information to throw NATO off his trail and distract them with bad intelligence. However, the fact Fabius was here not that long ago means they are on the right trail. Collect them as ordered, but my gut says all these are fake, though there might be some worth here. Now let's get out of here. V18, Chapter 209, The Gates of Rondell. During the continuation of the Congress Rebel Senators' hearings, a large number of families who have had family members killed during the Philadelphia invasion appeared online and on television to express their opinions. One angry father stated, "We're literally fighting against an enemy so primitive that they're literally fighting against our tanks with spears and arrows. Both my sons fucking died against this enemy. I say something must be done about this. Just kill them and get it over with." A mother stated, "We should not be working with the people who attacked us. Why do I care if there are different factions in this empire? They're all monsters. The government should kill them all." Other families have been thankful for the help of allied natives in bringing back family members that were taken during the invasion. It was an imperial trader who helped the U.S. Rangers found 5 prisoners last year. A recent rescue with about 100 special forces from U.S., Brazil, France, Japan, and Canada attacked what is called a Harrio facility, rescuing 23 prisoners from 3 nations. According to the Pentagon's insiders, this is the second rescue on a Harrio facility, rescuing an unknown number of prisoners. The insider stated that everyone is being sent to an undisclosed medical facility to help with their recovery. Many of the families are still upset that their family members have not been found. After the first raid of Sad Era, only 4 other prisoners were found as the war progressed. Princess Pina stated that many were spread across the empire as gifts to their loyal subjects, a taste of what treasures lay across the gate. If the 2 rescue missions are true, then the number of people freed by the empire has reached about 64. While no one knows how many were taken, experts believe around 110 were taken. However, Congressman Lane Moore of New Hampshire has stated that allying with locals like the rebel senators and Princess Pina is NATO's best way to find more camps where the rest of our people are. They know that world, and they have the contacts to find them. A Stranger PETA spin-off species rights group came to the Capitol to express their opinion. After talking to one of their members, they stated they are protesting the government extermination policy against races like goblins, trolls, ogres, and others. They stated that they don't believe those races are as evil as the government says, and open arms should be given to these other races. When asked about the goblins' rapist traits as their only means to reproduce, a member simply replied, "It was just a cultural misunderstanding and that Americans should learn culture tolerances. That we should show love, not war. Then these differences should be understood and they would learn the errors of their ways." We'll keep you informed for further updates. Timcast. Rondell. Date: June 12, 2026. The convoy had stopped in front of a marvelous structure. Looking up, Sharpe saw 2 tall and beautiful statues of a man and a woman, handing hands and pointing to the large metal gate. "Not bad, not bad," Lelei said, annoyed. The man to the left is a Lange, god of knowledge, retaining, and understanding. The woman is La, or Ra, the goddess of learning, memory, and absorption. I know," Sharpe replied. 3,000 years ago, both gods blessed this city. Besides having a temple like Hardy, Emroy, and Eidos, they choose to have a city for knowledge and learning. The only 2 gods to ever exempt themselves from a major temple to live in and to work together. Lelei blinked. "How did you know that?" Rory laughed. "Because you mentioned this like 30 times over the past year, Lelei. You were like a walking computer. I would have been shocked he didn't know that." Hearing one of his rangers mention the enemy defense outside the city gate, he checked them out. 2 rapid-fire ballista with a mixed platoon of Imperial soldiers and Rondell Knights. He wondered how many weapon batteries scattered across the city's tall wall. "This place looks well defended. I would have been scared if it wasn't for the fact that we have jets, bombs, drones, missiles, rockets, Oreos, Chuck Norris, and the little Miss Airhead beside me." "Hey!" Rory yelled. "It is weird not getting fired at," Pina said. "But it does not look like they are preparing for a fight. They are watching us, but not forming up." She looked at Sharpe and smiled. "This reminds me of Italica." "Completely," Sharpe replied, noticing the similarities. Driving up to a city for peaceful contact. The fate of the universe and such. Few differences, though, like no burning buildings, no people screaming for their lives, no horde army banging at the gates, and no arrogant princess that thought she knew everything. "Don't worry, Colonel. I won't tell anyone that you whimpered before the battle," Pina jokingly replied. With a chuckle, Sharpe looked over to his left, seeing Ambassador Henson. "Looks like you're finally going to be useful, Ambassador. Until you shoot someone, Lieutenant Colonel," Henson said. "I read your record, and based on what I saw this week, I expect a 95% chance you will end up shooting someone in there." "Wow, that low?" Sharpe replied, chuckling. I'm getting rusty then. Then, looking at the gate as it opened, he wondered what was inside. But it looks like you are up. A man riding on what looked to be a large emu bird with its thick hands partly under its blue-white feather wings. I am Knight Reldam Masulk, head of protection. I will be your escort to the Directorate Palace. Do you have a seal that was sent to you, Miss Lelei La Lalina? Lelei bows. I did get that seal, Sir Knight. I gave it to Ambassador Henson for safekeeping. I got it right here, Henson said, pulling out the seal from his briefcase. He then handed it to Reldam. Taking a careful look at the seal, Reldam nodded. Good. I am glad you still have this seal. Otherwise, your legal protection would have been conceded. As long as you have this seal and do not cause trouble, the Rondel Knights are honor-bound to protect you, even against the Imperial Army. I will be in charge of your protection and tour of the city. Thank you, Knight, Lelei said. Once the seal was returned, the group got back into their vehicles and followed the knight through the city gate. Sharpe can see the rare excitement in Lelei's eyes as they pass through, getting ready to become the unit tour guide. Calm down, Lelei. You can show us around. Assuming there is no ambush on the other side. Not wanting Lelei to drive, Sharpe got into the driver's seat. While they are guests, he does not trust these people yet. Besides, he knows Lelei will lecture every detail of the city as they drive to their destination. They would not do that, Lelei reassured. If they broke the seal, then Rondel's reputation would be scarred for life. Plus, it would spark a civil war here. Still, that does not mean I am going to blindly lower my guard around them, Sharpe replied. All you need is one knight who is still loyal to the Empire to cause problems. World wars have started from less. As the unit moved through the outer city gate, thousands of white stone and marble buildings with red roofs, as far as the eyes can see, littered the scenery. The streets are full of people, all in different types of clothing. To Sharpe's surprise, much of the clothing people are wearing is traditional, akin to the classical Renaissance, while others are in armor, fresh from battle. Lelei, in Sad-era and Italica people usually wore robes, cheap clothing or tunics. Why is the clothing so vastly different here? Sharpe asked. Rondel does not have many poor people compared to other cities, Lelei explained. Some clothing is designed to have magical abilities to them. Other people like having specialized clothing to stand out. Magic is very individual, unlike a soldier. You don't need everyone to have the same equipment or dress wear. This allows Rondel to manufacture many different types of clothing. However, that doesn't mean it is cheap. I have never seen so many mages in one place, Alicia said. I had no idea there were so many. Look, those two are fighting. Yes, Lelei said. This is the largest center of magical training, education, and research on Falmart. She stared out the window as if looking for something, scanning the different alleyways. Noticing this, Sharpe asks, "What's wrong? There are fewer people." "What do you mean?" Tuke asked. "This place looks packed to me." Lelei looked back at the other girls. "That is because this is the public marketplace. As one of the largest economies in the region, this market should be packed for this time of year." Sharpe noted that fact. After a year, even Lelei can see a decrease in population. It showed how bad the war is going for the common people, wondering if Falmart will go through a massive depopulation crisis like Europe did after World War I, or what happened with Paraguay in the Paraguayan War. As the unit followed the knight, Sharpe listened as Lelei gave a detailed lecture of everything they passed. He noticed small, colorful explosions by some demonstration experiments. Apuka selling these amulets. And the most important fact, so many mages carrying a staff and other magical equipment. He is used to only seeing one or two at a time on the battlefield, not hundreds. Finally, a bright light past a building is seen, Lelei explaining that there is a magic duel happening. Another mage doing some test or entertainment magic in front of a crowd. What a marvelous city, Lelei. Sordin jolted with excitement like a child who just went to an amusement park. This is the first time in my entire life that I have seen so many mages in one place. We have never been able to gather like this. This is just like stepping into a fantasy world, like those found in many works of fiction. Thank you so much, Lelei, for letting me come along. Thank you. From the excitement, she couldn't help but hug Lelei tightly. Whoa, teacher, I never thought you could be this excited, Lelei replied, shocked by Sordin's jolt of energy. I am sorry, Lelei, Sordin said, letting go. Never in my lifetime have I ever thought I would see a city full of mages. It is like a dream come true. If only Camelot could ever come true. What is Camelot? Selena asked. Camelot was a castle belonging to King Arthur long ago, Sordin explained. You see, Merlin wanted to create a city of mages like Rondell and choose the castle of Camelot to be the foundation of the city. However, the dark witch Morgana Le Fay killed Merlin when her band of witches wreaked havoc on Camelot and the early British kingdom, so his dream never came true. This event helped spark the centuries-long witch hunt going back to the 2nd century BC with the Roman Empire and the Han Dynasty. King Arthur tried to carry on Merlin's dream, but failed as he fought his treacherous knight, Modred. Both of them fell in the ensuing battle. This was the final nail in the coffin for any chance for magic to become normalized again in the world. This also prevented us from having our version of Rondell on Earth. The only piece left of it was the sacred sword, Excalibur. As Lelei listened, the story made her wonder if events happened differently. Earth would have had their own Rondell. It showed how vastly different both worlds are. In regards to most topics on Falmart, Earth knowledge is superior except on this issue. She found it fascinating with all of Earth's wonders. Magic is more accepted here. Can we go look around? Selena asked, poking through the gap between the two front seats. Later, Sharpe said, let us get settled and meet our contacts first. Villa, Directorate Palace, Rondell. After a 30-minute drive through the city, everyone reached the palace villa. The assigned rooms that everyone was going to be living in are compared to the presidential hotel rooms. Edras was never this fancy, Selena said. A purple-haired humanoid Medusi maid, Isha, greeted them upon their arrival. She welcomed them as she bowed. She showed everyone the place, a bathing area, the bedrooms, and living quarters around the large fireplace for warmth. The last major area is the balcony with a view of most of the city. Isha approached. I am sorry, Miss Lelena, for speaking out of term, but I don't understand what Sir Sharpe is doing. Already knowing what Sharpe was doing, Lelei rolled her eyes. He is looking around the palace guest room for listening devices or any other concerns he has. He is just looking for bugs. Don't worry about it. Oh, I am surprised a soldier with his reputation is afraid of bugs, Isha replied as she watched Sharpe. I promise to double my work to keep bugs out of these chambers. At first, Lelei was confused by what the maid said until she realized that she was using military terminology. Bug being a nickname for surveillance devices. As far as I can tell, this place is clean, Sharpe said. Thank you, the maid responded. If you need anything, please call me or any other maid. She bowed and left. As the maid left, Pina walked into the room. I have almost forgotten what the royal treatment was like. I missed this. I finally agree with the royal pain in the ass, Rory said. Being pampered is the best. Sharpe folded his arms. Pina, you are supposed to be a representation of your revolution. I know, but that does not mean I have to give up on some parts of my lifestyle, Pina replied. Living in a clean home, not wearing dirty clothing all the time, and so on. Besides, this is my world, Jackson. That is why I am here, because I know how and when to speak to these people. I know how to speak politics. She is right, Jackson, Lelei said. Hopefully, you will not need to use your firearms on this mission. Seeing Sharpe's depressed reaction from realizing he will have to amuse her, knowing he hates formal dinners and meetings, Selena grabbed Lelei's dress. Let's go to the balcony. I want to see everything. Being dragged by Selena, the group headed to the balcony. Lelei leaned on the decorated stone railing. That large dome building with the 3 keeps, that is the academy, Lelei said. You can see both god statues on each side of the entrance. Over there, that is the dueling arena. While dueling is allowed on the streets, tournaments and more official duels are hosted there. Over there is the entertainment district where you can see the theater, what you call the red light district, public bathing, and magic tricks like Golan. Tuke laughed. Hey Jackson, maybe you should check out the brothels. And do what? Rory interrupted. All he would do is start a fight there. Lelei blinked, not understanding the joke. Anyway, over there is the main market. Only mages, sages, nobility, and other important classes are allowed there. What you saw before was the public market, pointing to the river. That is the harbor. It leads to the Roe River, going all the way north to the Crystal Sea. That is about it. Hearing other excited voices, Lelei looked to the other balconies and saw some of the other rangers and Rose Knights checking out the view, each group in its guest quarters. Enjoying the view? Lelei asked. Andrew looked over. Totally. It is like living in an open-world game, but it's real. Or you could say this is more like going back in time, Alicia said. No, Andrew replied. Time travel is evil and ruins everything, so no. Hearing her name from behind, Lelei turned around. What she saw was her master mage grandmaster Cato L. Alteston, her once caretaker mage grandmaster Mimosa La Mer, but most importantly, her older sister Arpeggio. Lelei darted across the room with such speed and tackled Arpeggio to the ground out of pure reaction. I missed you so much, sister. You have no idea how much. I really thought I was never going to see you again. You're killing me. Arpeggio struggled to speak. Ignoring her older sister's plea, Lelei continued to squeeze Arpeggio as she cried with joy. After a moment, she felt someone grab the back of her dress and lift her off. Looking back, she noticed Rory. All right, sister, don't squeeze her to death. Sorry, I got emotional. Arpeggio got up, looking confused. Lelei, why is Rory calling you sister? After fixing her dress, Lelei looked at Arpeggio. Oh yeah, Arpeggio, as you already know, this is Rory Mercury, Apostle of Emroy. This little one is Princess Selena Sharpe of Edris, daughter of Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Sharpe. This is Tuke Luna Marceau, daughter of High Chieftain Hodder Marceau of the Koan Woodline State. And this is Yao Ha Dusher of the Roldham State. We consider each other sisters. It is an Earth thing, Selena commented. Girls who are close friends call each other sisters on Earth. You can join the group if you want. They call it Sismans for short, Lelei said. It is a girl thing on Earth. Because we're act like sisters that makes Jackson the father of the group. The father you and I never had. None of that makes sense, Arpeggio replied with a blank stare. I know your letters said their world was different. But this is confusing. I must include myself, Mimosa said in a warm tone. I do have to say, Lily, you have grown up. Lelei? Selena asked. I never heard that before. It is what Mimosa call Lelei, Arpeggio answered, embarrassing Lelei. Hearing that Mimosa said baffled Lelei. The first thing she thought about was that her body has changed. She thought maybe Mimosa was referencing that she has gotten taller, or her body thickness has gotten bigger from the daily American goods she eats now, or how physically fit her body is because of exercising to keep up with the soldiers. I don't know what you mean by that. I think I still look the same. Maybe a scar here and there, but dash dot. As she spoke, she noticed people chuckling about something. Lelei, Sharpe said, she is talking about your character. You as a young woman? That is correct, Mimosa said. When I first met you, you were one of the most reserved students I have ever met. But now look at you, you cried, tackled your sister, and you spoke with so much life in your voice. I am so happy to see this. It is like a dream come true. I am glad the girl I left in the Koan forest is gone, Cato said. Based on your letters, I have learned new spells and ideas that will change everything. I am glad to take you away from Rondel's work, even though you didn't do anything, Mimosa commented. Cato laughed and looked around. I do say, Lelei, these are the sisters that you have talked about. I am surprised how pretty they are. He then appeared next to Tuke, holding up a part of her hair and holding her hand. Why, hello there, my sweet. Lelei has said much about you, but I would love a chance for you to get to know about me. Tuke blushed, giggled, and then looked away. Oh my, you were correct, Lelei. He's a creep. Only for you, Cato replied as he kissed Tuke's hand. Frowning, Lelei rolled her eyes as she expected this. She has heard all the stories about his youth and how he was a ladies' man, as the Americans would say. She had even witnessed this before as he flirted with other female students and mages. Master Cato might want to value self-control, pointing to Sharpe as he stood there, playing with his knife. Cato laughed and stepped away. Selena walked up to Lelei and pulled her dress. Are you going to bring me up? Lelei blinked and then remembered. Oh yeah, I am sorry. Unfortunately, Master Mimosa, I did not have time to write this in a letter, but we discovered that Selena is a healer mage. Really? Mimosa said, shocked. She walked over and lowered to Selena's level. Being a healer mage is a rare thing. Only a strong following of Myrida are capable of this type of magic, which Lily said you are. Can you show me? Selena shook her head. I cannot. I have struggled to use my magic. What do you mean? Mimosa asked, confused. Selena has only been able to conduct her magic twice, Lelei explained. Both times were under stress while someone was dying. The first time was her pet griffin, and the second time was me after being bitten by a far more powerful version of the zombie curse. This time, Arpeggio tackled Lelei, holding her tightly. You were bitten by one of them and are still alive? By the gods. I cannot believe this. You almost died. What happened? Cato asked, no longer being goofy. Taking a deep, stressful breath, Lelei told the story of their adventure while coming to Ronel. Starting from the assassination attempt at Valtris to running into those infected by Crete. How she experienced feeling the curse spread through her body and how Selena and Jerry's efforts slowed down the infection. Sharpe, Rory, and Swordin left Crete with a group to find the Rokud pair, also explaining that all the pairs were destroyed, so that they had to go to the Aran ruins to find one. As Lelei started to explain how strange and scary these new infections acted, she saw their horrific reaction. Even Rory still shook her head from the memory of their encounter. But she ended the story on a positive note, stating NATO is protecting Crete and trying to contain the curse. Mimosa sat on a chair as she processed everything. How quickly the world has changed. I cannot believe your party went through so much just to get here. This new infection, Cato mumbled as he rubbed his gray beard. I will have to bring this up in tomorrow's debate. Normally, we would have swept the nearby forest to prevent this from happening. Aran has always been cursed, but this is insane. This war has drained so many of our people we no longer have enough adventurers and mages to do this anymore. So much death for no reason, Mimosa added. But I cannot believe that Oprichnina attacked you at Valtris. I knew the Empire would try and stop you people from coming, but an assassination attempt by Adar no less. That must be desperate. She then looked at Selena. It is not that surprising that at your age, you are struggling to unlock your magic, but it can be done with some work. We can go to the academy and begin some training so you can access it at will. As Cato talked with Sharpe and Rory while Mimosa explained magic to Selena and Yao, Lelei looked at her older sister. She could not help herself, but took another huge hit. I missed you so much, Arpeggio. For a while, I thought I would never see you again. Neither did I, Lelei, Arpeggio replied. Now you have a lot of explaining to do. It was reckless to get into this war. You could have gotten hurt. Actually, you did get hurt. What if you turned into one of those abominations? It is okay, sister, Lelei said. I am okay. No one forced me to join them. I chose on my own, and I would not trade it for anything. Arpeggio looked at the group. I still don't trust them, especially the big man. I remember how much of a brute father he was. I remember your early letters about how he reminded you about your father. I don't understand why you wanted to stay with a brute. Lelei understood how Arpeggio was feeling. Their father is an alpha male, a strong warrior, strong, controlling like a tyrant. They knew he hated them, as having only daughters prevented him from becoming tribal ruler. So he took it out on them. Sarah described it as masculinity, the worst part of a male. At first, Lelei was somewhat scared of Sharpe. She saw him risk his life against the flame dragon, save the refugees, and Rory trusted him for some reason. To her shock, she found many of the same traits her father had: strong, a warrior, controlling, an alpha. However, it was different as none of it was pushing down or oppressive. As Rory said, the key difference is that her father wanted to dominate while Sharpe acted out of love. Like Apollo or positive masculinity, as Sarah would describe it. I know they seem similar, but they are not, Lelei tried to explain. Father was a brute who only cared about himself. Sometimes Jackson could be strong, but he acts like that because he is trying to keep me and the others safe and protected. It is out of love, something our father never understood. If you give him a chance, you will see he is a big softy underneath. Interesting, but I don't know. People like him always end up being abusive, unless he is trying to get up your dress for a one-night lay. If he had you, you would have written to me about it, so you're still a virgin. Arpeggio said, still skeptical, not caring that her sister turned bright red. She then pointed behind Lelei. But does he always act like a fool? Turning around, Lelei saw Sharpe brag about his magical abilities. Cato and Mimosa are confused, demanding proof while Rory facepalms. Of course, Selena is cheering Sharpe's shenanigans on. Sharpe closed his eyes, took out his combat knife, and blindly tossed it against a pillar dead center. See, magical? Wow, Mimosa said. You hit that pillar perfectly. Sharpe opened his eyes and looked at his target. Oops, I meant to hit that vase over there. Hearing that, Lelei looked back at his sister. Yeah, fool is a nice way of saying it. But he is our fool. Give him a chance, please. I know he could be a bit scary at first, but once you get past it, he will die for you. Letting the thoughts settle, she sat down. Now, tell me what you've been up to. Lelei understood why Arpeggio is so skeptical. The shadow of their father still lingered within her. Sarah once told her that every daughter just wants their father's love and approval, and that is why she and Selena cling to Jackson so much. Arpeggio, on the other hand, never had someone to cling to, and being 6 years older, she had to endure their father's wrath into her young adult years. She does not know how to put into words experiences like when Sharpe taught her how to drive and practice new spells, or bath time with the girls, or Christmas, or cooking with Sarah. When factions started to form and your letters were shown to the nobles, Mimosa took me back in, Arpeggio said. She felt that because I am your older sister, I might be targeted by the pro-Empire faction. Because you sided with the other worlders, I lost most of my scribe business customers. I am so sorry. I did not think my actions were hurting you, Lelei replied. While Lelei went into advanced magic, Arpeggio went into alchemy, minerals, and materials. Because her field of study is very expensive, she had to learn advanced writing so she could do enchantments and record spells to sell. It is a labor, costly, and time-intensive profession, so losing half of her clients would force her sister into poverty. Taking a long breath, Arpeggio smiled. It is okay. I didn't want to tell you to scare you. I know how your brain works. Besides, please tell me what Earth is like. What kind of goods do they have? Your letters always brag about the wonders, but you never go into details. Oh yeah, that is because I did not want to ruin my friend's trust in me, Lelei replied. I honestly couldn't explain everything. There is so much to say it would be better to show you. I wouldn't believe most of it if I didn't see for myself. She recalled the wonders that she enjoyed the most, which was the access to unlimited information. She thought about bringing up the internet, but struggled to find a way to explain invisible knowledge through the cloud. So, she decided to talk about books. Now she understood why Sharpe was hesitant to share their knowledge. Some of it is too complex to bring up. They have so many books where you could gather information, Lelei explained. I brought some to show you. All you have to do is write once, and they can make an unlimited number of books, and they are cheap compared to scribe work. What? Arpeggio yelled. If I knew this, I would have joined the Empire's side. I thought they were lying when they said the other worlders were coming to take our work away, but it is true. Having seen Imperial propaganda, twisting NATO intentions of abolishing slavery as robbing property, or introducing technology as stealing jobs, she should have expected her sister would not fully understand the difference. That is not true. It is not like that, Arpeggio. Hold on, Lelei. Let me explain, Sordin said as she entered the room. Changes are coming, Arpeggio, but not in the manner you are thinking about. You must change your mindset and look for the opportunities that change offers. For example, with your scribe work, every day you write the same enchantment or spell for you to make money. Correct? That is correct, Arpeggio said, confused. Is that how they do it on Earth? No, Sordin said. On Earth, we have a technology called the printing press. That is what Lelei is referring to. All you have to do is write one of your scribes once, and then you can print it as many times as you want. Each time someone buys a book, you still get paid for it. Think about it. You're getting paid for your work after only doing it once. This means you can create other spells and enchantments to sell, and then again without having to repeat yourself. That is impossible, Arpeggio said, struggling to comprehend what Sordin just said. Who are you? Fine lady? Cato asked as he eyed Sordin's figure. I can sense a mana presence in you, but I have never seen you before. You don't seem from around here either. Everyone, I would like to proudly introduce to you all my new arcane mentor from Earth, Grand High Witch Verona Sordin, head of the North American Coven Council and descendant of the legendary Earth Mage, Merlin. She is currently training me in the art of Earth magic, which in her case, Wiccan magic, Lelei then introduced Sordin. Earth has mages? Arpeggio, Cato, and Mimosa collectively said in a shocked tone. You are telling me Earth had mages all this time? Cato shockingly asked. Why has no one mentioned it? We always thought Earth had no magic. Throughout the entire war, The League army never said anything about encountering mages originating from the NATO side. Mimosa confusingly states. This topic appeared faster than Sharpe expected. He was wondering how it was going to be brought up. It looked like Lelei and Sordin decided to bring it up now, which might be best, as if there's going to be a problem, best to deal with it directly. The truth is the existence of Earth mages have just been recently discovered by us, so that is why this is quite a shock for all of you, Sharpe answered. This is the first deployment of a mage by our side as we figure things out. Master Sordin, what does he mean that you and all other mages on Earth are recently discovered? Arpeggio asked. That topic is quite sensitive, Sordin explained. We can talk about it another day, but now we must focus on the important event at hand. Agreed, Hansen said. Thank you for telling us how vulnerable the situation here is. I knew it would be a hard sell, but I had no idea the pro-Empire side was this powerful. I was sure the number of casualties and seeing Lelei would change their minds, but I now think we might need more. I have a good idea what is going on in the pro-Empire camp, Cato said. I've been having debates with them for months now, and most are not fanatical supporters of the Empire as you may think. The issue is that they don't trust NATO or your country. Some of it sounds too good to be true, and the other reason is that they are afraid of opposing the Empire. When the Oprichnina attacked the pro-peace faction in Sad Era, it sent a message that dissent was no longer an option within the Empire, Cato added. Many are not convinced that you can protect them. We just have to prove that we can. This should bring about a third to our side if successful. Don't forget about the establishment, Cato, Mimosa said. Many of the elite do not want to change to what Lelei represents. That is the struggle we have right now. Lily represents a new path Rondell could take, and her knowledge will mean traditional powers might lose out to an outside, younger group, one that they cannot control. You Americans must understand many of these institutions are older than your country. They will not be dissolved without a fight. We understand that pretty well, Sharpe replied, remembering some headache missions. During his 2 tours in Afghanistan, when he was a Green Beret, one issue was dealing with tribal leaders. While NATO wanted to bring in freedom, liberty, women's rights, plumbing, electricity, schools, and all the other good stuff the West had, the tribal leaders cared more about their way of life and status. That proved to be a major flaw in NATO-Afghan strategy, that many of these tribes were older than most nations, so they did not want to give up what they knew, especially when they had to give up tribal power to an alien culture. Hansen placed his hand on his chin. We better do this slowly until we get a better feel of the situation. The last thing we want to do is push them into a corner or come at them with guns blazing. That will only push them farther away. Speaking of the Oprichnina, I am surprised they have not attempted to assassinate you 3, Sharpe said. If the Oprichnina were willing to murder Crisis and his army along with the pro-peace faction to maintain their power, killing you would have been their priority. Cato laughed and then spoke. They tried. One night, I was having a lovely dinner with Mimosa, and the Oprichnina broke in. The next thing that happened was these American warriors suddenly appeared and killed them in the blink of an eye. Since then, your government has been providing secret protection and funding to the pro-annexation faction. I believe you know these warriors, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe. Wait, what? The front door opened again, and 3 soldiers walked through. All 3 are in a cloak with military gear underneath. The shorter one in the middle took his visor and held his arms out. Hey, boss baby, who are they? Rory asked, confused. Wait, they look like the guys in his picture, Tuke said. I knew you kept a picture of me, boss, the shorter soldier said as they all approached. Where are you keeping it? Back pocket. Another soldier placed his hand on the shorter soldier's shoulder. Knock it off. He then looked at Sharpe. Nice to see you again, sir. Nice to see you 3 as well. This is a surprise, Sharpe said. Girls ... Lelei walked up. You are First Sergeant Nicholas Hart. You are First Sergeant Cortez Galvez. And you are Sergeant First Class Jesse Dodson. Hey guys, Jesse said as he elbowed the other 2. We're famous. Shut up, Jesse, Sharpe ordered. Nice to meet all of you, Nicholas said. Just to let you all know that you are famous in the SOCOM community. We have all been jealous of your work. Nice to meet you all too, Rory said. We heard a lot about you all. It is nice to finally meet some of Jackson's old teammates. I just wonder if you can keep up. Jesse looked around. Strange, people are usually asking me to slow down. All right, Sharpe said. Since you 3 have been acting as security, anything we should know about? Can we trust the Knights here? Rory asked. Because all they have to do is switch sides and kill you all in your sleep. Many of its members have sided with the royalists as they are upset about being drafted. The truth is, sir, this city is ready to explode. Nicholas cleared up. The fuse has been lit, but it is not there yet. All right, we have work to do, Sharpe said. Where do we start? They are legit, Cortez answered. We thought the same way before, but their leader seems legit. They have been secretly giving us Oprichnina's safe houses and tips of assassination attempts. We took care of them without anyone noticing. We use the Knights as a front, so we can remain a secret. From what we understand, they have given up on assassination attempts, Nicholas added. They started focusing on influencing people to join the pro-Empire side or attacking the Royalist faction. The real question is the guilds. What do you mean? Sharpe asked. Just like in the Academy, the guild was split, Cato said. Normally, the guild and the Rondel Academic Council work closely together, but many of the leadership are splitting apart. They have oddly been silent on the matter. The Adventurer Guild has sided with the Empire but yawned, getting everyone's attention. We have 5 days until Lelei has her main presentation, so we have time. I was hoping for more time, but 5 days is good. What we need to do is build trust with the people and make allies within the nobility. We need to show everyone you are not the evil barbarians from the gate. Tomorrow is another meeting, Mimosa said. I recommend you come to the Academy tomorrow. Meet some of our allies and see the debate for yourself. This gives you a chance to see the Academy and learn more about Rondel. Allow the students and teachers to see you, to show you are just as human as they are. And we can figure out my magic, Selena added. Of course, Mimosa said. At some point, Lily will have to show the people some of the new spells. Many believe she is lying, that this science magic is a fraud. We need to show that we are the honest ones, and the faction who opposes Lelei and what she represents are the crazy ones. That is where Pina and Sordin come in, Sharpe said. She knows how to talk with these people. Having the Princess of the Empire should add much credibility to our case. Sordin will hopefully be able to convince them that mages have a place in our society. As the current plan is laid out, Sharpe watched everyone mingling with each other, 2 people meeting for the first time, learning about each other. Watching Rory talk with Jesse with their outgoing personality. Nicholas talking with Lelei and Arpeggio. Cortez talking with the elves. Deep down inside, he is glad to have some of his old Delta team here. It feels like the band is back together with his Ranger team, the girls, Rose Knights, and now Delta. The team is whole. While the task is an uphill battle and so many curveballs have already been tossed at them, he is more convinced than ever that events will go their way. V18. Chapter 210, Rondel Chamber. It has been 5 or 6 months since Selena was sold into slavery by her countrymen during one cold, brisk night. Looking up, she sees the dark sky littered with souls, looking down over these lands. Sometimes she wonders if her little brother and parents are looking down, watching. Hearing the crackling fire, Selena held herself tightly as she struggled to stay warm. In front are the 4 mercenaries that have been transporting her and a few others. From what she overheard, they're somewhere near Bellatrack. These mercenaries sound like they stop here a lot for their slave trafficking business. They are celebrating as they finish selling the last girl in the group. This is not the first time this has happened. It is the 5th or 6th time these slavers stop to make side profit. However, she is the primary package for these men, being taken to Sadera as part of some agreement. That does not mean that these men have not enjoyed their property, being lonely weeks in the wilderness, and using the excuse who would know. However, there is a new man. This man seemed different, where the other 4 showed respect. After giving the mercenaries a large handbag, he walked over to her. The first thing Selena noticed was how well-groomed he is compared to the other 4. Most likely a high-paying loyal customer. The man brushed his hand over Selena's face. Hello, little one. I am surprised by how pretty you are. You must get your looks from your mother. You know my mother? The man chuckled. Of course not. He slowly grabbed Selena's chin, so they were looking at each other. I can see you are scared. This is a dark world. Bad things happen, and that is how it is, princess. Realizing that her captors must have told him who she was, she tried to hurry away. The man grabbed her leg and pulled her back. You are noble. You can help. That is why you are in this mess, Selena, the man said. Where I am from, I am a respectable knight, a defender of my people's culture. I had to endure much, killing many, testing my oath, putting aside personal wealth and interest. As a knight, I have foregone having a family of my own, all to maintain my oath for my city." He chuckled for a moment, excluding any bastards I might have, but who cares? To have a great city, you have to do the dirty work, and this is my reward. Don't be scared, but be honored, as the one gift I grant to myself is a pleasure. I never had a princess before, and you will be pleasing to a great man and honorable knight. Villa, Directorate Palace, Rondell. Date, June 13th, 2026. Selena burst up, placing her hand on her chest as she breathed heavily. She looked around the room with the only battery light on as a nightlight. Seeing Lelei, Tuke, and Yao sound asleep, she felt safe again. "You okay, little sis?" Looking over, Selena saw Rory leaning where a window would be, keeping watch. There are times she wished she could be an apostle, not always having to sleep. "I am fine, Rory." "The night again?" Selena nodded, not happy by that. "I don't know why I'm thinking about him again. I thought I was finally over it, but he keeps coming back." She reached in her purse and pulled out her Smith & Wesson Shield Easy pistol. "Since I got here, I have had this strange feeling." "Well, this is the first time you've been out of Alnus for a while," Rory said, "and getting here was not easy. I think you might just be stressed out." After calming down, Selena pondered on what Rory said. Unlike the other times she has been involved, it was usually indirectly, either riding along or was taken. This is the first time she is trying to engage in a mission, be active, be a soldier, and what her father called a leader. In addition, she knows one of her people is somewhere in Rondell, and one reason she wanted to meet them is to find an answer to why they betrayed her. She now wondered if Rory is correct, that this is too much for a near 14-year-old. "You are right, Rory. I should relax." Selena stood up and adjusted her nightgown, making sure she was decent. "Is Dad still on the couch?" "Of course, it is where he belongs," Rory smirked. "If you need to talk, just let me know." Selena nodded and left the bedroom to sleep with her dad. Rondell Academic Council. Rondell. Sharpe listened to the current debate on the Academic Council floor. He looked above and saw 3 mages using wind and ice magic to help keep the chamber cool. To his surprise, it is very effective as a makeshift air conditioning, never considering magic being used in a much better way. Besides being used as entertainment by that one mage called Jaleo at Alnus, he mostly only saw it used in combat. Pina, Selena, Yao, Arpeggio, and Lelei were there with them as Tuke was with Sordin and Cato's assistant slave Walilia. Rory had no interest in watching politics and left to the temple to do her apostle duties, stating that she should not be involved in politics. However, Rory informed Sharpe about Selena's horrible dream again. This is starting to become far too familiar for his taste. Seeing her next to him again this morning, he is beginning to wonder if her past trauma is coming out. Rory thought that she was just stressed as this is a new experience, but he is unsure. Right now, he is hoping for the debate, and any life lessons could distract her from that dream. Looking back at the debate, Cato had already introduced Ambassador Henson, and both stood on the floor. He took a bow as he prepared to speak. "To the nobles of Rondell, I thank you for your audience. My people have heard many stories about Rondell, how this city has been a beacon of light and order on Falmart. Miss Lelina has told me about your history and how much you have shaped this world, playing key roles during historical moments." A horse's pie ambassador, Opaksha declared, getting up from his seat and pacing the floor. "My fellow nobles, do not be fooled by this man's honey-silked words. He came here, offering many blessings, but all you have is his word. Let us not forget these Americans have killed your friends, loved ones, brothers and sisters, teachers, and more. These savages are the reason why there is so much chaos on the continent." "Legatus Opaksha, is it?" Hansen said. "It is humorous that you call us savages. A savage is someone who slaughters a group of people, established racial hierarchies, using rape as a means of controlling the population, taking helpless individuals against their will, stripping their autonomy of free will, and disgracing prisoners." Stopping for a moment to allow what he said to settle. It sounds like the Empire and the League fits these descriptions, as we all know about the current Emperor's current hobbies. So let us be careful about tossing fancy words like savage around this chamber. No need to speak like children. Here's the thing that everyone in this chamber should understand, Hansen continued. We did not start this war. Your city is a part of the Empire, the same empire that declared war on my people for their own greed. This war was started because a few wanted to expand their wealth and lands, not to make the empire and its citizenry great. While it is honorable that you fight for your country, we cannot be held responsible for their deaths. The warriors from this city are fighting and dying so corrupt noblemen can gain more land and slaves, leaving everyone else starving and mourning loved ones. Who are the corrupt land grabbers, American? Opaksha asked, shocked by that word. You are occupying two major regions and have turned Elba against us. You have killed hundreds of thousands of our brave warriors. At one point, it might have been defensive, but you passed that point long ago. With a loud tone, he pointed to the ambassador. You unleashed the infected into these lands and have the gall to point the finger at the empire for it? Only you brutes would have the ability to create these corrupted abominations and unleash them onto these good people. Interesting point of view, Opaksha, Hansen calmly replied. I can see how people think that the war has been going badly for you, so it is easy to blame us for your failures. And the idea that we would unleash these infected is an insult. The unit that escorted me here almost lost their lives coming here, including me. Miss Lelei was bitten by these corrupted infected, and Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe with his team risked their lives to save her. Even if we could turn people into those monsters, there is no logical reason to do so. We are not losing the war or need to result in such things to win local support. Seeing how Opaksha is engaging the crowd, Hansen looked at the crowd. Opaksha here is correct on this point. We are occupying many territories. One of them is Alcatraz. Many city-states wish to join us because they realize there is nothing to gain from a dying empire. Why would we surrender these territories back to the empire, especially where the gate is located, and our actions are to prevent another attack, again by the empire? And if you want to talk about Elba and those allied kingdoms, let me tell you something about them. They were ordered against our position as cannon fodder. I know this as I talked to King Duran of Elba himself, who survived his assault on Alness Hill. The Empire used them to buy time, so their own legions could regroup. Think about it. And I know you all are wise noblemen. This empire is willing to throw you away to save itself. And here is a fact you might not know, Hansen continued. Early in the war, we attempted to broker a peace treaty with the Empire, as it was not in our interest to continue the war. I have Princess Pina Colada here with us to confirm everything I am about to say, as she was the one we were negotiating a treaty with. It was Emperor Moltsol Augustus and, at the time, Crown Prince Zorzal L. Caesar. He sabotaged the negotiations, forcing the princess to rebel against her family for their crimes to the empire. Because they sabotaged any hope of an end to the war, we had no choice but to continue advancing. As you see, my people had no choice. The reason Rondell is in danger, the reason why there was an infected outbreak, the reason why so many of your mages have lost their lives in a pointless war was because of the power-hungry elites at Sadera. Legatus Opaksha here wants you to remember all the lost ones you have suffered. I agree with him. I think Opaksha should explain why the Empire chose to throw those lives, along with Rondell's legacy, history, culture, and status away when it never had to happen. I did not expect Hansen to be this good, Pina commented, leaning in. And I am shocked he spoke so nicely about me. I did not rebel against my family like that. Sometimes, it is not important to get boiled down into the details, Sharpe replied. The point is that your family intentionally prevented peace, and that is why everyone is suffering right now. No one here cares how you rebelled against your family. The fact is you did. But why are they speaking like this? Selena asked, confused. Why don't they speak plainly? It sounds like they're talking over each other. Because that is politics, Pina said. They are not trying to convince each other. They are trying to rally support. Consider it as a dance, Selena. They must address what each other said, but say it in a way where they are speaking to each person in the crowd. Pina is correct, Selena. Watch closely, Sharpe said. Pay attention to how they speak. You see, Selena, every person here has their own opinion and questions on the topic, either pro-NATO or Empire or Royal. What Hansen and Opaksha are doing is using each other to answer those questions while countering what the other said. This is what we call framing. There are two truths in the world, the objective truth and the framed truth. The truth is the truth, but what a person does is take that truth and change it, leave out some details, or excite other parts of it to fit what they're trying to sell. Both Hansen and Opaksha are doing that now, framing each fact to their need. Never accept what you hear, Selena. Always think critically, because controlling language is key to either connecting with someone, convincing someone to aid you, or fight you. As the two debated, Sharpe found something interesting in the debate. Opaksha has been better than he expected. However, everything he says ends in an open statement. An open conversation like this is not one of Sharpe's strong points, as he prefers talking directly to the person. I see, Selena said. The debate went on for about another hour, with no significant accomplishments. Opaksha and Hansen know this was only round one, and neither wanted to dive deep just yet, saving whatever tricks they have for the later debates. Cato and Hansen walked up, chatting among each other. Good counters, Ambassador, Sharpe said. I think you got him good, Selena said. I don't know, Pina added, placing a hand on her chin. I felt like Opaksha was holding back. I feel like he sacrificed this debate to size you up. I do agree with you, Princess, Hansen said. I noticed his wordplay was well crafted. I believe it would be wise if we meet up later tonight to discuss our further plans, Cato proposed. Now that you all have an idea of the current situation, we can better plan our next step. In the meantime, Sharpe, I would like to introduce you to some of our allies. Mimosa bowed. If you don't mind, I would like to take your daughter with me. As planned, Mimosa wanted to take Selena to begin some basic training on her healing magic. All right, yeah, I'll go with Selena. While Sharpe trusts Mimosa, he does not feel comfortable having Selena alone, and thus he sent Yao and Alicia along. Yao is her nanny and acts as the big sister, while Alicia enjoys acting like an aunt. I will pick you up when we are done here. Once they left, Sharpe, Pina, Arpeggio, and Lelei followed Cato. As they passed through the chamber, the nobles who had not left were talking amongst themselves. The architecture here in Rondel is vastly different from Satira's more Roman Greek design. Rondel, while having some similar designs seen at Satira, other unrecognizable designs seem to have been infused into it. Based on past conversations, he assumes elves with a hybrid of other races' designs. By the way, Lelei, what is the core architecture for Rondel? If the city has been around for 3,000 years, I doubt it is human or imperialist. I don't know, Lelei replied. I never cared about such things. I just thought Rondel looked like Rondel. Sharpe looked at her confused. That doesn't make any sense. It's just like saying America looks like America just because. The inspiration had to have come from somewhere. Arpeggio giggled. Finally, something Lelei does not know. Seeing a glare from her sister, she just laughed. Neither humans nor elves established Rondel. However, the elves did take over and install their culture. If I remember correctly, the Draconian built the city with some other races like the Puka, who acted as the city merchants. As the city grew, more influences from other cultures influenced the design, the most current being from Satira. That is correct, Arpeggio. As they entered what appeared to be a conference room, Sharpe noticed 3 men standing in the room. 2 are middle-aged men, one in dark blue robe who spoke, and the other in a decorated silver, red-colored knight armor, both human. Much to Sharpe's shock, the other is a green orc in brown with green lining robbing. I hope you both enjoyed the entertainment in today's debate, Cato said. It was a much more enjoyable debate compared to the others. The man said. The orc chuckled. It was beginning to become stale. I am glad to finally see someone put Opaksha where he belongs. Ambassador Hansen, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe, Princess Pina, the humans here are Atticus and Albus, and the orc here is Skroderot, Cato said. Albus is the leader of the Rondel Knights, and the other 2 are on the Academy High Council and support joining NATO. It is nice to meet you, Lieutenant Colonel, Albus said. Skroderot stepped forward first, hands together. Finally, we met the famous Major, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe, and Student Lelei Lalina. We have heard so many stories about you two and the others. Is it true that you defeated the Flame Dragon using Earth magic? If I knew that term was going to become the standard, I would have come up with something else, Lelei said. When I wrote Earth magic, I meant Earth-inspired magic, based on the science I learned from them. It was not a spell I learned there. It was a spell I created from the group up. Trust me, I have a scar from practice. As Lelei lists a few spells she invented like her sonic and hypersonic projectile spells, Sharpe couldn't help himself but keep an eye on Skroderot. Orcs were the main race that slaughtered many first cav at the Battle of Balkan Hill 1, and have proven to be just as a pain in the ass as the standard legionnaire. They have become so common you usually see them together in the Dumas Mountains. Many NATO soldiers have lumped them with the other barbaric dark races like goblins based on their brutality and looks. "Is everything okay, Colonel?" Skroderot asked. After a short hesitation, Sharpe nodded. "Everything is fine." After a moment, Skroderot laughed. "I should have known. Your people have only seen my kin as an enemy. I am sorry, I shouldn't have assumed. My kin is divided into two types, the blue orcs, the barbaric ones, and the green orcs, who were civilized. As you can see, I am one of the green folks. So, you're going to tell me that the greens are these peaceful, misunderstood hippies?" Sharpe asked in a cautious tone before Lelei elbowed his arm, warning him to be more respectful. Sensing the hostility, Skroderot crossed his arms. "Men and orcs are much alike. We can be peaceful, or we can be at war. The deep reason our two races have always warred against each other is that we see each other in the mirror. The orcs were once one of the great people of Falmart long, long ago. We tried to reclaim that glory during what you common races call the Dark Age." Atticus stepped forward. "I assure you, Sharpe, that Skroderot here is not your enemy. He has been a big portent of siding with your people. He has been living in Rondell for decades now, even being a young student. It is rare that we accept dark races, but he earned his position. Why would a Darkling want to side with us?" Hansen asked. The term Darkling confused the councilman. Lelei quickly explained that the U.S. wanted to create a new term to help separate the good dark races against the bad dark races because they met a few good ones like the Batgolmentiv. The other reason was to make it easier to exterminate the bad dark races like trolls and goblins. "I am thrilled to see that Lelei letters are truthful about racial equality," Skroderot said. "A nation with no hierarchy nor caste system is very strange and interesting. I am very excited to learn more. Please tell me, it is all true, right? A place where you can be free for who you are." To Sharpe, surprised, still struggling with this orc. While up to this point he has to directly dealt with the orc, he has only heard negative things about them. However, this orc sounds so genuine about meeting him. He has no idea what Lelei said about him in her letters, but it was powerful enough to convince an orc. Seeing that Sharpe was partly talking about Skroderot and his people, he took a breath and held out his hand. "Okay, Sharpe, I understand that I need to establish trust. Your people are at war with mine, so I understand, but I hope we can at least be friends." He then held out his hand. In Lelei's letter, it said on Earth a handshake was considered a sign of trust. Not wanting to take the hand, Sharpe noticed the entire room staring at him, waiting to see what he would do. Seeing Skroderot's makes him uncomfortable for some reason, probably because of the lack of interaction with orcs and for what orcs done during the Battle of Balkan Hills. "I try to live by a philosophy. Judge a man by his character, not by what he looks like." With a happy smile from Skroderot, both groups shook hands and did a quick introduction of each other in a more personal way. Once complete, Albus walked over. "Colonel, as one military man to another, I am glad I can meet you. I just want to let you know you do not have to worry about the Rondell Knights. Most of the Knights are on your side. If you are on our side, then why don't you enforce it?" Lelei asked. "You have the knighthood. No one can oppose you. Except for the Imperial Army, Lelei," Hansen said. "And even if you control the majority, staging a military coup will only spark a civil war." "That is correct," Albus said. "If we're going to do this, we have to do it right. My nobility has a reputation of honor, and I swore an oath to serve this great city. That is why I was not there to greet you at the gate yesterday, and not with you at the debate. I must act neutral for the sake of the city, otherwise blood will be spilled." "Clever Albus," Penis said. "I am impressed how well you have managed the situation here. It must be hard balancing both sides and keeping your own bias in check." "It is not easy, but as long as I let the secessionists and pro-Empire sides speak their minds, everything should be fine," Albus said. "Until the final vote is cast," Atticus pointed out. "There will be bloodshed once the High Council makes their final decision." "Well, I believe that is all the time we have," Cato said. "We should meet up later to better coordinate our efforts. Right now, I have to go meet that lovely woman." "With your permission, sir, I would like to spend some time with Albus," Pina asked. "I would like to pick his mind and see how he handles his knighthood." It isn't every day we meet a friendly one. Permission granted, Pina, Sharpe replied. He then looked to Lelei and Arpeggio. If you two don't mind showing me the place? We have a few hours. Cato Dorm, Rondell Magical Academy. So, you work here? Yes, I do. I have never seen so many scrolls before. Tuke feels the large wall shelf with her right hand, shocked by the wealth of knowledge. Piles upon piles of rolled-up scrolls, some looking ancient. She then looked to Cato's personal slave, Walilia. You must love reading through these. Assuming you were allowed to. Walilia chuckled. I never heard it be stated like that, but I heard your kind are opposed to slavery. She talked over and placed her hand on the shelf, feeling around. This is not like most places. I might be a slave, but I do have a quality of living here. What do you mean? I am Cato's loyal assistant, Walilia replied. Don't they have assistants in the other worlders' world? They do, Tuke replied. She realized she has gotten used to the American bias of slavery, that it is only hard labor and oppression. She has almost forgotten about clerk work. They do, but they hate that term. You might want to avoid using it around them, as they won't understand. Understood. Thank you, Walilia said. I still cannot believe there is a world without slavery. It still has it, Sordin replied as she sat at Cato's desk. It is just by discrimination or in failed states. Sensing an acquired silence, Tuke tried to change the topic. How many of these scrolls have you read? Oh, none, Walilia said. I cannot read them as I am blurry. Blurry? Yeah, Walilia said. My eyes see objects as blurry. Right now, that is how I can see you. I can tell you are a high elf and dash dot. She leaned forward. Yellow hair. But I cannot see you in detail. When it comes to reading, I cannot read words as they are too small. Hearing this upset Tuke. She remembered one of the villagers from her past home having such a sickness once. While able to do a primary task, they were not able to fully contribute to the village. The worst part about being blurred is the long life an elf has unable to correctly see for almost 1,000 years. Must be torture. As an idea appeared in her head, she snapped her fingers. I have an idea. How did you do that? What? The snap with your finger. Walilia grabbed Tuke's arm and looked closely. I never heard that before. Oh, it was something I learned from the team I am on, Tuke said. I just did it because I had an idea. Many NATO soldiers have vision problems where they wear a device called glasses. It is two small clear pieces of glass that correct your vision. Walilia laughed after hearing that. Impossible. Even if you were telling the truth, I never would be able to afford glass. It is actually quite cheap on Earth, Sordin pointed out. You should ask Jerry. He probably has an app that could see what kind of glasses you need. Then he can order it. The technological wonders of the Terrans have continued to impress Tuke. Maybe I can take you to Jerry, and he can order some glasses on our next supply drop. As she spoke, she can tell Walilia is slightly confused, not fully understanding how any of that is possible. Walilia looked at them, confused. I have no idea what you are talking about. Tuke giggled. I am sorry, sometimes I forget people don't know Earth terms. It means they have a device that could help with your eyes. I could get you something that could let you see normally. I am sorry to keep you all, Cato said as he walked through the door. The debate lasted longer than expected. Sordin got up from the desk, and both began to talk, exchanging information about each other's institutions. Walilia approached and whispered, I heard there is a place for high elves. Something called a nation. Is that true? Correct, Tuke said. The Americans gave us some land they didn't want, and in return, we will help them defeat the Empire. She then shares the history of her people. The betrayal of her people by the Edras Kingdom, though explaining that she and Selena are friends. The 8-year journey from her original home, the struggles her people had faced, and how it transformed them into fine warriors. Their capture by the Imperial Army at Legrath, and then freed by Vanguard 7. And now they have their own nation by Earth International law. We are still young, but it is nice to finally have a home, Tuke said. I plan on having my own treehouse high, so I can see the sun rise and set each day. Walk around with my future mate naked as I start a music career. That sounds nice, Walilia said, blushing. I never had a home. My village was destroyed 60 years ago by bandits. And since then, I wandered from town to town finding work until I was sold into slavery. But there was no need for an elf with blurry eyes. So I remained caged up, usually doing basic chores. Cato bought me when he learned that I have good note-taking skills because of my special hearing. How can you take notes if you don't know what writing looks like? Tuke asked, confused. Well, Lelia's ears bent. It was not easy, but I had to learn the movements with my hands, but in time I figured it out. Now, tell me more about your adventures. Noticing the two cute elves chatting and giggling, Sordin smirked and then looked back at Cato. Enough with the flirtation. I'm not letting you feel my clothes. With a snarky chuckle, Cato leaned into his desk. Fine, fine. Maybe when all this war business is over, I can show you that nice sunny spot I know. He then got up and poured 2 glasses of wine. I think you might enjoy this. It is created by a toxic fruit from the east at Istria and one of the other Imperial Crown Jewel cities. They water the toxins out with lime juice, so there is just enough toxin for that sweet kick without killing you. Then they add the grapes for the flavor and color. Fancy. A little complicated, but fancy. Sordin took her glass and drank it. Her cheeks squeeze a bit as her mouth adjusts to the taste. While powerful and alien, to her surprise, she enjoyed the blue drink. In all her life, Sordin has only met a few men like Cato. He is nothing like how Lelei described. So far, she has enjoyed his personality, brings a unique charm. As Cato sat, he took a long drink. That was an interesting story. From what I heard from Lelei the other day, I am surprised Sharpe did not just shoot you. Me too, but it was a gamble I needed to take, Sordin said. The truth be told, we were on borrowed time because of technology. In the past, people like her could have stayed away from major population centers, used rural communities, using their isolated nature to keep hidden. The internet and smartphone changed all that, giving the most flawed person in the middle of nowhere the means to record and post to the wider world. Because the Americans were accepting people like Lelei, it was a sign that people have changed. I will say, though, this city is amazing, Sordin said. We always wondered what it would be like if history went a different route. How did that happen? Cato asked. It is a simple story, Cato, Sordin said. The story says that we thought we were superior to the non-magical humans. It is man's nature that if you have power, you abuse it, and abuse it we did. All the old kingdoms and republics hunted us down during what we call the classical era, around 2,000 years ago. The 2 major empires of the time, the Roman and Han, erased us from the pages of history. The Muslim expansion a few hundred years later hunted and slaughtered us as we were seen as unholy. There were a few other attempts to rebuild like my ancestor Merlin, but he was betrayed and murdered by what you would call a dark mage. Today, there are less than 10,000 of us left scattered across Earth. Cato nodded. I am sorry to hear that. I am happy to say that we have no such record of magical races trying to overthrow civilization, not saying there have never been power struggles before. I think that might be because of the number of different races there are here. It is more important to be cooperative than dominant, but it is just a theory. At first, Sordin wanted to reject the theory, but the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. If one group of mages tried to do what they did on ancient Earth, the other races would unite against them. The incentive is to work together, while there was little incentive to do that on Earth. Another reason is that this world has that we don't are apostles. Fryan once told me that apostles act as a balancing force, Sordin elaborated. He said this kept the relationship between different followers to the gods in check, the relationships between non-mage and mages intact, and acted as a buffer to help mediate opposing groups. We didn't have that kind of luxury on Earth. The church, the ruling class, and the common folks just blindly and abusively branded us as demons with little to nothing to stop them for centuries. As Sordin is in deep thought, Cato took a long drink and leaned forward, looking directly at her. I must ask, are all Earth mages witches? I am shocked Lelei would take lessons from someone who practices the dark arts. Noticing Cato's mood had changed, Sordin maintained a relaxed demeanor, expecting this conversation to happen sooner or later. So, you noticed? I had a feeling you would have, but I am impressed. Please let me correct you on this point. We call ourselves witches for female mages or warlocks for male mages, but that is more of a general name from tradition. Sometimes we are also called wizards instead of mages. I'm a Wiccan mage while there are gypsy mages and so on. The reason for this is because we are decentralized, which means each group has their own unique style and names. The moment I saw you, I thought I felt something was off, Cato said. I did not want to make a scene yesterday, but I would rather work with the Empire than a dark mage. Dark magic has brought nothing but trouble to these lands, so I must investigate. I will say, it shocks me how different your world is. I actually consider that an insult, Cato, but I understand your feelings, Sordin replied. But we are nothing like your Darko mages. I saw what they do, and they twist the natural world in a barbaric way, and I know of the battle against Darko Lord. I can assure you we are nothing like that. Let me explain mine, for example, Sordin continued. Just like your magic, Wiccan magic is based on nature and elements. We can use the environment around us and the elements within it. From what I have seen from your mages, this is the key difference, and I don't mean any offense by it. Your mages see the world as a tool for your magic. Even Lelei. My witches, we consider ourselves one with nature and the elements of the world. That is what a witch is in my world. The term has become a way to generalize who we are. Cato refrained from responding quickly, thinking on what was said. That is why you call yourselves witches? Just because you embrace nature? I find that hard to believe, and my people will think so too. It doesn't matter what kind of magic it is, Cato, Sordin said. What matters is how it is used. Take a gun or a sword, for example. They can be very deadly in the wrong hands. But in the right hands, they could be good, saving lives. You cannot just look at the surface and conclude you like or dislike. And you're going to tell me your kind has no dark magic? Especially how your ancestor was assassinated and that you tried to overthrow the civilized world? Cato asked. Once the council and the rest of the city finds out that you are witches, they will rush back to the Empire. Which is why I am being honest with you, Sordin said. The closest group I can think of are the voodoo practitioners. These witches believe in the existence of two worlds, one visible and the other invisible. They believe both worlds are intertwined with each other, and that allows them to reach or touch people with this spell, regardless where they are. But that doesn't mean it's dark magic. We don't have spells that summon skeletons from the ground, nor turn people into zombies or what you called them, the infected. I believe you, Cato said, and Lelei seems to trust you, but one thing that is bothering me. Why do you want us to become you? When I agreed to help leave the Empire, I was not expecting to reform Rondell to your ways, becoming witches or Wiccan. I'm also confused why you come here in the first place. You could have convinced your American brethren to support you and ignore us. Sordin shook her head. Not at all. The truth is I need you, Cato. This is an amazing city, and we still need that. It is too late for us to become an institutional power. There are too few of us left, and much of the knowledge and magic craft that we need has been lost for centuries after many witch hunts. Even if we start today, fully embraced by the U.S. government, and get all the funding we want, it would take decades, if not longer, just to rebuild what we once had. Is that why I have yet to see you have a staff or some other kind of magical tool? Cato asked. Sordin nodded. We used wands and staff just like you, but when our people were almost pushed into extinction, we lost much of our knowledge to craft them. It took us a long time to reinvent them, but as technology advanced, conventional weapons became more deadly. We had to learn to use our hands to flexibly access the ether to counter them, so wands and staffs became obsolete. I guarantee you, if you use staffs and wands to cast magic against NATO, you have more of a chance to get killed since they will slow you down in a gunfight. Anyway, this is why we cannot do enchantments and alchemy like you, Sordin said. Taking a deep breath, she takes another sip of her blue wine. The truth is that we lost our institutional power. Living in hiding, we cannot reinvent many of the old spells, craft designs, or infrastructure. We need to make magical weapons, powerful arcane artifacts, or enchant equipment. One of the reasons I worked so hard to come here was to figure out how you guys do it. Sordin noticed Cato taking everything that had been said in. For a silly old man, she can tell he is grasping on every word. Because we could not rely on tools, we had to develop some unique spells that relied on our hands and were able to move around, Sordin stated. From what I have seen from Lelei, she usually picks the powerful, mana-intensive spells to fight her enemies. I assume that is the norm. I would not say that is the norm, but it is common, Cato said. As warfare advances, it became important that we teach mages how to kill their enemies quickly so they can move on to the next threat. You must remember, not all of our threats are just humans. Of course, we teach them to use the right spell against the right opponent. However, it has become a personal preference, especially when fighting against NATO weapons. That is a point of view Sword-In can understand. Her mother, the previous Grand High, which Veronica Sword-In once told her when she was a little girl how technology progressed in the 20th century, to the point she was afraid of a second genocide of the Wiccan and mages in general, if it was ever discovered. My people understand what you mean. We watched those technology developments ourselves, Sword-In said. We were forced to adapt, realizing that if we were ever discovered, we couldn't rely on powerful spells, as they are not fast enough to catch up with the efficiency of firearms. We developed a way to turn low-power spells into lethal weapons. Short, quick, efficient. What do you mean? Cato asked. I think I get the basic principle, but these rapid-fire spells. My question before still stands. If you have those advanced spells, why do you need us? While we have those advanced spells, a lot of powerful magic types like rune enchantments, smithing, accurate weather spells, summoning spells that can summon corporeal beings, or necromancy have been lost to us. Sword-In answered. As I said before, we need an institution like Rondell to recover our lost magic and the arcane infrastructure. Furthermore, we also can contribute to Rondell magic types that are only available to Earth like Wiccan, Shamanism, Voodoo, Hoodoo, and Asian magic. I heard that no mages in Uros know exorcism, scrying, or curse spells, but we know, so we can teach you all that. On Earth, there is a saying among scientists. They believe that science should be above politics. The reason is that science is about chasing the truth and improving the world, unlocking the secrets that God has left for us. I would like for us to have the same philosophy. Cato nodded his head like he was having a debate among himself. All right, Sword-In, I believe you. Besides that, you call yourselves witches. It sounds like we are more similar than I expected, and I hope to prove that over time, Sword-In said. And together we can keep Rondell great. But let me ask you, why are you doing this? You seem like an honorable man. You wouldn't betray your people without a good reason. Cato took a deep breath. I am old, and I have seen many things, accomplished many more. None of my past deeds will be remembered for what I am doing today, and only history will judge if it was good or bad. The days of the Empire are coming to an end, Cato boldly stated. Let us assume the Empire wins this war for a moment. They will be so exhausted that they will fall apart soon after. I have always been loyal. I fought many wars for the Empire, but this is no longer a war. It is a slaughter. Many of my students are dead because of this war, and I have to put a smile on my face sending more out to die. This isn't like the 30-year war where we had no choice but to fight. This war we have a choice to become something better, Cato continued. I don't normally pay much attention to imperial politics, but once Legrath fell in less than a day, it was clear the war was lost. Zorzel is an illegitimate emperor of the Empire, married a succubus for her armies. And for what? I will not wait for Sad Era to gain their sanity back. And the sooner we can get Rondell out of the war, the sooner I don't have to look at one of my students, knowing they will die in a few weeks or months after graduation. Furthermore, Lelei has elaborated to me about Pina's revolution. I can see that her revolution is the only way for Falmart to move on and become the next better stage of civilization, much like Earth. That was not the reply Sword-In expected. Now that she thought about it, she did not know what she expected. While most of the Empire had used the losses to continue the war, Cato realized there was no point. For all his goofiness, he cared a lot about his students. I know Lelei is important, but for me, all she did was offer a way out, Cato said. And it is a good deal. The people in charge are also the problem for allowing our students to go to war so easily. Something has to change, and if half of what Lelei said about your people is true, it will be worth it. I understand and respect that, Cato, Sword-In replied. We will make it happen, one way or another.